What's that about books, Pidge? What's that about books? Yaoi? Yaoi books? Forbidden tomes? It's almost like I titled the stream after that. You can't see it, but I'm vibing out IRL to the title screen music. After listening to it more, it is quite obviously just like a remix of Flowey's theme or finale or something. I don't know why I didn't notice that before. So, new latest stream ever. Yeah, don't worry about it. I honestly thought there might be Koru by this week, but it sounds like the latest Koru announcement is that the Koru is not going to be this month, probably. Well, I mean, definitely not now. It's the last day of the month. It sounds like it's been internally delayed a little bit, but... Or, not internally, I'm not divulging secrets, it's just... That was the last I heard from the updates. And Silk Song is next week. Once again, if Koru comes out before Silk Song, I'm gonna fucking delay Silk Song. I don't even care. I literally don't care. I'm streaming new Koru the week new Koru comes out, regardless of what the fuck else is going on. Oh, the music doesn't loop unless you poke it. Oh, we got 69 viewers. That's my sign to start. Check it out. Okay, it does loop. It just takes a second. So I'm sitting here eating some weird oatmeal. I'm gonna probably finish that before starting, because it's like... Here's the story, right? I have the idea, like a week ago, I want to try making a Mai Tai. You know, the famous tiki cocktail. And one of the big things that you need to make a Mai Tai is orgeat syrup, which is made of almonds. But I kept hearing like, oh, the store-bought orgeat is not that good. You have to make your own orgeat. So I was like, okay. I can make it my quest to make almond syrup this week. And so I acquired the almonds. I acquired the orange blossom water. I went through the rigmarole of like blending the almonds and like making almond water, then squeezing the water out. And I made the syrup, it's fine. But now I'm left with a bunch of fucking, like, almond dust, like pulp. Just in a Tupperware container full of almond pulp. And like, what the fuck do I do with this? So I've just been spiking my oatmeal with it. Like a protein supplement. And it's good, it tastes pretty good. But it also makes the oatmeal really gritty. And it gets stuck in my throat. And it's actually a terrible thing to eat while streaming, so... I'm gonna get through this bowl before I start trying to read dialogue, otherwise I'm just gonna be choking to death. Cool story, huh? Blend with oil for almond butter? I don't know what to do with that either. Also add it to oatmeal, but different. I don't have a very good blender. I don't know if I trust it to get the almonds any finer than they already are. We're gonna get to 25% completion this stream. Goody. I called it, you know. I called it. I was like, this game's gonna be the length of Kissy Cutie. No one's gonna tell me. It'll just go until I stop. It'll be like a prank. It'll go until I can't bear it anymore. Six routes is 25%. I knew it. I knew it. There's like a secret ending. If you do every ending on every route, right? There's definitely that. You unlock the Dark World, and there's 6 more souls that are inverted colors, and they're upside down. And you scroll down from the title screen to like access 6 more routes, which each have their 5 endings each now. And you do all of those to get the real ending, because it's a visual novel. It's anti-completionist? Oh, that's good. So am I, bitch. It's 2 a.m. Why am I playing AZZYPANTS the visual novel? Well, it's not 2 a.m. You're wrong. It is late though, for the usual reasons. But like, I was saying, I had that hell of a time dragging myself into bed this morning. Just like, if anything, the last few days I've been going to bed a little bit earlier. Still not early, but I think there's also been a sleep debt catching up with me. So I've spent this last week trying to slap together the remains of the RAM launch devlog, which is just a bizarre change of pace after having spent months before that frantically programming and writing the dialogue for the rest of the game. Because it's a devlog that actually has been incubating for months. Like, Toby edited... I recorded it back before June, and Toby edited most of it during June, and now it's like back on the table as, alright, have to finish the editing for and make like an intro and stuff. It's weird. So that's what I've been up to. Cause yeah, RAM do be coming out. Oh, there we go. I'm choking on the almonds. How is RAM going? Honestly, it's going pretty well. I anticipated it being more of a disaster trying to finish it before September 15th, which is our release date. Most of the content shit that I wanted to cram in there before the end is already in there. It needs a lot of polish still. We have like probably a week and a half of bug fixing lined up just for that, but most of what's left to do is just finish this fucking devlog and fix all the bugs that have been found and patch up any like little bits of missing polish. Yep, it's releasing on the 10th Undertale anniversary. Yep, it just is. That wasn't even planned. Literally wasn't planned. Toby proposed the release date. You loved the Roaring Knight conspiracy video? That's good. I like that video as well. I especially like that video because I made it in 1 month. It's kind of crazy how I cranked that out in a month. I don't usually work that quickly. Maybe that's not impressive if you, I don't know, follow other YouTubers with different upload schedules, but usually I take like 3 months to make a video. You're working on something RAM related? That's cool. There was, I think they just stopped streaming actually. There's an Ultra Kill animator. Baig or something? Baig? I think it's like B-A-Y-G. Has recently gotten into RAM and has been making models of all the RAM characters and was streaming modeling an aphid. That was cool. I think it just ended though, so I can't link you to the stream. Oh, there you are. Is it Baig? Is it Baig? Baig. The bag. Get that bag, you know? We're trying to... I think we may end up leaning a bit into the Ultra Kill angle, to be honest. It's one of the vectors we haven't specifically tried, like marketing RAM as like the ultra-like 2D game. It's Ultra Kill, which honestly, that's what it is. Like, it's just not a way that I've really gone out of my way to describe it before, because like the idea of making like a tech-focused, high skill ceiling 2D shooter game is just me coping about not being very good at Ultra Kill and wanting a game that is Ultra Kill, but that is like more my genre and I can play well. So I think it kind of is. Appeal to robo-fuckers. I agree. Maybe Azrael will turn into a robot. We'll find out. Oh, so it's multiplying? There's 3 other Ultra Kill animators who you've recommended the game, and they've got the game now. So hopefully this spreads like wildfire. This is the key to success. This is how we win. It isn't leveraging Toby Fox's fan base. It's just getting Ultra Kill people to play our game while they wait for Hakita to make the next update. That's it. That's how you win. The Hades people, they don't want it. It's about Ultra Kill. There's no Bitcoin miner in RAM. Yeah, it sucks. We actually had the idea ages ago of having like a downloadable upgrade for one of the bots that just gave it like an RGB skin and lagged the game to simulate a crypto miner. I don't know. It was something. It's a test of how much you value the aesthetics, really. Take the RGB skin, but you have to play it 30 frames per second now because of a lag loop. And we got the biggest fan of the AZZYPANTS game here in chat, Yaoi. That's cool. You'll have to see this game building an organic fan base of Yaoi enjoyers. Or I could have coded it in Python. What, to make the lag? The game's already written in GD script. It's Python already. Yeah, this is just the pre-stream. I'm eating oatmeal. Nothing's happened. GD script is the scripting language that Godot uses. You can use C# instead. There's no reason why we shouldn't be using C#. We just aren't. And it's too late to change it. It doesn't make any sense. When I started programming RAM, I was already like used to Unity dev, which is all C#. I already knew C#. And for no fucking reason. Well, the reason was that Tome was new to game dev. We did GD script for this one project. The one project was RAM though, and it took 3.5 years or something, so yeah, I used GD script now exclusively. Can you date the robots with your robot and have heartfelt robot exchanges before swapping into them and blowing yourself up? In RAM, not so much you. You can watch robots do that with each other. And you can ship them and stuff and say that that's a gay interaction. This is Yaoi, this is Yuri. You can do that, but not so much with the player character. It's more, you're more of an observer. Observer and murderer. That's your job. When's the first RAM fanfic stream? I literally can't remember. Did I read? There's a Courier new RAM fic. I don't think I read it on stream. I think I thought that was weird, and so I didn't do it. I could have, though. I could do it right now. I'm not going to, but I could. If I want to reconstruct my mindset, I think I just thought it was weird for a developer to, like, endorse a fan fiction. It just tangled the wires too much. I kind of like fan fiction being separate from the authorial, from the author's opinion on it, you know? Like, fan fiction is for the fans to have opinions on. It's not my job to have an opinion on the fan fiction, if that makes any sense to you. And by streaming it, I would sort of be tainting it, you know? Yeah. You'll make a movie-length steel lift animation. That's good, that's a classic one. I thought, like, the real ship bait in RAM, the real, like, I don't know whether it's Yaoi bait or Yuri bait, you decide. That's all Sol and Puko. As soon as I wrote that one fucking cutscene, everyone's like, oh my god, they're so gay. I was like, oh, they are? Oh yeah, okay, I guess they're gay. It's funny realizing in retrospect, it's like, yeah. You're right, it's just queer baiting. Gender neutral. You caught the stream? You sure did. I haven't even done anything yet. I'm just eating oatmeal. I'm almost done the oatmeal though, thank God. I need my oatmeal. The subconscious influence of so many gay streams? Like, actually. I'm not even kidding. I have passed through the threshold of, like, within the context of media, from heteronormativity to, like, homonormativity. And it's pretty much just AZZYPANTS' fault. I'm pretty sure it's literally AZZYPANTS. But it is a noticeable threshold. You pass it. And you go back to reading Discworld or something, and there's, like, you know, the generic, like, Hollywood relationship. It's like the boy character and the girl character, and it's like, why are they doing that? That's kind of weird. That's kind of straight for them to be doing that, you know? It's it's kind of surreal to realize that I've gone from, like, that's literally my perspective on media at this point. I've been corrupted fully. Damn, liberal is turning the frogs straight. Yeah. Gay relationships usually have chemistry. I mean, yeah, I'm not the one to break into the whole world of fucking romance media critique of heteronormative. I don't know all the buzzwords, but yes, it's very easy to see how, like, how do you describe it? If it's taken as a given, and like a lot of older media, that like the leading boy character and leading girl character are gonna like kiss at some point, it's like it basically just bulldozes any like questions of how or why to the side. It's bizarre how inevitable it seems in certain genres of storytelling, and once you notice it, it's really hard to stop noticing it. It's like it's really bizarre how far the stories will bend over backward to, like, obviously the leading characters have to kiss at the end. It's very strange. And, I mean, I mentioned Discworld because that's the only kind of more traditional media that I've been engaging with recently, but it's pretty bad for that. Like, Terry Pratchett is not good at writing romance. And I think he knew that. He had interviews and stuff where he talked about why he didn't have any sex in his books. He's like, well, I can't write sex, I don't want to try doing that, but the the romance in general is pretty rough. Oh hey Outson, you finished Pentiment. What is that? It sounds like something you would put inside of a cocktail olive, like a pentimento. Oh hey Toby from PAX. Are you at the Hideo Kojima, like, amphetamine party right now? What secret party are you currently reporting from? Or does Hideo Kojima have the ketamine party? I'm not sure what the newest meta is. Oh, Pentiment is 16th century Upper Bavaria disco night in the woods. What the fuck are you saying? I have to play that game just based on the word salad you put in chat now. What is that? Upper Bavaria 16th century night in the woods up. So it's like Little Goody Two Shoes but older, and it's Disco Elysium, so it's communist. Disco Elysium and Night in the Woods, those two together just make communism. Oh, you were at 6? No, last night, okay, last night was the penthouse. Alright. Alright, that really was the Hideo Kojima amphetamine rager. Well, that's cool. It is, but it's Catholic. Oh. That makes it a bit harder to picture. Hakita wasn't there, was he? Should find Hakita and force him to watch all the sort of erotic robot animations that Big has been mass producing. Okay, the good news, Chad, is that I finished the oatmeal. It's only taken half an hour of stream time. 20 minutes. Let's be generous, 20 minutes. It's still less than a Scorpio intro, right? So. This game oozes an aura of mental illness. Are you talking about Pimento, whatever the fuck it was called, or the AZZYPANTS game? I don't know, man. Alright, bye, Toby. Do a line with Hakita in the bathroom for me. The penthouse bathroom, obviously. Okay, I think I'll actually drink my tea today. You know what's fucked up? The last stream I did of this, I didn't drink any of my tea. I made a full thing of tea, and I just forgot to drink it. I guess it was kind of hot, so I was drinking water, but it's cooler today, so I get tea. Spin the bottle with Kojima? Yeah, you know it, dude. It's gonna be Kojima and the Among Us developers and Quentin Tarantino for some fucking reason. And like not Toby Fox. He's at a separate party with like the Nintendo CEO and stuff, and Hideaki Anno. But everyone else, it's at the Hideo Kojima spin the bottle ketamine rave. All right, let's load a fucking save. This is a patched version, by the way. Pidge actually went and patched it because I complained about the number of times that it called Burger Pants that guy. So that's literally been patched. That guy has been turned into other pronouns. Very exciting. Alright, what route next? We're going in Undertale order, so it would be purple next. Perseverance. The most bargain bin fucking discount soul trait. It's just determination but worse. Perseverance. Cool. Toby had to think of 7 things for a person to be, and 2 of them are just the same thing. Although, to be fair, we don't know if red is the determination soul. We don't actually know that. People say that red's not the determination soul. It's kind of the determination soul, though, to be honest. It's kind of just is. I don't fucking know. I don't care. Cloth. The cloth route. They have names. They have the screen route, the cloth route. Other fur. There was a fur route, which seems redundant to me, but, you know. Oh, Toriel. Toriel exists in this world. Damn. Asriel, honey, it is time to wake up. Ooh, the vibes. A soft voice called from beside his bed. The groggy young man's eyes snapped open as if awoken by an earthquake and stumbled out of bed, only to wind up falling face first onto the floor. His mother, who towered above him, let out a gentle laugh at his antics. Do not worry, we are not late just yet. Hurry up and get changed. I have pancakes waiting for you downstairs. As Asriel scraped himself off the floor, despite the pounding in his head begging him to stay, he noticed that his mother once again donned in her favorite conservative cotton dress. It's totally a moo-moo. Nope, you didn't miss anything, Amara. I ate oatmeal for 20 minutes. Specifically so you could have time to get here. The bright violet hue, so pungent that it almost burned an afterimage into his retinas. It had been a staple of her wardrobe through the years, which continued to persist past various fashion trends that dictated it obsolete, remaining tried and true far longer than the one who had gifted it to her ever managed to do himself. Well, that's a very roundabout way of dissing Asgore. I feel like I was slipping into the fucking down the rabbit hole narration cadence. It had remained tried and true far longer than the one who had gifted it to her ever managed to do himself. I don't feel like I'm capable of reading text slowly enough to do a Fred Knudsen impression, honestly. I literally can't do it. And that's not dissing Fred Knudsen, saying that he talks slow. I mean, just like, I have to talk fucking fast. I can't help it. You love the way Fred Knudsen talks, TBH. It sounds like he is proclaiming a papal edict, for which God will smite you if you do not listen. Is stern. He sounds stern, like he's scolding you. It's kind of scary. To Azrael, though, that dress only signified his mother's stubbornness. No, that's more like Binding of Isaac intro. I'm gonna stop. She wore that dress on the day Chris was found. She wore that dress after they'd gone away. Chris is once again mysteriously missing. She wore that dress during the divorce and at Azrael's graduation celebration. It was as if any time she wore it, a pivotal moment in her life was about to unfold. These days, she wore it almost ritualistically, as if telling the world that she was ready to welcome a drastic change. Was change really such a great thing? Or perhaps it was worn in mourning, having the proverbial door of her presumed future slammed shut in her face before she was able to step foot on that stable path. She certainly was the kind of person who would wear purple at a funeral. I'm the kind of guy who wears purple at a funeral. Don't understand what I mean? You soon will. That's Toriel. Call me Toriel. Though the riptides of hardship might take her down as they crashed into her, they would never sink her down completely. We got like the Toriel route here. This is the Toriel route. It's all just going to be Azrael's mom. That's sick. She would stay afloat through wind and weather, no matter what life threw at her. Azrael always wished he could have such fortitude instead of merely pretending it was one of the positive traits he inherited from her. That's your least favorite song ever? Are we gonna have to bring back up like the music opinions conversation? My shitty music opinion? No, we're not gonna. Wasn't there someone, was it like Bisha? I'm remembering someone talking about how that was like the most sans coded song in the world or something, or maybe some other Bare Naked Ladies song. It was like the elemental essence of sans was contained within that song. It may have been a different Bare Naked Ladies song. Song that might play when you're sans. Yeah. He glanced over to the empty bed decorating the opposite wall, hoping that he'd had enough sense last night to at least hide his stash well enough to keep his mother from discovering it. So is Azrael hungover? Does he have the weed hangover? Can you get a weed hangover? I literally don't know. He said his head was pounding. Thanks, Mom. I'll be right there. Wait, was his horn broken? What the fuck happened to your head, Azzy? How'd you do that? Who are you headbutting? Crazy. Took so much weed his horn fell off. Does he have glasses too? Wait a minute, who the fuck is this Azrael? This is a fucked up Azrael. He's got glasses and a missing arm. Sick. He's called Glazzy internally. Glazzy eats a glizzy. The missing horn piece is Ral's say. I don't even, that's probably true. It's probably literally true. Maybe it's a Yaoi stash. Could be. You ever do so much Yaoi that you wake up with a hangover the next day? Damn. Who hasn't been there in college, am I right? Who hasn't had the Yaoi hangover in college? Haven't finished the last VOD. Have you missed anything important? I don't know. This is like an anthology. It's like Azrael X Pizza Pants Twilight Zone. That's what this game is. It's like every route is a different alternate universe, and it doesn't tell you what the fuck the difference is. You just have to sort of figure it out. Thanks, Mom. I'll be right there. Azrael was in the middle of rifling through his dresser drawer before his mother, who had still been watching him, called back out. Today is a special day. You should wear your suit. Do not forget that we will be expecting company after work. Try not to stay out too late after your shift. The butterflies in his stomach shriveled in fear and evolved into prickly caterpillars, writhing around and lacerating his already turned stomach even further. Well, that's vivid. Today was another day he wished to just stay in bed. Who the fuck is visiting? The FBI? Unfortunately, even though he made his bed, he was not afforded the luxury of being able to lie in it. Azrael fumbled to throw the wrinkled button-down shirt he retrieved from under the bed. Throw on, I assume, and was greeted by the old familiar suit hanging on his doorknob instead of its usual place in his mother's closet. Of course, putting it on now would just mean that he had resigned himself to face the day, which he was not at all ready for. I like the beats. He tucked it under his arm and rounded the corner, prepared with the excuse that he didn't want to accidentally get syrup on the lapel. Fighting off the looming feeling of helplessness as best he could, he irritably dragged his shoulder against the wall and trudged down the stairs step by step, weighed down by the sword of Damocles pressing against his back. Damn, they gotta pull the string a bit tighter if it's pressing on your back. Today was going to be hell. What the fuck is this? Like Oxford or something? The University of Bologna? Bologna? How do you pronounce that? That's not Bologna. It can't just be pronounced Bologna. It's got to be something in Italian. Bologna. Bologna. It's Cambridge? Balenciaga. You just fucking reminded me of that. Okay. Balenciaga, Potter. It was nearing the second half of his shift. Azrael works at the library. This is the me IRL AU. I worked at my library in university. Bologna? It's Bologna. Ah. Nerd? Yeah. As he knows the Dewey Decimal System, I'll say again, I learned the Library of Congress to work in my library. We used not the Dewey Decimal System. It's a different one. I forget most of it. For some reason, all I remember was that I think J was the legal section. I don't know why I remember that specifically, because like the legal section was pretty small. What the fuck was history again? I showed a lot of history. Was it E, maybe? Or D? I completely forget. I'm washed. I used to be able to, like... You could come up to me when I was shelving books and, like, ask for a topic, and I'd be able to point you exactly to the shelf that would contain that topic, but... I was pretty cool like that. Ah, tea. As it was nearing the second half of his shift, Azrael got the jitters. Aside from the after church crowd, he'd had a long, uneventful day with nothing much to occupy his mind other than the inevitable meeting after work. The more he thought about how everything would go down, the more pessimistic he felt. More than anything, he wanted to stay here in hometown. He wanted everything to remain the same and live out a nice, peaceful life for as long as he was allowed to. However, given his own history and what happened to his father, happened with his father, didn't exactly set a precedent that would give him much hope. Not that being sent to live with his father would be the end of the world, but there were a few things of note that he would sorely miss about hometown. He's being sent to live with his father. What is that? It being sent imply that's like being sent to a boarding school. That's like he committed a crime and has to go into hiding. What the fuck is the context for that? Or maybe Asgore is like trolling him by just like whatever university he gets accepted to, Asgore moves to that town and offers Azrael free rent if he'll live with him, and there's no like good way to refuse. A custody hearing? Oh my god. Isn't Azrael like 18 at this point? Or maybe this is even younger. Maybe he's not going to university yet. That could be it. Confusing. Azrael is an adult. Oh. Yeah, so it's not, you don't have custody of children once they're 18, right? That's not how it works. I actually don't know how that works. I've never been in an adult children divorce hearing. Oh, that needs to be out of the open. This is the most carnal route. Okay, they're adults. Note to self. Everyone's an adult. I've been assured there's no explicit sex in this game. There might be implicit sex, though. Things he didn't want to give up. People he cared for that he didn't want to simply abandon come nightfall, thus leaving whatever good impressions they had of him to be tarnished by rumors or wiped away completely with a combination of avoidance and time. People named Burger Pants, I mean Pizza Pants. Just as he was getting to the height of his anxiety, a familiar face hastily traipsed through the door and made his way over to the help desk with a sly, arrogant smile. Sly and arrogant. Traipsing. Who would do that? Who would traipse slyly and arrogantly? Maybe Burger Pants. Azrael could feel that good mood and positive energy wafting his way, starting to influence his own mindset. Hey, dipshit. You're early today. Something good happened? Oh yeah, it's him. Some routes have the name blocked out, and I literally don't know why. I'm just not gonna question it. I'm being sternly warned not to go down the forbidden Yaoi Tome path, because it'll be uncomfortable. I might take that advice, honestly. I mean, I might. Like, it's all in good fun, but it might be legitimately awkward for me to, like, start reading softcore porn dialogue out loud in my room. That might be kind of awkward, honestly. All the routes have the name blocked out. I swear he was Pete in one of them. I swear he was Pete. But Pete is a nickname? I don't know. I've lost track. Oh no, yeah, Pete. I'm remembering now. Pete was a nickname of Pizza Pants that Azrael concocted to spare him from being called Pizza Pants. And then Pizza Pants called Azrael D-Boy. No, Azrael called him D-Boy. There was some complex logic to this. It was because Pants started calling Azrael Bud for some reason. Or Buddy, no, it was Buddy Boy, and then I got shortened to Bud. And then Azrael took the remainder, like the part, subtracting Bud from Buddy Boy left D-Boy. And then Azrael started calling Pizza Pants D-Boy, and he couldn't figure out what the fuck it meant for like months of the relationship. Yeah, that's coming back to me now. This is why Let That Sink In is like a brain chemistry altering work of media. It's because this shit. It just does this shit. Every day is D-Day with D-Boy. Yeah, that's their motto. That goes on their crest. The fact that it's like a brick-a-gag too, and like he's calling it at the start of the story. Azrael's going like D-boy, and then there's a whole monologue. Pizza Pants is like wondering why the fuck he's calling him D-boy. Then it comes back later when they're both like the super tense, awkward scene, and it's revealed like a twist. Insane writing. You know it. The place got shut down for failing the safety inspection. Not only were we free to leave, tomorrow's gonna be shut down for repairs. I don't gotta wake up early in the morning, so I intend to party till I pass out tonight. Oh, okay. As soon as Pants got a good look at Azrael, he did a double take before letting out a cheeky wolf whistle and eyeing him up and down. Looking sharp, my man. What's the special occasion? Azrael scratches his arm nervously. He really didn't want to be questioned about it, especially by this meddlesome menace who was practically hardwired to effortlessly extract any and all secrets locked away deep inside his brain. He couldn't help but spill his guts time after time in order to facilitate a nice conversation, and that alone was really quite alarming. While he knew he should put his guard up, another part of him wanted to invite the guy in. Sounds kind of gay of you, Azzy. Sorry. In any case, the less he said about the matter, the better. I'm supposed to meet with someone after work. Pence's eyes grew comically large and his mouth fell agape. By his reaction alone, Azrael knew he'd done an awful job at quelling his interest. Oh my god, it's the Jigsaw Joe face that's back. Whoa, I had no idea you were seeing anyone right now. I just assumed, never mind. Who's the lucky girl? It's not like that. It's a small get-together with a friend of my mother's. You know how my mom is, she's a little... Azrael couldn't take those earnest eyes looking at him so intently. He had to look away for his own sanity. Burger Pants got the fucking, what the fuck's her name? The Toho Rabbit lunatic eyes. That one. Reese? Reason? The Daw Reason is a Toho character with lunatic eyes. Someone knows what I'm talking about. She is Reason. Why is she named after a fucking a chocolate caramel candy and also a digital audio workstation? Reason. Okay. She's just worried about my future. Yeah? Well, that's nice, I guess. Good for you. I really don't want to go. He added for clarity. Nah, don't be shy. You were destined for great things, Azrael. I'm glad at least one of us has a noteworthy future to look forward to. You got a good head on your shoulders. I'm probably just gonna go overdose after I talk to you today and die in a dumpster. Jesus Christ, Burger Pants. I think I'd rather have your head on my shoulders. Yeah, okay. At least he added on my shoulders. Panicking at the implications of this unintended wording, Azrael busied himself by senselessly rearranging the books in the reshelving basket, only messing up his progress in the process. That's good. I mean, you're just so smart, like in a street smart kind of way, not to imply you're actually intelligent. Haha, you know. Not that you're not book smart, you graduated with your class, right? It's just that if I ever got myself into a tough situation, like if I got into a fight or if I was caught with something I shouldn't have, I never could trust your judgment on what to do. You're always able to keep your cool when things go south. That kind of thing. Since Azrael had been looking down at the books the whole time, it had come as a complete shock when he felt Pants's paw lightly brush against his right ear. Huh? Startled, he looked up. And having been caught, Pants's head immediately retreated. What are you doing with his ear, sir? No, sorry, this ain't, I'm not trying to be weird. I was just thinking. You're Hoenn, right? You must have faced some pretty rough times for it to chip like that. Does it still bother you? Pants had asked him about it before, and he was well aware this was a rather touchy subject to broach. Dude, he definitely was just like, got really high one night and fell down the stairs and broke it. Like, that's literally it. However, it was plain to see that his friend really was worried about his well-being. Did Pants connect this with what was to come? No, did Pants connect this with that and come to the conclusion that Azrael had somehow been caught up in a street brawl that wound up breaking off the tip of his horn in hometown? No. That reality would have been a much nicer one to live in. Asgore hit him with a Ford F-150 as a baby. Asriel grimaced and subconsciously fingered the jagged edge that hadn't quite smoothed over with time. When he first awoke in the hospital, the doctors had offered to buff it down to a rounded point, but Asriel had refused. He didn't want to stay in the hospital any longer than he had to. He wasn't sure why it scared him so much back then. And now that he was fully aware of why, he still felt that unnameable dread bubbling back up. Ominous implications. Okay. It looks worse than it feels. Everything's fine now. He lied. Pence's frown dug into his face. He hadn't been fooled by his bluff either. It doesn't look bad at all, you know. It actually is rather charming. But you're a real lady killer, you know. In a gay way. The shy smile forming on Asriel's face from the sincere compliment stiffened unnaturally in places as Pants finished his sentence. That's quite of a sentence for him. It stiffened unnaturally in places as Pants. It just... Sorry, it put me in a certain frame of mind. Absolutely not. I could never. Ah, alright, Casanova, I'll stop yanking your chain. What was that face? Let's go back to that fucking face. What is that? Pizza Pants. That's awesome. He looks like someone. What does that remind me of? It's like a Mob Psycho character or someone. Like Regan Arataka would have that face. I can't put my finger on it, but holy shit, yeah. Like a manga that like won, like the, you know, the manga guy won. He would draw a character with that face. Wait, is it Gakvu? Is he Gakvu? It might be Gakvu. If you squint, he looks like, oh my god, he's Gakvu. I think that's it. I need to get a Gakfu graphic, a Gakfic, to demonstrate this. I need the zoom in on her face. Specifically that Gakfu. Yo, it's the Gak. Yeah? They're cousins. Break cousin Pizza Pants. Is this the new bit today? Why are there corners on this image? That's annoying. I want it to blend into the background. Hang on, I'm gonna fucking chroma key Gakvu. I have to waste time somehow this stream. Luma key. Oh wait, what? How the fuck do you use a Luma key? Never mind, never mind. No, get rid of the Luma key. Oh my god, I can't fucking chroma key white. It doesn't work. Okay, whatever. Transparent Gakfu, go. What am I doing? I need to reverse it? It's symmetrical. Okay. I don't know what the fuck this is anymore. Okay, I'm just gonna leave Gakfu here next to the facial sprite.
Alright, Casanova, I'll stop yanking your chain. I know you've probably got your hands full with work right now, seeing as you've stamped the same card 3 times in a row.
Azrael looked back down, only to see that he'd made a complete mess of the place, and absent-mindedly marked Return to Sender on a self-help book several times like a madman, both on the detuning card and the pages themselves. As if to hide away the evidence, Azrael slammed the book shut.
I'll be doing the usual. You know where to find me if you feel like chatting.
Pants gave a casual wave goodbye and strolled into the computer lab as if he owned the place. This is another tender and emotionally intelligent Pizza Pants they use. I already told you, there'll be no chatting in the library. Azrael sighed. While Pants could be a bit troublesome at times, even daring to look up all sorts of inappropriate topics on the school computers, he really was a sweetheart. Someone who had his best interest at heart. Pants had a habit of showing up after work on the weekends to watch movies in the computer lab. Azrael had to confront him more than a few times about this habit of sneaking in food and propping his feet up on the desk, but in all honesty, he found Pants' presence rather refreshing. There was never a dull moment while he was here. So my brain just locked up for a second trying to think of a way to tie that into Koru, but I failed. Azrael could hear that loud, infectious laughter radiating out in the distance from time to time. On a few occasions, he attempted to join in the festivities, barely making it to the doorway and freezing in place, just watching his Pants at the time of his life with the simplest of pleasures. He was just watching YouTube poops. Pants treated this place like a home, and Azrael like a part of his own family. Why everyone else in town avoided the fellow was a mystery to Azrael. This is painting such a fucking intriguing picture, like nothing overtly crazy, but just like, why? There's such a specific picture of Pizza Pants here. Like, who is this guy? Aside from the pungent garlic smell, there was hardly anything unappealing about such an earnest, fun-loving dude. Class... Oh, computer lab, maybe?
Hey there, Az. Got a minute?
I'm a bit busy organizing last week's receipts. If you promise to keep your voice down, though, I wouldn't mind a conversation partner.
Come on, we're the only ones around. We can get as loud as we want. Who are we gonna disturb?
Oh, okay. Azrael swept his fringe to the side, trying to concentrate on the invoices in front of him. Rules are rules. If you don't like them, take your complaints up with Mrs. Boom.
Yeah. Listen, I was browsing through the online catalog and I found a title I was interested in.
A bit intrigued, Azrael looked up at the guy, only to discover his shit-eating grin. Great. Pants finally discovered the books on the second floor. This is the book. This is the book that I was instructed. Under no circumstances, help Burger Pants find the book. Don't do that. You will regret that if you do that. It's a test between my own curiosity and a sincere warning from the developer of the game not to do that. It is forbidden. The book is not as bad as the jokes already made on stream. Says Toto Amaze, like one of the other developers. So one dev, I have like literally the angel and the devil on my shoulder. Both of the developers of this game are telling me, read the book, Andrew. And the other one's telling me, don't read the book, Andrew, don't read it. But if this is going to be like Burger Pants, like awkwardly getting Azrael to read like porno or something, that's going to recreate Let That Sink In. That's the magic that I'm sort of jonesing for. So if it'll get me there... Remember the last act of LTSI? Okay. I do know what you mean there. Gakfu, yeah, Gakfu's just here for fun. Okay, Pidge says inform, don't help. Inform, that's the good route. Okay, okay, fine. Knowledge is power, as they say. I won't scoff at anyone willing to learn. If you wish to take anything home, just bring it to me and I'll check it out for you. Maybe you're the thing that he wants to take home, eh? Maybe he's gonna get a library card and check out Azrael Dreamer. Yeah. You watched as Pants' eyebrow quirked up high, apparently rearing to make some off-color joke. It's okay, Pants, I got you covered. Before he could manage, Azrael cut him off. Any books, that is. You're still a liability after what happened last time. I took the liberty of waiving your late fees. Don't give me reason to regret doing so.
Oh, wow, thanks, that's really nice of you. Thanks, wow.
He's awestruck. He appeared genuinely surprised. Did he not already realize how much Azrael constantly stuck his neck out for him? Perhaps he was just feeling grateful. Perhaps he's hoping that he'll take a nibble one day. Smiling at the thought, Azrael casually rested his chin on his hand. Don't mention it. I'm glad to see you have an interest in reading again.
About that. The book I found, yeah.
Why did he sound so nervous all of a sudden? Was he afraid of getting caught flipping through the 15th century art book again? What art books are we talking from the 15th century?
It's too high up for me to reach. I was hoping maybe you could come get it down for me.
Azrael frowned. If it's too high up for you, it's too high for me. Just use the step stool like everyone else.
I was thinking maybe we could do a bit though where you stood on your hands and knees and I stood on your back, and it was kind of like, you know, like a bonding activity. Hey, you know I'm banned from touching that thing ever again. Besides, you got nothing better to do, right?
He knew without a shadow of a doubt that Pants was scheming something, but he wasn't sure what exactly. If Azrael stepped away from his desk, the computer lab would be left completely unattended. However, with how old and laggy those computers were, he doubted anyone would actually attempt to steal one, especially not in collusion with Pants, who already had a glaring red target on his back. That smooth schemer clapped his hands together in a pleading gesture.
Come on, Azzy, help a guy out.
I'm not supposed to do that. I'm not supposed to help him. I'm waiting for my tea to cool. I want to drink more tea. The immense suspense. Lilac wants to help. You know what? Here's what I do. To draw traffic to the game and its original creators, I'm gonna lock the help him route behind like playing it yourself. I'm not gonna reveal that route on stream. You have to play the game yourself if you want to know what happens if you help him with the book. I think this is how I justify it. Genius marketing. It's not going to work. You're not the target demographic. I am still waiting for the tea to cool down, like legitimately. I poured a lot of tea and it's taking a while to cool. Silly me. It is all that I have to drink. Okay, I'm going. It's not my job. This is the circulation desk. What you're looking for is a reference desk. They're the ones who will help you and find and obtain materials. My job is to log and check out, is to log who checks out what and help people with computers whenever I feel inclined to do so. How much library research did you do to write this? Have you worked in a library? I didn't even know the difference between a reference desk and a circulation desk. We didn't have that terminology where I worked. We had the front desk and the music and media desk. I worked music and media a lot of the time, actually, and I worked sometimes in the law library, which is a separate facility. John Library is on the dev team. Here's an interesting fact. Did you know that being a librarian, that is a job, but it's not just like anyone who works at a library is a librarian. Being a librarian is like the head of the library. It's like being the CEO of a company. It's the top position. You have to like study. You have to study library science to become a librarian. It's prestigious. We got $2 from Pitch to thank me for not reading the book. Okay, thank you, Pitch. Yeah, you need a degree in libraryology to be a librarian. It's crazy. I never even saw the librarian. I think I did, but it was like a rare occurrence. You would glimpse the librarian while working, but they stayed in like the super librarian level on the top floor or something. He didn't interact with the peons.
Oh, you're a library fan, eh? Name all the books.
You have to name all the books, that's true. I wonder what you do. I legitimately... I'm curious what a library... what library science entails. I'm assuming it's like how to organize the books properly. Like how to curate the collection and like the logistics and planning of like managing the library. It's probably a lot of like more general managerial things too, like the foreign policy of the library and stuff, you know. It's high level policy. Cause like the thing with libraries is that if everyone returned all the books at once, they wouldn't have space. Like, libraries are perpetually at risk of overcrowding depending on how many people are returning books, and so it's like this delicate balancing act of having just enough shelf space to hold the books that are currently in the library, taking into account the ones that are circulating. It's probably like running a bank, yeah, I guess. I don't know what you do to run a bank either, though, so, yeah. It's managing the backend systems. Oh my god, if you wanna talk like janky proprietary backend software, I don't think you can beat libraries. I think every library has its own specific janky backend like filing system that it uses, and it was like made in 1995 by some guy who like died last month. And no one knows how to maintenance it, and it's never gonna change because like there's so much infrastructure built around it. It's glorious. These like fucking Windows 95 pop-ups layering on top of each other, these like manual text entry fields and shit. Your uncle made systems like that? I hope he didn't die last month. Written in D. I don't know why that's so funny. That's a good one though. I wrote my systems in D-. Yeah. Fortran. COBOL. Is COBOL like a functional language? I don't even remember that one. Did I ever tell this anecdote, actually? This is reminding me. It was one of the weirdest lectures I ever had in university, which it wasn't a lecture, it was like a seminar course, or whatever you call it. It was like a fourth year music production seminar course, which is like a very small class taught by this one kind of weird prof who was like this old computer music guy. And the class was mostly just like literally 12 people would pile into the tiny little music studio we had, into this super warm padded room, and you'd fall asleep, and it was a 3-hour fucking lecture where you would just tank through this guy relaying anecdotes from the 80s or whatever about music production. That was the course. But one day he got in like a guest lecturer who is like a grad student. And I don't know if this is like a common trope with grad student guest lectures, but like it was the most esoteric bullshit I've ever heard. It was about like I just got the impression this guy had been locked in like the Gimp cave from Pulp Fiction for the last 3 years, working on like the most obtuse, irrelevant software project ever conceived. Like he'd just been in a cave. And like he hadn't surfaced for error or asked anyone what the fuck, like consulted anyone for feedback on this project. What he was doing was it was like 3 layers deep of like programming languages to adapt other programming languages to adapt other programming languages to build like a custom music synthesizer patch. He's using like does anyone know Max DSP? It's like a graphical UI digital synthesizer simulator software. But he was writing like fucking Ruby code, like Ruby being this obscure functional programming language. I swear he was writing like, I'm struggling to remember it. It was like a Ruby interpreter that would generate Python code that would then plug into Max DSP and like modify it in real time. And he was giving this lecture to us. Ruby isn't obscure. I mean, in terms of industry applications, like no one's using Ruby to like program shit. It's known in academic circles, but like no one but this guy was using it. And I don't even know what it was supposed to do at the end. It was like a 3-hour lecture. We were just at the mercy of this guy. And I was like, of that class, I was notably like the person who was the most into the computer science part of the degree. Like a lot of the demographic was more into the music side. I was more into the computer science part. And I had no idea what the fuck he was talking about. So I guarantee that no one in that class had any clue what this guy was rambling about. As he was just going on about his esoteric like Python grepl that translated Ruby code into Max DSP graphical patches. Was it Ruby or was it Lisp? I don't even fucking remember. Did you ever make a DAW? No, that wasn't part of it. I very briefly tried to make a VST plugin for my capstone project. That sucked. I don't want to think about or talk about that capstone project. It was just a bunch of boring nothing work that went nowhere, but I didn't like it. It wasn't very much fun. I never want to do it again. Am I getting it mixed up? Like Ruby and Lisp are both functional languages, right? That's the notable feature of Ruby and Lisp. One of your classes, the prof gave you 1-hour jam project with obscure programs that no one could get to work. Sounds great. Sounds like fun. It's bad enough having to learn fucking like MATLAB to do the 2 engineering courses in my degree, but the trick is I never did learn it. That's what happens. You just don't learn it and you fart your way through enough to pass. Yeah, I don't know why VSTs and DAWs are so janky. Audio software is so fucked. Like it's... From the brief glimpse I've had into the creation of audio software, it's like... I don't get the feeling that anyone in the industry knows what they're doing. That's maybe an unfair assessment. But like everyone knows enough of what they're doing to be able to cope with like the horrible fucking conditions of making an audio VST, but no one seems to be good at it. Like there's no best practices. No one's like cracked the one way to do it. everyone's just kind of fucking winging it and then charging $500 for some shit they cooked up in like a meth lab. Metaphorically, they're not actually selling meth, they're selling VSTs that resemble meth. You know what I mean? It's weird. Like, all audio software is just scuffed. There is no not scuffed audio software. Because it's inherently just kind of complex, I guess. I mean, audio has to run like 41,000 samples a second is the default. So it's like a lot of fucking bulk processing. That's why it's always hard to get audio to interface with like game engines and stuff, is because it has to be all this like pre-buffered, massive throughput, like desynchronous system in order to run efficiently, and it's hard to get it to couple with like a 60 frames per second engine. Odyssey level tangent? Yeah, it happens. Audacity is the one goated monolith. Audacity is kind of like lovably jank. I don't know. I've never seen the back end of Audacity. The front end is certainly like GIMP core, I'd say, but like jankier. It feels like it was made in the 90s on a Linux computer. I mean, most software is probably made on Linux computers, but it just has that stank to it. No, do not try to make music on Audacity. Don't do that. It won't work. Use a DAW to make music, but Audacity is good for like voiceover and stuff. That's what I use it for. Your class in digital music production was fuck around and make something I don't know. That's honestly like, I did a computer science and music degree, and I thought that it would go a lot more into music production. It was mostly recording, which, like, fair enough, that's helpful in a lot of cases, but it's not what I was interested in. But yeah, I feel like music production is the kind of thing where it's like, everything you're actually going to learn is going to just be like looking up specific YouTube tutorials and fucking around trying to mimic things until you can do it. Like, I literally don't know if you can teach digital music production. It's too fucky, it's too specific to certain genres and outcomes. And I sort of, I don't even know if burned out is the right word. I kind of crashed against it when I was trying to get into music production, and like, I just found it fucking intractable to figure out what I was supposed to be doing. I pivoted to other interests before too long. So I have immense respect for anyone who can fucking put up with it. Because the, and if you're getting into like mastering and mixing professional music, that's a whole other can of worms. I was bad at that too. Like, I feel like they barely scratched the surface with that in my degree, and like, I was handicapped at that point in time, but like, I didn't fucking listen to any music that had ever been recorded too. So I was sitting there like the one guy in class where like, I think we had this one specific lab class where like, we were supposed to bring in like an example of a song that we liked and talk about the production behind it or something. And I was sitting there with the one guy who was like, can I find a song that I've ever listened to in my phone library that like was recorded from an instrument? I was the guy who was listening to the Shovel Knight soundtrack at that point. I was fucked. So like, especially not having like the intuition just from listening to a lot of music like that, I felt hopelessly out of my depth doing like mastering and EQ work and stuff. I was kind of hopeless. It's very difficult. Maybe it's not difficult. Maybe it's the kind of thing that you just fuck around with and it becomes simple. But like, I found it intimidating is the better word. Like, the learning curve was very steep. Maybe I should go back to the game now. Maybe. Or maybe I can continue the tangent. How bad does mixing and mastering get? I don't know if it gets that bad. It's super nebulous what the goal is. The hard part of mixing and mastering is knowing what you're supposed to be achieving. Because you can twiddle the knobs on like an an equalizer, right? Just twiddling the frequencies, how strong they are. And you'll do something, but like, if you're not trained in it, and you're not used to listening for it, it's the kind of thing where like you'll make a change, and you leave the room for 1 minute and come back, and you won't remember what the change did. It'll be some subtly different thing. But you have to like train your palate to fucking notice when frequencies are standing out in the mix, or whether you need to boost certain frequencies, or what frequencies make it sound subjectively muddy or tinny or raspy, or there's all these fucking flowery descriptors that all correspond to like this frequency range is too high or too low, and it's like this insane intuition you have to build up for it. Okay, now the tangent's actually over. Ah, sheesh, alright, I get the picture. Would you like to call another, would you like to call in the other library aide to help you find what you're looking for? Nah, don't worry about it. I got what I'm looking for right here. Without any sense of common decency to hold him down, Pants immediately hopped his butt up on the counter and leaned toward the displeased Azrael. He's just flirting now. Is this another like reverse let that sink in, where Pants is just going to be obviously flirting the whole time? And Azrael's never going to notice? So you got any special plans for next week? He tried to shoo the guy off, but he just wouldn't budge. I have no idea. I live my life on a day-to-day basis. I hate that I relate to you, Azrael. Could you get down from there? You're disturbing the peace. As if he hadn't heard a thing, Pants just leaned in closer. It's kind of funny. Librarians always have this reputation to being attractive prudes who play by the books. He's not even trying to hide it. Literally not even trying. I hope they have that reputation, by the way. I used to be well, not a librarian. I was a stack maintenance assistant. Hopefully that extends to stack maintenance assistants. It does, though. Okay, a library tangent again. Sorry, Pants brought me back, but like, working that kind of customer service job, it basically turns you into a cop. Like, I don't know how else to describe it. You sort of like, if your job is to enforce an annoying set of persnickety rules on people, you sort of get corrupted over time into being like, it just makes my job easier to not make exceptions, you know? Like, if you're going around, like, weighing the moral choice of, like, do I give the customer slack or not? Every time, if it's a fucking moral choice, that's just gonna, like, drain you. It's gonna be an emotionally taxing experience. So you just turn into a cop over time. You just become, like, the persnickety, no sitting on the desk, no talking, no eating, get the fuck out of my library, because it's just, like, it saves emotional energy. That's literally it. Like, I had to do the closing shift at my library, and the closing shift was, like, it was an hour-long process where you would run through the whole, like, 4-story building, top to bottom, several times, turn off all the lights, flash the lights, announce it was going to close. You have to go to every private study room, open the door, check in. Library is closing in this many minutes. It was a whole thing, took an hour. And if those fuckers weren't out of the private study rooms by the time that the lights went off, you would have to stay there, and you would have to kick them out manually after your shift ended. So, like, they better fucking leave, right? My shift doesn't end until you're out. So I turn into a cop. That's what happens. Get out of my swamp! Exactly. Selling cigarettes did that to you? Wait, what the fuck do you mean, chat member? In what context were you selling cigarettes? Like at 7-Eleven? Or like independently on a street corner? Wait, I did get out of my swamp last stream? When? I don't remember that. Chillin used to be a cop for the Rockets at Radio City. My job was to stop people from taking pics of them without paying, and I hated it. But the Rockettes were nice. I don't know who the Rockettes are, but yes. Anytime your job is to enforce a rule set, even being a fucking Discord moderator, it just corrupts your moral code. Like, morals give way in the face of, like, it is easier to simply do my job. Where was the story about? I want to see the follow-up about the cigarettes, though. Where'd that message go? I relocated Mr. 4. I can't find any follow-up messages. Oh well. The neutral good to lawful neutral pipeline. Exactly what I'm saying. Did they scramble to hire you here since you fit the stereotype to a T? Attractive prude who plays by the books. There's lots of books at the library. You're even wearing the traditional sexy librarian glasses. Okay. Just get a room. The computer lab is empty. You have the key. Get a fucking room, guys. And before Azrael knew it, that troublemaker had swiped the specs clean off him. Give them back! He doesn't have, like, the pink and gay Ralsei eyes. He has funny red eyes. That's interesting.
Hey, no pictures of that pen. I don't make the rules, I just enforce them.
The fucked up thing was that even after I stopped working at the library and I was a gardener for a few years, part of the gardening job was kicking trespassers off of the property. I was still a cop. In that case, it happened infrequently enough that I let people off the hook sometimes when I could get away with it, though. Okay, stop the tangent. Give them back. I can't see without my glasses. My small gay eyes can't see. Pants immediately jumped away from the counter and tried them on. He struck a pose as if he was an international supermodel and made a really ugly duck face. Please, yeah! Gakfu approved. Can I bring back the, Why are they over here? What the fuck? We were missing this feature from last stream. There we go. I put them on sands. Oh, they're too big. Hang on, hang on. It's trying to, like, snap to a fucking alignment here. Annoying. Stop it. There we go. We don't need a pair for Gakfu. Fuck off. How do I look? Spectacular? Spectacular? Jesus Christ, how do you... Spectacular? That doesn't work verbally, but I get... It's a good one. Good one, Pizza Pants. Azrael hopped over to the desk and yanked his frames away. You dolt. This isn't funny. Pants' eyes nearly grew 3 sizes, and a shaky hand once again landed on the side of Azrael's face. As your eyes, they're red. Azrael swatted that undisciplined paw away and shoved the cloudy lenses back in their place. Oh, cloudy glasses, hoping to obscure the view. Pants only saw for a brief moment. He didn't know what he was looking at. Kinda like your mom's, except brighter. Almost like they were glowing. What the fuck is this? Is this lore, or is he just high on weed? I don't know. Pants, what on earth are you talking about? It's called auburn eyes, and they're really common. Azrael took a breath and calmed his nerves, strolling back to his place behind the desk. You don't gotta be so sundary, dude. Threw up while writing that. Cool. As long as you have the bucket so you don't get it on your keyboard. Damn, bro, you got your mom's eyes. I like that in a man. Okay. There was no use getting upset. Pants was just fooling around. In any case, I don't like the stunt you just pulled. Don't forget I have authority to ask you to leave. I didn't mean anything by it. Just I hadn't realized how pretty your eyes are close up. Pants eagerly approached him again, a glutton for punishment. He's like a starving wolf. You thought that fucking let that sink in as he wasn't being subtle. This guy is going nuts. He's like a shark circling a rowboat. He's stuck at the desk. He can't leave. He's just being harassed.
You feeling generous enough to let me look into him one last time? I kind of like the way you glare at me when you're angry.
Go find something better to do. I'm busy. Azrael growled in frustration. Thankfully, Pants got the hint and slunk back off to the computer lab. Apparently, that second-floor book was just an excuse to pester him after all. What a curious fellow. Yep. Yep, I wonder what curious. Completely shut down. Yeah, this Pants is like Sans from Kissy Cutie. You're not even wrong. This is Kissy Cutie Sans talking to women Pizza Pants. Once again, Pants came trotting up to the circulation desk with a scheming smile plastered on his face. He left for 5 minutes, dude. Azrael let out a soft, wondering what this guy... No, let out a soft sigh, wondering what this guy was planning now. Really, today wouldn't have been half bad if all he had to worry about was work. This music. Welcome to Halloween Town! Awesome. Didn't find any reading material to your liking.
As if books are why I come here. You know, Azzy, I was thinking. How about you and I clear out of here and take a visit to the church?
Azrael's heart skipped a beat.
The church. What's so interesting about that place in particular?
Rather, why did Pants want him to go there? Azrael studied the look on his friend's face, trying to decipher his intention, only to have him look away bashfully upon scrutiny. He wants to get married.
Well, I figured it's getting pretty stuffy in here and we could use some entertainment. It's just a short walk away. You could use it as an excuse to test our courage. Sneaking around the back to see if they still got that old icy costume in the closet. Break into the office and see if Father Alvin still keeps those ungodly magazines in the secret drawer.
Father Alvin's secret magazine drawer? What the fuck?
You know, the type of spine-tingling adventure to properly kick off the start of the summer. What do you say?
Is that how he got inducted into the conspiracy? The Roaring Knight found his, like, Yaoi stash and just blackmailed him? Replace the Yaoi stash with your father's ashes, it'll be less incriminating? Like, okay. What is it? They got, like, the fucking Dark Souls, curse-rotted Greatwood choir in the background of the song now.
Yo ho 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 yo ho ho yo ho.
Gerson would have been proud of Alvin's Yaoi stash. He probably inherited it from Gerson. It's probably... That would have been a fucking awesome prank to pull, like... leaving your uptight pastor's son, like, after you die, you leave in your will, like, it's a giant stack of Playboy magazines, and demand that it has to be treated as, like, an heirloom. Like, I need my dust to be buried with these Playboy magazines, and because he never buried the dust, he's just stuck with them forever. Gerson loves getting his son fired. That'll become a real thing in a few generations? What makes you think that porn magazines are going to become more in style within a few generations? You could inherit your grandpa's, like, terabyte stash of downloadables, you know, but I don't see it being magazines. This would happen in AI the Somnium Files. I know the agenda. I know that you're trying to get me to play that game, okay? I'm wise to that. Rare artifacts. It's true. You're being serious? I also believe that. Government regulations send me back to the Gutenberg printing press for my porno. Go return to zines. Return. Alright. New worst tangent. Azrael gave off a short, amused chuckle. What was he thinking? This was Pants, after all. The kind of guy who was as vulnerable as they get. To what? Your face? I didn't peg you for the... excuse me. I didn't peg you for the type who liked scary things, fuckface. I get the feeling you haven't pegged me at all. Just okay. He makes the jokes for you. Pants grinned to himself, and his eyebrow quirked up for just a second before readjusting to his previous smarmy expression. Yeah, I'm really fond of spooky shit. You want to know why? Because there's nothing in this world that's more blood-curdling than working a 9 to 5 at the pizzeria, breaking my back just to get chewed up by my boss and spit on by entitled customers. Banger. Put that as your yearbook quote. Nah, me and horror, we walk hand in hand, my friend. In fact, we stumble around like zombies throughout the vast graveyard we call life. That's how it is on this bitch of an earth. Really now? Listen, my entire existence is one big horror show. And besides that, buddy, let me tell you, there's nothing more fulfilling in this life than being there to comfort a damsel in distress. Scaredy cats, bro. That's where the real action is. They let out the dainty screams and practically throw themselves in your arms. He's all but started to unbutton Azrael's shirt. All you gotta do is just sit back and reap the rewards as they come to you. This conversation, within a year, led to the Azrael and Des going into the woods and Des getting sucked into the hell bunker. Sorry, I know it's illegal to mix the canons like that here. I just that popped into my head. You love this pee pants? I love this pee pants too. The pants. Azrael placed a concerned hand on his naive, overly eager friend's shoulder. Why is he naive? Why does Azrael think that Pants is naive here? How fucking knowledgeable does Azrael need to be in the situation for Pants to be the naive one? I'm so curious. I hate to burst your bubble, Pants. It was Azrael's turn to flash a fangy grin. If the two of us sneak into church this late, I'm afraid there'll be no damsels for you to distress. Don't be such a spoil sport. We can make do with what we've got. You can get all gussied up in that singing dress they make you wear and give yourself a fright thinking about that sodium content of the concentrated juice they serve. The sodium content of the juice? I don't even want to unpack that. The prospect of being forced back into choir really does sound like a nightmare scenario. I wouldn't mind living out even my worst dreams with you, though. Okay, so Azrael is... Are they, like, in an active relationship and this is just some fucking roleplay they do? Literally the vibe I'm getting at this point is like, this is just foreplay. Pants' chest puffed up with renewed vigor. Yeah, so you up for it? Pouring buckets of salt in the fruit juice. Yeah, like, why are they doing that? Just close... No. What, I should inform? I want to go to the spooky haunted house. I should inform. Azrael pulled out his phone and immediately dialed Mrs. Boom to inform her that he was closing up early to light prayer candles for his family. Pants made a dumbfounded face and shook his hands at him in disagreement, but there was nothing Azrael could do about it. It was his responsibility to make sure the library was properly closed after all. He beamed at the guy as if he hadn't noticed. All right, Pants, we can head out now. Okay, that was quick. Didn't take long.
Pants burst out into a full belly laugh. Ho 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 ho, as Azrael modeled the old decrepit rip-off Icy's costume. Why do so many of these routes involve getting Azrael into costumes? Huh. It was a child's size and a bit too small for him to fit in currently, especially over top of his suit, so the fabric probably bulged something awful. You know what they called the people who used something awful. This thing had been here as long as Azrael could remember, usually stuffed up with newspaper around fall harvest time and set out among the pews in order to scare naive children. Azrael had once been one of those naive children, hiding behind his father's leg in order to escape the view from Icy's cold, dead eyes. These days, though, the only things that scared him were the mundane. Hurting someone he cared about, watching people leave him behind, having to deal with the drawbacks of having a physical body, living for too long. That's a unique one. Pants, though, the only thing that guy seemed to be afraid of was having a hard time. Azrael smiled.
Aren't you afraid that the infamous Icy is going to get you?
Pants wiped a tear from his eyes. Nah, bro. I'm not afraid of Icy coming to kill me. I'm afraid he'll call me up and ask me to work overtime. I'm sick of that guy's shit. He patted Azrael's shoulders. You should really go check yourself out in the mirror.
There's nothing to see.
No, really, it'll be great. Okay, we're going back to that, Pants. We're going... That's a good one. I like that one. Bro became Cal Arts for the bit.
Azrael shook his head. I know where this is going. You're going to try to trick me into playing Dicey Icy.
Oh, I get it. Pants looked at him inquisitively. Never heard of it. Azrael flipped down the hood so we could see better.
It's this old children's game to summon a demon. You stare into the mirror and chant Dicey Icy to come, and when you least expect it, he suddenly appears and dices up your whole family.
Pants scoffed. Forget people. Icy can't even dice his own peppers. He calls in the minimum wage peons like me to do it for him.
Kiddie stuff, like I said. Now the real deal is the ritualistic sacrifice.
Pants rolled his eyes and tugged at his uniform. I already offered blood, sweat, and tears. All I got is a stinking t-shirt.
We can try offering something silly, see what happens.
Pants smiled placatingly. Sure thing, Azzy. Let's offer up the costume.
All right, this sounds fun.
Satana, Satana. Do the Satan rituals in the church. Fuck yeah, small town entertainment. Azrael beamed, practically ripping the costume off his body.
This is our victim. First we have to kill it. How did it die?
Pants squinted at his antics. What do you mean? He's icy. He probably melted in a fire. Azrael shook his head.
No, I don't actually want to destroy church property. Let's just say he drowned.
I hope the Ben drowned, unaltered, like N64 sprite just appears. The effigy of emptiness or whatever. Your friends and you did a skit where you went on a Tinder date with Charlie. Who the fuck is Charlie? I've never heard of that. Before the guy knew it, Azrael took him by the hand and led him to the entranceway by the holy, where the holy water bowl was kept. Azrael is gonna take you by the hand to a dark and churchy place. Sorry. Then grabbed the costume by the neck and dunked it in the water, holding it down for a solid minute as if actually attempting to drown it. Oh my god. That's violent. You're really into this kind of thing, huh? Taking notes furiously. Pants paid special attention to the smirk growing on Azrael's face.
I really am. Icy gave me nightmares as a child. It's time for some payback.
I can't tell what... Okay, this is bringing back Let That Sink In trauma. It's exactly what I wanted, where I can't tell what the characters know, whether they both know what each other's know, but I don't. It's like reverse dramatic irony. Or if they both think they know, but they know something different and they're talking past each other, or if neither of them know and they're legitimately just on their own worlds completely. Because, like, they both seem to be, like, intermittently in on this, just being an elaborate fucking sexual innuendo. But then they lapse out of it, and there's plausible deniability, and it's like, what? Well, we'll find out maybe, I hope. Please. The suspense. I really am. Icy gave me nightmares as a child. It's time for some payback. Pants mischievously smiled back at him. Yeah, screw Icy. Your food sucks so bad you can't even legally call it pizza. Pants grabbed hold of the other end of the costume, blankly staring. Alright, so what do we do now? 4D chess dating? Exactly. That's the biggest standout from Let That Sink Into Me, was the, after studying it and pondering on its mysteries for many an hour, what I arrived at was like, it's not about communication, but that's like the set piece of the story. It is like a linguistic set piece of like modeling how people miscommunicate. If that makes any sense. Like, the intrigue of that story is in tracking the internal states of Azrael and Pizza Pants' brains and what information they think they have and what information they actually have and how that information gets garbled in communication to the other person. And like, it's so intricately tracked but never really commented on that you have to sort of model it in your own brain as you read. And it's like, it's exhilarating, frankly. It's marvelous for that. It's like a mystery novel with no mystery. Alright, so what do we do now? Naturally, we bring the victim to the altar. Azrael carried the front half while walking backward, Pants following his trail with his own half as if he was the page boy lifting the train for the bride to walk down the aisle. Just as the guy was about to have a giggle about how funny this all was, the lights cut off. Oh no, it's a dark and churchy place. Now we see things as in a mirror dimly. Zuzakri. Yeah, right here, Azzy. Did you turn the lights off? How could I turn the lights off when my hands are full? It's probably just faulty wiring. If there's faulty wiring in this fucking wooden tinder building, you're all gonna burn to death. Get out of there. Summer's getting closer. Why did it get dark so early tonight? Azrael's voice had a hint of a whine to it, causing Pants' ear to prick up. Was Azrael scared of the dark? Don't worry, I'll go flip the light switch. If that doesn't work, I'll get one of the candles from the front. Pants, don't leave me. It'll be fine. Just sit right here and I'll be back soon, okay? How comically easy was it for Pants' plan to work? How instantaneously did Azrael become exactly what he described? Don't leave me, Pants. Please, don't leave me. I always say that I don't need you, but I'm always going to come right back to you. Wait, didn't referencing that same fucking Pink song start my fucking tangent about the music last stream? I don't remember. It doesn't fucking matter. Stop talking. It'll be fine. Just sit right there and I'll be back soon, okay? Pants made his way back to the entryway where he had come, but the doors had mysteriously shut. Is this like the night gonna make the dark fountain on top of them? That would be fucking hilarious. I know the timeline doesn't line up at all, but someone had probably come in after seeing the lights were on, turned them off, and locked the place up. Locked in the church. Okay, now this is the new light novel setup. Locked in the church overnight, 3 a.m., 5 nights at Alvin's, huddling for warmth, Yaoi premise. Let's go. This wasn't the greatest news. Azrael was probably going to kill him for getting him into this mess. Pants felt around the wall for a light switch, and after finally locating it, flipped it up and down compulsively, as if the repeated motion could suddenly cause it to work. They have to burn all of the pastor's Yaoi stash for kindling. The whole building is kindling, okay? They'll die instantly if they do that. Maybe we should relocate near the windows and see if we can find the back exit. I think maybe we accidentally got locked in. Pants cringed thinking about the outburst coming his way. However, Azrael didn't make a single sound. Banging Yaoi, my man. Azzy? The, excuse me, the emoji is off center. Gotta center it. There we go. Azzy? His first thought was that Azrael was too busy cowering in fear or had passed out and immediately felt for the pews. Answer me if you can hear me, Azzy. Dead silence. Not knowing what else to do, Pat systematically felt his way down the pews, row by row, touching the seats where he couldn't see and checking the areas that happened to be lit by moonlight. Why is he... does he think that Azrael's hiding? Don't worry about it, it's fine. Either Azrael wasn't there or he'd been moving around to prank him. Laughing to himself, Pants continued to look around. Of course this was a prank. Azrael set him up. Okay, if I was locked in the church overnight, I'd be finding a way to turn that organ on and jamming, like, all night long. That would be awesome. You never get a chance to use a fucking pipe organ. I'm just gonna play Megalovania on the pipe organ on a loop until someone comes to tell me to shut up, in which case I'll be rescued. Perfect. Pants also wants to use his organ. Thank you, Pidge. I didn't see... If I missed the obvious joke, Pidge has me covered. And if we both miss it, then Pizza Pants will also cover it. And if Pants misses it, then Azrael will come in clutch. We have a squad for this. Playing an organ would be so cool. Like, I'll play that one bit of Dancing Mad that I know. That would sound so cool on an organ. If you ask nicely, they'll let you, but all I can play is Megalovania. The church gonna be mad. I think Megalovania would sound like shit, honestly, on a church organ. You need attack. Organs don't really have good attack. The notes kind of go... Dancing Mad, though, would be perfect. Bloody Tears. That's like... All that shit, like Bloody Tears, is just written to sound like organ music already, so that would work perfectly. Tenebre Rosso Sangue? Yeah. That's a fun one. Anything in that like neo-baroque bullshit keygen church style would sound great, because that's all just modeled after baroque music, which is already made to be played on organs, so it's gonna work. Oh shit, yeah, the pipe organ kind. I don't actually know pipe organ kind. I have like a custom arrangement of Showtime that vaguely resembles pipe organ kind. That would sound good too. Of course this was a prank. Azrael set him up. He made his way to the back of the church where there were more windows and thus more light. If Azrael was going to come for him, he'd at least be able to see it. However, he waited for a couple of minutes and nothing around him seemed to stir. Pants debated whether he should start looking for the back exit when he heard a faint sound. Oh. Almost like snoring, or more accurate to say, wheezing, or a demon growling, I don't know. It was like a Morrowind sound effect or something. Was Azrael having a panic attack? That's the sound you make when you have a panic attack? Dude, that's fucked up. Get that looked at. Getting closer to the sound, Pants called out to him. Azzy, buddy, you okay? Where are you? I'll come help you. In his blindness, Pants bumped into a hard object. The podium. In his half-blinded state, he felt chills, unsure if the sudden sensation against his legs were real. Something else was touching him. It felt cold and wet. He looked down instinctively. Azrael? What sound is that? Fuck, I know that sound effect. It's like one of the chapter 4 sounds. It's like when the Titan forms or something. Oh, mantle spawning? Oh, that's, yeah, that must be it. I've got time for the new tangent, by the way. The Undertale sound effects reminded me. I was listening to a song last night that had a bunch of like Undertale samples in it, and it was making me giggle every time. I was like, it wasn't like an Undertale remix. It was this fucking Bandcamp page that I found. It was this weird associative journey. I saw like Koru Works, like the Koru dev had posted on Discord about like a music recommendation by this channel called I literally forget what the channel was called. Oh well, I forget. But I wanted to find the Bandcamp for that channel, but then it took me to one of those like record label annoying pages you get where like it's not an individual artist's Bandcamp, it's like a bunch of them on a label. I don't really get it. I guess it's an older system. But then like I was looking around that label and somehow that linked me to a different label, which was fucking like brain aneurysm music. I don't know how to describe it. It was like a Japanese label called Lost Frog or something. And it was all like the most psychotic like Dariacore shit. And I only know what Dariacore is because Amy Real told me. All the songs sounded like 3 Amy Real songs playing on top of each other at the same time. It was awesome. That shit is annoying. Incorrect. I loved it. I listened to several of those albums back to back. It was glorious. But yeah, one of them had the good Undertale samples in it. Not Derriere. Daria. It's some stupid meme genre, which I can't even really describe it. But this was like a super avant-garde, abstracted version of it, where it was like lobotomy music. It was just loud fucking noises. Like Daria the MTV cartoon? Yes, I believe. I believe it is based on that, but it's some like, winding, ironic story that I forget the context of at this point. Can I play a bit of it quick? I want to give you a taste of what I'm talking about here. That shit, okay, like that. That's like 1 second of the album. Tangent over. Sorry, Bandcamp doesn't have a volume slider. It's only maximum. It's only that's what's allowed. Sorry, I'm stalling on the jump scare here. His ears pricked up as he heard a hoarse sound. Whispers of words that were barely audible. How did the victim die? Pants broke out into goosebumps and jumped away. Whatever was against his leg was real. Azzy, I know it's you. You're the only other person in here. A chuckle in response, but the voice was low. Did Azrael have such a low voice? He's been doing the gay voice the whole time you've known him, Pizza Pants. That's his true register. Another thought crossed Pizza Pants' mind as he fell to his knees, searching the floor with his hands. Once again, he felt the briefest sensation of cold and wet before it jerked away. It's the icy costume. That's the only wet thing in the room. It was wet, but it was also thick and syrupy. Not like water. Not like monster blood. More like human blood. Wait. This is probably not the intent, but this is like a personal prank here where like this specifies that not only do monsters have blood, it is just different than human blood arbitrarily. Awesome. It's special different blood, but they still have blood. Awesome. Yes, please. Ambiguously different blood. Was it Sonic Rush music? I have no idea. Just what was going on here? What the hell is going on here? Pants' voice caught in his throat. Suddenly, there was a sharp pull at his ankle. Pants yelped and tried to kick it off, but only wound up with his other leg caught in the crossfire. He dug his claws into the musty floorboards below him in order to stop the momentum, but was nevertheless dragged into the pit where the organ rested. The organ, pipe organ. Where the organ rested, his head knocking against the floor from the height difference. The victim is at the altar. Moist air prickled at Pants' ear, but it was cold. A shiver went down his spine. Now it's the time.
Azzy? What happened to Azzy? Sacrifice. What happened to Azrael was going to happen to him too? They're killing him, and then they're going to kill me! Oh my god! A huge weight was suddenly dropped into Pants's laid-out body, causing him to yell in fright and attempting to scramble away. Damn. Went to the church and got laid. A claw. He definitely felt the claw grazing his arm. It had to be Azrael's paw. This dead weight was Azrael. Azrael's drowned corpse was thrown on top of him, and something else was there. He didn't want to find out what. Pants rolled up from under it. He ran to the window and pounded on the glass, hoping to break it so he could make its escape. He might get cut out from the shards, but it was his only chance for survival. And then, the lights flickered back on. Oh my god, he almost just died mid-prank, dude. Just a prank, bro. He's got a concussion. He was gonna break a window and, like, cut his arm off. I'm still waiting for the punchline. This is all like a super elaborate erotic roleplay. Pants. It took a second for Pants' pupils to shrink back to normal size. Azzy? That face is good too. I called it the Astro Boy face. God, Azrael, is that you? Azrael huffed and walked up next to him. If you actually break one of those windows, I'm not going to be able to vouch for you. We'll get in some serious trouble. Pants did a double take, looking back and forth between Azrael and the sopping wet icy costume on the floor where he had just been. Oh, you want the name of that Daria Core song? Sorry, it's called, the album is called Golden Ratio. It's the first song on the album. If that's not enough to find it, I can look up the artist name. It's got, like, the cover is yellow and it's got, like, Splatoon squids on it or something. He knew what he felt. It wasn't just water, a waterlogged plush onesie. Whatever it was felt heavy and solid. It had bones. There was a distinct claw that nearly nicked him. Was Azrael wearing the costume? He looked slack-jawed at Azrael. Even for a prank, he thought it had gone way too far, but he couldn't put into words why. It all felt real. Too real. As real as it gets. He'd be having nightmares for weeks. Who would be paying for his therapy bills after this? Seeing Pants' expression, Azrael gave a sheepish smile. You spoke in such high regard about scaredy cats, but all they did was run away. You promised that the distressed damsels would just fall into my arms. Azzy, you were just fucking around this whole time? Feeling wronged after such an encounter, Pants backed away a step. For some reason, he felt like he needed to put distance between them. Huh, sorry. Did I actually scare you? I thought you were just adding to the bit. Azrael picked up the soaking wet costume from the floor and made his way to the entrance. It really was fun watching you run around like that, though. Getting the breath of fresh air, Pat suddenly felt emboldened. This asshole was making fun of him. What you watching? Key sip. Struggling to put the cap on my bottle. Oops. Okay. Pants slaps Azrael's face for the prank Noel style. Does Azrael slap some? No, does Noel slap someone for a prank? I don't remember that. When does that happen? I remember Des bonking Chris with a bat. In a weird root abort? Oh, okay. I've done the weird root abort, but only by not possessing Chris in time. I haven't seen what happens if you back up via dialogue. I didn't know that happened. Huh. God, imagining replaying that fucking section over and over again. I had to do that section probably 5 times off stream just to get like the footage of the weird route. Because I kept fucking it up in different ways. There's so many ways to fuck up that house segment. Just going the wrong way or not realizing I could move the soul and stuff. If you read her mind and then say it was a prank, yeah. Yeah, that's slap worthy for sure. I totally didn't get either that the soul was there because the dialogue box moved it. I didn't pick up on that at first. Oh god, yeah, if Toby didn't add Light World save points, that would be fucking ridiculous. You would have to restart the whole chapter just to find different outcomes of that house sequence. Jesus Christ. It's bad enough with the save point there. Watching me run around? It was dark as shit. Even I couldn't see a damn thing. Azrael dutifully stepped outside and wrung out the icy onesie. It had seen better days, but surely this wasn't even the worst one. In fact, it probably could have used a good washing. Dude, the holy water bowl is probably like slick with absorbed sweat right now. That shit's gross. How did you trip the lights? You were walking in front of me. I didn't turn off the lights. I assumed you were trying to prank me, so I tried to scare you first. Is this some... This is like Scooby-Doo shit, where they realize, like, they unmask Old Man Jenkins, and then they realize that Old Man Jenkins also doesn't know what's going on, and they're like, oh shit. And it's like one of the 2 episodes where the monsters are real, like the Zombie Island and the Aliens one, where the monsters just were real, and it's never revealed to be a hoax. Were those the only 2? I was a bit of a Scooby-Doo connoisseur back in the day. Those are the only 2 I remember where the monsters were real. The Hex Girls are real? Those aren't monsters. They're just like weird girls. I don't know. The Monster Boarding School? Okay, yeah, but that was like a spin-off. I don't know if that counts. The Cyber Chase? No, that was a digital realm. That was like not a monster. That was like a hologram or something. Yeah, but one had real aliens and one had zombies. Like voodoo zombies or something from New Orleans. I don't know what was going on in that one. God, the alien one is weird. I watched the zombie one a lot. But the alien one I only saw like once maybe. Didn't Shaggy had like an alien girlfriend in that one? Fucking wild. It was it was some Kuru Observer shit, but with fucking Norval Rogers instead of Isabel. It was awesome. Damn, I gotta rewatch that one to remember if that was a hallucination or not. And then she had to go back to her home planet, and it was like sad because she was like Shaggy's girlfriend, and she was like a weird, dirty hippie, and they were perfect for each other. They were both like down and out stoner hippies in the fucking outback. Does Shaggy get a kick-ass alter ego? Is that the same one? I vaguely remember that. I don't remember if it was the same movie though. Because that was an older one. That was like... I remember seeing ads for that Scooby-Doo movie on the fucking, like, Courage the Cowardly Dog VHS? Or am I getting it mixed up? It was one or the other. Maybe it was on the Scooby-Doo movie. They would have an ad for Courage. Or it was like a pre-show or something. God, fucking I'm getting my childhood memories mixed up now, but it's... They're associated, though. Courage the Cowardly Dog and the Scooby-Doo Alien Special. Hex Girls put a spell on you called lesbianism? Yeah, yeah. That's not surprising. The Scooby-Doo movie had the entire Ramses episode as the credit. That's it. That's what it fucking was. Return the slab. Yeah, and it was like 400 times scarier than the Scooby-Doo. opinion on James Gunn live action Scooby-Doo. Is that the one I'm thinking of? Where like the old one where they go to like the weird island and there's the body swap part and like Shaggy has tits or something and it's like fucking weird. Is that the one? And Scrappy Doo turns into like a Incredible Hulk meat monster. Yeah, that was weird. That's a weird movie. I think I watched it many times when I was a child, but strange fucking movie. Shaggy Big Naturals. What the fuck was that movie? I only recall scenes. I don't recall there being a plot. You watched that movie in meth class. Do not correct that typo if that was a typo. Maybe in Greece they have meth class. I don't know. Scooby pissed on Daphne? That probably happened. Scooby-Doo. My god. The memories. I only ever saw that one episode too of Courage the Cowardly Dog. I never knew where to watch the show. It was just the one fucking Ramses episode over and over again anytime he rented that movie from like Blockbuster. Because I damn sure remember that fucking the Ramses episode. It scared the shit out of me probably. Scrappy pissed on Daphne. Oh, okay.
Let me at him! Let me at him!
Ugh. Alright, fine. I didn't turn off the lights. I assumed you were trying to prank me, so I tried to scare you first. Not knowing what else to do, Pat stomped on his foot.
I was really worried about you. I thought something bad happened to you. Like that you fainted and had a nervous breakdown.
Having wrung out all he could get, Azrael fluffed out the costume and gave his friend an apologetic look. I told you not to leave me, and you did. I don't know, I don't do well when I feel trapped like that. It was Nosferatu, yeah.
Buddy, you and me both.
Pants rubbed his temples, still unable to process what had just happened.
I saw both of our lives flash before my eyes.
Azrael's eyebrows raised comically high. What did my life look like? Pants smiled.
Well, for one thing, you were the damsel in distress. I was trying to save you.
Azrael fitted the costume on a wire hanger and set it on the rack to dry. I see. It was a miscommunication about casting. A miscommunication about the casting. For some reason, Azrael's cool, laid-back demeanor was working wonders on Pants. He should have been mad. Hell, he was mad, but there was something about their back-and-forth banter that Pants couldn't get enough of.
Yeah, we did it all wrong. See, I'm not the damsel playing type. I get too much distress for my job, you know. When I play, I gotta be the big man in charge. With the big teeth. See my big teeth, Sprite Azzy? I know you like that shit. So if you want to switch roles, let me be the hero for a bit. I'd be more than happy to play.
Azrael narrowed his eyes and giggled softly. Pants, I never play the hero. This whole time I've been the bad guy. Flirting? Was this flirting? Pants is this not what you were doing the whole time? Did they not know? Did neither of them know? Did neither of them know? Help, I'm being written by a visual novel author. Was this flirting? Pants' heart almost beat out of his chest. What is the FNAF date? Azrael was too seductive, practically leaning into him like that. They're taking turns. They're taking turns being the one who knows. It's just like, let that sink in. As soon as you tuned into the stream, your dad and stepsister came in talking about 67 and Skibbity Toilet. Cool. I'm glad they're doing... What is 67? Also, don't tell me, because I'm going to get derailed again. It's not Susie levels of romantic cluelessness, because Susie never was, like, accidentally flirting with Noelle for a whole scene. Susie was never, like, let's recap what Pizza Pants was doing before, okay? Hopping up, putting his ass up on the library desk, stealing Azriel's glasses, saying, I just wanted to see how beautiful your eyes were, putting them back. Like, there is no way to be more obvious than that. Like, I bet you're a real lady killer with that hot, fucking sexy broken horn of yours. Your handsome ass broken horn that makes me fall in love with you all the time, Azzy. I bet you're really popular with the ladies. Azriel was too seductive, practically leaning into him like that. A bad boy, huh? Alright, I can work with this. Pants grinned enthusiastically. Maybe this didn't turn out so bad after all. Okay, no, Pants was flirting, but didn't expect Azriel to also know how to do it. I don't know. But you gotta watch out. The brave knight isn't gonna be intimidated by the ferocious dragon. Okay, they're gonna be like roleplay fucking in the closet within 5 lines of dialogue. Azriel brushed a playful paw on the side of Pants' face. The guy practically vibrated with excitement. Careful now. Don't get too close. I might just bite. Alright. Pants placed his hands on top of Azriel's. How the hell was this kind of thing working on him? In the church. Azriel had too much ruse. That was the problem. The bastard was so smooth. Pants tripped and fell for him. We're never going to even address how there was like an actual demon in the church that like neither of you was doing the prank, and like Nosferatu was just going to be here watching you bone in the church choir practice room. Okay. That bastard was so smooth, Pants tripped and fell for him. A hero can always take a beating. Besides, I'm not afraid to attack first. Yeah, okay. Azriel looked lovingly into his eyes. Your move. Oh my god, he took the glass. The escalation is fucking insane here, dude. I don't even know. This is non-Euclidean dynamics. Taking the hint, Pants closed his eyes, leaned forward, and kissed Azriel on the lips. Unsure if this was really okay, he separated and opened his eyes to monitor his partner's reaction. Azriel had fire burning intensely in those large glowing irises. I still, like, the red is probably supernatural. It's probably the soul or something, like a supernatural element yet to be introduced. Okay, that's right. They were red. When did he take his glasses off? This isn't a game to me. Azriel smooshed their faces together in a hunger-like frenzy, his hands practically digging into Pants' shoulder, his lips niggling... That's not what I meant to say. Nibbling eagerly at his partner's lips, lingering there for a fleeting moment before trailing down the side of his face. Pants was practically shivering in anticipation. It's a real word, chat. My career isn't over. And so was Azriel. His lips hovered against Pants' unguarded neck. There's the neck. There's the fucking neck. It's already... Yeah, okay, sure. It's coming back. Sorry, fucknuts. I've been dead serious this whole time. There was a sharp sting, and before Pants knew it, he blacked out cold. Oh, he's a vampire. He was a vampire. Okay, there we go. That's how that makes so much more sense now. It was Nosferatu. That's actually really simple. Cut to exterior. Yeah, no, there's several words I don't want to mispronounce. Apparently on How to Drink, the guy commented once that there's the term, you know, the little like small thing you use to like measure out shots of liquor before putting them into a cocktail. It's called a jigger, Jigger. But apparently the YouTube subtitles were detecting it as a different word. And he had to start calling it by different names, otherwise they were like stealth demonetizing his videos. That's a bad turn of events. You don't want to be that guy. Yeah. They're back at the apartment now, I guess? It's a thingamajig. Yes, my thingamajig. My cocktail measuring implement. Toriel didn't say a single word the whole time, carrying Pants back into his apartment, throwing him in bed and covering up the stains on Azriel's suit with the flour. So Toriel's in on it. Fucking perfect. Perfect. She used her eyes to speak volumes, enough to have Azriel cowering and abiding by her every whim. So she's like mad, but she's still like isn't surprised. Funniest possible dynamic. And that was the random comment about Azriel worrying about living too long earlier. Just the random throwaway line, like what the fuck does he mean by that? Oh, he's a vampire. Okay, that explains it. Chad, is this 50 Shades of Grey? This is Twilight. Different, you're thinking of the other one. This is Twilight. And as soon as they got in the van and shut the doors, that's when she finally spoke up. You bit him? Does she not know? Azriel looked down at his trembling hands. I couldn't help it. I'm sorry, Mama. Mama! What the fuck? Don't you mama me. Watch your slang. Toriel was in such a tizzy that she didn't pay any mind to what she was saying. Dude, this is like the open a porn tab because it's easier to explain. Like, it would be easier to explain this if Azriel just told her he was a vampire. It is far worse if she doesn't know that he's a vampire. And as soon as she caught the words coming out of her mouth, the stiffness, she stiffened as if tragedy had just occurred. Oh, dear sweet angel. She slapped her palm against her face in agony. I got so heated you made me use a curse word. I missed it. Is this Billie Jean? What the fuck is this music? Oh, a contraction. She used the contraction. Okay, that's going over my head, okay? Sorry, that's ridiculously subtle. I swear this music was Billie Jean for a second. Like, what? Pizza Pants is not my lover. Ow! He's just a boy that I sometimes nibble on. The bite wounds aren't my teeth. Ba-da-ba-da-ba. You know? Azriel is not a vampire. I'm gonna stop now. Oh, dear sweet angel. She slipped a palm against her face in agony. I got so heated you made me use a curse word. Azriel dared to look up, hoping to pacify her. Mom, it's okay. We went over this. Contractions aren't curse words. Toriel was not pleased. As the name implies, contractions are infectious. Once they get into your speech, you cannot weed them out. They are like pests that breed indiscriminately and take over the whole temple. My temple will not fall into such disrepair. Crazy fucking art, Toriel. Crazy tangent. Her lip pouted in contempt, but it's not like she actually preached what she practiced. What worked for her was just the custom of the culture she grew up in. Hometown residents spoke in small-town words. She obviously understood that. What is she talking about, Jesse? What are you talking about? And no matter where she'd come from, she stayed in the small town despite there no longer being a reason to do so. Perhaps there was a part of her that wanted to fit in here, but her pride didn't allow her to let tradition go. Dude, this is some crazy pivot to be reading while slightly lightheaded already from reading all this. It's more like a contract between words agreeing to work together to convey meaning quickly and precisely, so that they emphasize a specific point in the sentence and can communicate it more efficiently. Speech is ever evolving. It's not an inherently bad thing. Azriel's on the fucking committee for this. Toriel's face softened in surprise before immediately giving him the stink eye. In any other situation, she would have been proud of him. But right now, she was playing cleaner duty because her son hadn't bit another boy around town. I'm getting so lightheaded reading fucking Azriel's ranting. Oxygen, please. Okay, you know what? Emergency piss break to reoxygenate my brain, BRB. Yeah, that went kind of long. I got myself some food. Do I know the name of God? No, I heard the mushroom. I'll tell you if you ask, though. Fake pissa! Yep. I made myself some, like, baby food slop. It's a combination of yogurt, granola, and a banana that I kind of just broke up into it. You could feed this to a, like, an infant chimpanzee. Oh my god, it's sweet. I forgot that it got sweetened yogurt. It was on sale. It was not a scone or lentils, it's slop. I can't afford scones anymore. Those things are like $7.50 before tax now. Out of my budget. You always go for the reduced section goods? Obviously. That's the only bakery goods I get when they're on sale, but the scones do go on sale, but very rarely. I've only seen it once. Everything was affordable once RAM comes out? I'm not getting my hopes up that high. Fingers crossed, of course. But unless some of the connections we're pulling really come through and work some miracles, it's probably not going to go crazy. This is my chance to plug RAM? True, 150 viewers. You all like robots, right? You're all like robo-fuckers and you want to see robots kiss and stuff. That's not what RAM's about, but it could be. RAM could be a game that you enjoy for those reasons. It's mostly about like a top-down ultra kill roguelike with robots. You swap between the enemies. Hideo Kojima backing after the ketamine penthouse rager. That's what Toby's gonna come back from PAX and tell me, yeah. Specifically why Toby is at PAX right now to do that. Music was just Billie Jean. Fucking insane premise for a song, by the way. Ever thought about Billie Jean and just like writing a song about like, so this one time a woman claimed that she gave birth to my child, like, and I wrote a song about saying no. Like, who does that? Who writes a song about like, I'm beating the bastard child allegations and I'm gonna make a pop banger about it? Who the fuck? Why is he doing that? Most effective way to get the word out in the 70s? I don't know the lore here. Was Michael Jackson actually responding to a real allegation? Or what I've always thought was that he just made that song based on the imagined premise and or experience in his life of having done that. Just like a concept. It's way funnier to me if like there was no ongoing custody battle. He just like thought up this premise and thought it was worth making a song about. It's a Motown premise. Ah, it's historical precedent. Okay. Thriller didn't really happen, guys. Come on. Damn. People really do make songs about anything. Valid observation. Like, how much of music is just thinking of, like, random scenarios and just making a song about it? A lot of them are similar scenarios. It's like, you meet someone in a club and you fuck like rabbits. That's kind of like a lot of top 40 stuff seems to center on, but like, how many ways can you phrase that? How many specifics can you pull in to make it your version of that story? It probably never actually happened. You just have to synthesize some version of it that could have happened. The DJ got us falling in love again. Is that a remix of that song about the creeper? You've never heard anyone but me say fuck like rabbits? That's a universal thing. Everyone says that. Everyone except you. If you've seen rabbits fuck, you know why they say that. It was a joke in Zootopia? Are you sure you're not letting Fanon bias your, your memory there? The rabbit population constantly increased. Oh yeah, that makes sense. There's whole like there's mathematical systems and equations that were developed to model rabbit breeding at a large scale. Not at like the individual like rabbit fucking scale, but like, you know. Your rabbit used to hump a penguin plush you had, but she was a girl. Huh. Interesting. I'm not a rabbitologist. I don't know how that works. But you know that that logistic map thing? I say that like everyone knows what it is. It's a mathematical function called the logistic map, which is like a notable chaos theory construct. Creates this insane fractal behavior. It's just supposed to model rabbits breeding. It's literally what it does. You had cats who had gay sex. Okay, that's cool. No shortage of fun stories in chat. Awesome. Alright, with that, it's probably time to go back to the game. Love wins. Okay. Okay, so Toriel is driving Azrael home after helping him dispose of his latest vampire victim. In any other situation, she would have been proud of him, but right now she could clearly see through his intentions. Do not try to distract me from your misdeeds with grammar semantics, young man. She finally cranked the engine and began to drive home. Barely rounding the corner, she sighed. What are you going to do now? You will be immediately exiled from home. Not only that, you actually attacked another monster. My influence can only protect you so far.
Azrael looked down in shame. He was already aware. So, okay, this isn't a normal thing. He's a vampire, but he's never vampired anyone before. It was all theoretical and up until today. Okay. Yeah, he's a vampire. Don't forget. So this does actually make it all make sense now. How Burger Pants was the one coming on strong and Azrael was ignoring him, but also Azrael called him naive in his internal monologue. Now it makes sense, because Burger Pants was coming on strong, but not in the way that Azzy had in mind. Azzy was like, I'm gonna drain the blood from your neck, kinda coming on strong. She insinuated that he vamped a human. Oh. Is that what happened to Chris? It said that Chris went away one day or something. That would be fucking insane. Chris has to die off screen in every route for some reason. Piles of Chris's blood. That's what you buy into with Pidge at the helm. Insane callbacks from one line of dialogue. Azrael looked down in shame. He was already aware.
You must understand how serious the gravity of the situation is. Mom, I know. I only get the urge when I'm feeling particularly vulnerable, like a caged animal backed into a corner. And my one weakness is him. I can't let it go.
Toriel blinked. The thought just occurred to her.
That is right. The garlic should have deterred you. What on earth happened?
Even the fucking line of garlic is coming back. Azrael smiled sadly to himself.
It was a good idea to have him working there. It really did help me keep me away. And his blood tasted awful, so I didn't feel compelled to drink too much, thank God.
Despite being busy driving, Toriel spared a hand to whack her son on the head.
God cannot help you here, my son.
Azrael's face truly appeared as if he had been wronged. He never asked for any of this to happen to him. Nevertheless, it was his burden to bear. The kid rarely smiled these days, and the only time he did was when that rough and tumble latchkey kid came around. For both of their safety, they had to remain separated. But for Azrael's happiness, they couldn't remain apart. The full, like, double-barreled context of, like, the dramatic, pained vampire Yaoi being dumped on you after everything already happens in the route is so fucking crazy as storytelling. It's like you see all this bullshit play out, and then afterward it just gets blasted into your face with a shotgun what it all meant, and you're like, what the fuck?
You have fixated on the same kid after all this time. What am I going to do with you?
Toriel sighed. It wasn't that long of a drive. They were almost back home. What I gotta think of a new one here.
Bitch Tits doesn't remember anything from back then. He thinks they were just nightmares. Even if he did know, he'd most likely pretend that he didn't. In either case, he's not completely innocent. He keeps trying to rile me up. He's just succeeded in my moment of weakness.
Azrael hesitated, as if the next words to come out of his mouth held all the secrets of the universe.
I was actually really nervous about the interview.
Is this all an interview with a vampire joke? Is the whole route just a pun on interview with a fucking vampire? Pidge, admit it. Pidge, admit it. Yeah. You were so fucking... I don't know if you're lucky, but the chances... I just so happened to have read Interview with a Vampire when I was like a teenager. I don't know why. I've never read any other vampire novel. Anything else in the genre, I just happened to have read Interview with a Vampire. Jesus Christ. Toriel shook her head in grief. Of course he was nervous. The poor kid was scared out of his wits, and only played tough in order to not worry anyone else.
Still, if it was weighing on his mind that heavily, the stress it caused him made his brain foggy, and he didn't fully think about the consequences of his actions. In a sense, he only dooms himself by bearing the burden alone. You have gone and made a self-fulfilling prophecy for yourself. That's a fucking tongue lashing and a half. If your mom hits you with that line, you're grounded for a year. You have fallen victim to the Greco-Roman prophecy. Your hubris has been your downfall, my child. Like, what the fuck, Mom? Going medieval on your ass isn't enough. She's gonna go Greco-Roman. Gonna go Hellenistic. Even though the car was parked in the driveway, neither of them moved. As soon as they went in the house, they'd have to have their story straight. Listen, Mom, I think he's a special case for me. I don't want to leave hometown. I don't want to leave him. Can't we just convince everyone that he and I are dating? Toriel looked out the window as if the leaves rustling in the wind would provide the answer to her. Before she could muster up any thoughts, Azriel continued. It's not too far off from the truth. He is entranced by me, after all. She looked him square in the eyes. Azriel, you did not. Azriel waved the hand frantically. I didn't coerce him. He sort of entranced himself onto me. He put himself into the vampire curse because he thought he was hot. Damn. A blush rose in his cheeks, and a sweet, sad smile blossomed on his usually mournful face. He's a strange one, but I love him, Mom, and he loves me too. So we'll pretend we're dating, just pretend. The violin music, we're back to the Hunter x Hunter Chimera Ant arc. Separating us will just put a target on his back, and leave me vulnerable to blackmail. The council wouldn't want that. The council, dude. Toriel had a lot to think about, and not a lot of time to do so. She drummed her fingers on the steering wheel anxiously. Thankfully, only the three of us knows what happened tonight. It won't be a big deal if we keep it that way. There's always a council, chat. There's always a council. Azriel was staring at her with large, pleading eyes, as if he was still a young boy who had found a lost puppy. Who is the vampire president? Hirohiko Araki. That boy once did pick up a stray, and look where it put them. Is that Chris? What do you mean? You're just gonna drop that one into your narration and not mention it? Okay. I can protect him, and he can help keep me in check. Still, Azriel never wanted for much. He was a good boy. Please, Mom. It was just a shame that he inherited his father's luck. Toriel exhaled, not at all wanting to say the words to come out of her mouth. She couldn't help herself. Her son was all she had left. I will arrange for a wedding. I think this is the first one you've seen where they get fucking married. We're gonna have a vampire wedding, dude. 3 days. She is getting medieval. The fingers are covering Turiel's face. I gotta fix that. Move them down a little bit. Alright. I will arrange a wedding. If you cannot convince him to marry you within the next 3 days, there is nothing more I can do. Insane. Marry him? Don't you think that's a bit excessive? Despite fighting back, every will in her body to voice such a horrible idea, she had made the concession for her poor little boy, who looked at her with stars in his eyes. Dude, it's because the Vampire Council. We gotta stay on the good side of the Vampire Council. We need to arrange a gay wedding immediately. Combining like the arranged marriage trope with like also it's gay is fascinating. I'm sure that occurs all the time if you go deep enough into like gay fan fiction world. But it's new to me, damn it. She wasn't expecting him to realize just how much of a sacrifice she was making, but she damn sure didn't think he would immediately be so ungrateful. Her eyes shut tightly, fighting off the headache that formed from her frustration. I will not have my son living in sin. That was the sound of my corkboard partially falling off the wall. Okay. Toriel's line about living in sin knocked the corkboard off my wall. Living in sin extramaritally as a vampire. You have to be wedded to your vampire boyfriend in holy fucking matrimony. Holy gay vampire matrimony. No biting before marriage, dude. Oh, wow. Wow, this is special. I will not have my son living in sin. You do the right thing, Azrael Dreamer, or Angel help me. Cut to exterior. Pants was quite easy to persuade, all things considered. Cut to he's agreed to get married. Alright. Oh my god. Holy gay vampire matrimony, Batman! The next day, Azrael went to his apartment to talk to him about what had happened. Wait, it's talking about he agreed in past tense. Does that imply that Azrael, before they'd even met, within 24 hours, just texted him and saying, hey, will you marry me? And Pants replied, okay. And now they're meeting for the first time after that? Is that what that implies? Because this has only been a day. Friend sim ass music? It sounds like fucking Hive Swap music. I know exactly what you mean. It's like Car Cat's theme. We're gonna get married to Car Cat's theme and have a vampire wedding. There were gay vampires in Homestuck. Or maybe just one. There was at least one gay vampire in Homestuck. Why was she a vampire, by the way? In Homestuck, like the trolls, why was it just her? Was only she a vampire? Like, I don't think that was ever really explained. Carcalicious will be playing at my wedding. It's because she's lesbian. I don't even know if you're joking. I legitimately have no idea. Once again, the guy was convinced all the bad parts were a dream and let his guard down around Azrael. Rainbow drinkers. It was just a thing. Some of them were just vampires. Oh, okay. Okay. The story was that Pants and he fell asleep at church and got caught by Toriel, who gave Azrael an earful about premarital sex. Again, switch to the porn tab, it's easier to explain. And since they'd been drinking during the conversation, it wasn't very hard to get Pants sloshed off his ass and convince him to be a lot more bold about the relationship. Alright, you do what you gotta do to stay on the good side of the Illuminati, Azrael. You coerce Burger Pants to a wedding while drunk. You do that. It was actually Pants who suggested they break back into the church and sign the certification. I'm gonna marry myself. Is Pizza Pants also a vampire? I don't know how it works in this universe. I don't. Sometimes you need to do a special thing to make them a vampire, and it's not enough just to get bitten by one. I think an interview with a vampire canon, you have to let them drink your blood, which is different. It's unusual to make the victim into a vampire. It was unplanned for sure, as Azrael thought he'd have to work a lot harder to convince the guy. Apparently, sex sells. Just the prospect of marriage equals consummation dulled Pants' critical thinking skills, and he went off the deep end to attain it. Oh my god. It's that easy. This is the, what term did someone use on a previous stream? The lesbians with a U-Haul van? This is that, but the other kind. Luckily, the marriage certificate didn't need any witnesses for it to be authorized. As custom with vampire matrimony, all they needed to do was sign their names in blood as proof. Okay, that makes... They've got ghost weddings and shit. They've got vamp skeleton weddings, vampire... Yeah, it's like Discworld. It's just like Discworld. Pants didn't hesitate one bit, deviously laughing to himself as he basically signed his life away. While drunk? One of the remaining routes is the 50 Shades one you're hoping? Oh my god. That was already basically the implicit premise of Outson's last fic. Where, like, I mean, it didn't go into detail, but, like, it was Burger Pants dating the, Azriel as, like, a high-powered investment banker, and he was still unemployed and trying to get into theater. That's the plot of 50 Shades of Grey, right? Something like that. 50 Shades of Grey is when rich person dates poor person. He was a complete moron, but Azriel couldn't have been any prouder of it in that moment. After the night was through, the guy would most likely regret what he had done, but the pair were happy nevertheless. Azriel and Pants celebrated by making a huge commotion down at the diner. Azriel wasn't usually under the influence, but he did a good job at playing... No, he wasn't actually under the influence. Okay, vampires can't get drunk, important lore. But he did a good job playing the part at acting belligerent. Got his horn broken by the Dawn Guard, dude. Pence even had the wherewithal to publicly make out with him in the booth. Oh my god, it's like he is his beard, but they're gay. It's like, instead of Blackbeard the pirate, they're Gaybeard the vampire. Does that, yeah. That makes sense. They were immediately kicked out, but they laughed about it all the way back to their parents' apartment. We could have saved this for October, yeah. It was a very lovely night, one that Azriel would always cherish, but happy endings never happen for people like him. After Pant had exhausted himself and dozed off, snoring, skipped 7-hour sex scene, Azriel stared up at the ceiling, dreading whatever the future held. Sure, the guy had married him on a whim, but that didn't mean they would stay married. And as soon as that guy got up, they were bound to have a different conversation. Either way, Azriel had done as promised. The relationship was officiated in the legal sense. It was deemed consensual. Azriel stirred as the darkness parted to make way for the morning light. The clouds shifted and welcomed in the bright sun, and still the guy beside him slept peacefully. Azriel didn't dare wake him. He was afraid of what was going to happen. The worst wasn't the rejection and impending divorce. Even though Azriel didn't want to face it, he knew it was inevitable. All this did was buy him some time to stay in hometown's good graces. No, what he feared most was Pants completely blacking the whole incident out, as he had done with so many of their previous encounters. If Pants didn't remember at all, Azriel wasn't sure what he would do. Therefore, he was trapped. He couldn't get out of bed and disturb his partner, thus waking him and ending any good relations between them. Yet he didn't want to stay there and wait until the guy got up naturally, looked over and screamed as he realized that he brought a man into his bed last night. Azriel hid under the covers. Bro forgot getting married. This probably happens often in Las Vegas, it's fine. And that's when a lazy hand whacked him in the face. Pants had turned over to readjust his position, and aware of his surroundings, caught Azriel in the crossfire. Realizing there was a person next to him, Pants eagerly yanked the covers down. Azriel quickly closed his eyes and pretended to sleep, but a warm paw found its way sliding down his face. My blushing bride. No, he's just into it. He's mega into it. He loves a man who will get him drunk and break into church to sign the marriage certificate overnight. He loves that for them. Is that actually how you spell readjust? That is. I hallucinated that being a typo because that word is so weird. The kerning was just strange, yeah. Pants chuckled as if he had just gotten away with robbery. He leaned over and kissed Azriel on the forehead before cuddling him close. When did you get so shy? You were a real live whale last night. While Pants snickered to himself, pleased as punch, Azriel snuck down into the mattress in embarrassment, his face practically in flames. Pizza Pants and his badly kerned Azriel bride. Not only did Pants remember, he remembered a bit too well. Pants was a man of his word and stuck to his guns. He worked hard trying to provide means for their future, despite his ankle chain of a job keeping him down. Skipping over years of context, it was Toriel who helped them secure the loan and start their own household. They'd offered to pay her back many times, but she always refused, using it as an excuse to bitterly recount how much money she saved by them eloping under everyone's noses and not having a real wedding. It only made them want to pay her back more, so she'd stop bringing it up. Even still, she seemed to be genuinely happy for them, which was huge relief to Azrael. Oh my god. Provider pants. Yeah, Azrael doesn't want to get a fucking job. He's going to be the housewife. Toriel is excellent in this fruit. Wonderful Toriel. She's like scary and judgmental, but about like nothing you would actually expect. It's great. As for the dreadful secret he'd been hiding from Pants, he wasn't entirely sure if the guy really remained that ignorant, or if he'd long ago put the pieces together and decided not to confront him about it in order to maintain their happiness. Does Pants... I would imagine Pants would bring this up immediately and ask him to do it again, honestly. That's the kind of vibe we're working with. Regardless of what the future held, they were both blissful in their current situation. They truly made a heaven out of their little slice of hell. Taken to the neck level. Oh. I guess that was the good ending, I assume. That's the other route? Maybe not the best ending. Sitting on the kitchen doing the dishes, smoking blood blunts. Yeah, that was a good one. That was my favorite route so far. The intrigue, the fucking vampire twist. Hilarious, wonderful. And it only took 3 hours. What will you offer? I gotta finish it. I gotta finish the rest of these. I have to do it. That was also just quite long, but I stalled for ages. No, I'm gonna finish this. I'm gonna have Silk Song next week, so I need this to be, you know, speak now or forever hold my AZZYPANTS, as they say in church. Gakvu is still there. Hey, I'm Gakvu. You figured I'd wait a week? To do what? It's green next. OMG, Gakfu spoke. Wait for people to play it? I don't fuck. I did that for Undertale because that was so important to my viewer base, but Silksong, I don't really give a shit. I'm just gonna play it anyway. I'll wait a week if Koru comes out. Cross your fingers for Koru to come out first. I should save the game. The leaves route. Last one was the cloth route. I'm not sure why. Where was cloth relevant in that? Koru doesn't have 4 days, it has 7. Because I'm not streaming Silk Song until Sunday. I'm gonna finish off the yogurt before we continue. House of Leaves route. I hope so. It's a House of Leaves route. I'm gonna have to take the fucking stream down. That book is explicit AF. The House of Leaves route for this would just be a normal playthrough of Deltarune, but every 10 minutes it would cut to an unskippable cutscene where Azriel narrated in first person about his graphic sex acts with Pizza Pants the previous night, and then it would go back to the story of Deltarune, and he'd be like, what? Got layers and shit. Ironically, or not ironically, but Deltarune is already kind of a House of Leaves type piece of media just because of how nested all the narrative is. It's got fiction within fiction within fiction. House of Leaves does the same thing, but in a different format. It doesn't have like the random porn though. Deltarune is lacking that aspect. Okay, I just needed to finish the yogurt. Okay. Is there a toxic yaoi root? Like half of these? I don't know. The last one is fairly toxic yaoi, kind of. He's withholding the yogurt flavor. It is just honey flavored. They had the honey yogurt on sale this week. I usually get unflavored yogurt. Because the granola's sweet by itself. So it's kind of extra sweet now.
Leaves. The fallen leaves tell a story.
New bedroom unlocked. Let's fucking go. Is that a pie as a desk ornament? What the fuck? What is this room? It's like a combination of like a broke student whose like desk and bedroom are the same room, but also it's a desk of like a fucking bank executive. Like Mr. Jawsome-esque mahogany desk in his bedroom with an earthbound floor. This is insane. It's a little something to take the edge off. Yeah. The alarm clock blared, its shrill and harsh, monotonous voice practically screaming into Azriel's ears that it was time to get up and start the day. The Zenruka's flash. Fumbling around to stop the offensive noise, his paw darted toward the nightstand and accidentally swiped the phone onto the floor in his clumsiness. He cautiously opened up his light-sensitive eyes. That's a good thing for eyes to be that were all too sleep-deprived. To let him do so without a good fight, especially after realizing that those buzzing fluorescent bulbs above him hadn't been turned off last night. He completely skipped dinner and conked out as soon as his head hit the pillow. Deep in thought, Azriel blankly stared at his dresser, and a small green blossom stared right back at him. A green blossom. Its radiant vitality rubbing off on him. If this little guy could make it on its own, after the hardship it had endured, surely he could as well. Is there such thing as a green flower? I'm actually questioning this now. Green flowers. Do those exist? I'm gonna Google it. They do. They just don't look like flowers. They look like leaves because they're green. Weird. I guess a broccoli is probably a flower, right? Probably what a broccoli is. You can see why they don't usually do it, though. It's kind of a waste of having a flower. It just looks like more leaves. Oh, actual broccoli flowers are yellow? What the fuck is the broccoli, then? It's buds. Oh, weird. With renewed vigor, Azrael got up and turned off the alarm, stretched, and made his way to the kitchen. Cereal and milk, the breakfast of champions. It's better than duck soup. As long as those champions had been thoroughly exhausted by the mundane slog of adulthood responsibilities. And sorely wished to crawl back into the comforting embrace of childhood, desperately clawing at any form of nostalgia in order to experience a glimmer of that old carefree feeling. If such a thing was a sport, then Azrael would have had first place for sure, and if not first, surely he'd be a close second. Because Burger Pants would beat it. There was one person he knew who could deeply resonate with his sentiment. One who had been warning him for years about the horrors of getting lost in the daily grind. Yes, it's Burger Pants. However, back then, those cautionary tales of horror stories had fallen upon deaf ears. Azrael foolishly believed that such things would only happen to others. After all, he would never allow it to happen to himself. He would work hard, make a name for himself, and reap the benefits from his efforts. He really was a naive little greenhouse rose, like his best friend often muttered under his breath. We're back to the elaborate flower nicknames. Love that for them. Because remember, the special layer of Buddy Boy, it wasn't just the sort of intersection set between Bud and Buddy Boy makes D-Boy. It also implied like a bud, like a flower, because Azrael is a flower, metaphorically, like flowy. You get it? I get it. He really was a little naive greenhouse rose, like his best friend often muttered under his breath, that inoffensive insult leaving his twisted lips like it was a curse. But honestly, it couldn't have been any more endearing if he tried. An insult that was so adorable it couldn't help be taken seriously. It was so adorable it couldn't be taken seriously was probably the best way to describe that guy in general. While Azrael had usually treasured their times together, these days he felt as if he hadn't appreciated them enough. My voice is weird from the yogurt forever. No. I hate this. What, the Berserk manga's continuing? They got like a replacement? They did like a Brandon Sanderson thing? That's weird. Yogurt voice, yeah. I don't know why I keep eating yogurt on stream. It's a bad idea. Azrael sorely missed him these days, especially since the work had been consuming most of his energy and his time spent socializing with others had become nearly extinct. He knew that it would be different living anywhere other than hometown, but he hadn't realized just how different. As if the cereal he was currently mindlessly munching on wasn't enough of a direct indicator, he longed for any lingering sense of the quiet, small-town neighborhood normalcy. He finally went out on a limb last week, and instead of jumping, he called up his old pal, Pete! Oh, new one. So it's not always blanked out, sometimes he has a fucked up name. Pete! And asked if he'd like the meat for lunch. To his surprise, the guy immediately agreed with no complaints of how long Azrael had been ghosting the entire town, and they hastily arranged a date. And that date was today. At long last, he was finally going to do something that would enrich his life for once, as soon as he finished his morning shift. Wow, this is going to be the relatability route, I guess. Oh well. Of course it would be. Of course it would be. He had to get up before the crack of dawn in order to get all the prep work done for his shift. Where does he work? At a bakery? He prayed that he wouldn't be too exhausted by the time lunch rolled around, picked up an energy drink for reassurance. It's a list. He prayed that he wouldn't be too exhausted by the time lunch rolled around, picked up an energy drink for reassurance, and bounded down the stairs. That looks like a lab. A chemistry lab. No, it's the diner. He works at McDonald's. Okay. Azrael looked down at the ice cubes in his glass and swirled his drink around. But it has glasses. It can't be at McDonald's. He didn't actually want the cranberry juice he ordered, but he also didn't want to wait at the entrance lobby, looking out through the window the whole time in anticipation. Oh, this is the date. We skipped the shift. Okay. Yo, take me to a date someplace that has a soda fountain. That's romantic. Ordering cranberry juice is interesting. I often order a cranberry soda if I don't know what to get and I don't want to drink, which is just cranberry and soda water. It's fancier if it has soda water in it, right? Getting served root beer and ice cream by a soda jerk sounds romantic. What is a soda jerk, and why would there be ice cream? Yeah, no, the 1950s drugstore root beer float date. That would be hella romantic. You get some cocaine on the side. That would be good. This looks like a McDonald's, though, kinda. A soda jerk is someone who serves soda. Oh. Ah. Gotcha. Make Coke the old-fashioned way. Oh, you had a soda fountain in the bar? I guess that, yeah, places would have that. My reference point is just McDonald's. I had one in the lobby. I guess there was a separate one in the drive-thru though, so they had one behind the counter too. The McDonald's bar would go crazy. Honestly, like, they have McCafe. Why not McPub? I don't know. McPublic House. And but they're not licensed, so they just serve like weird mocktails using McDonald's ingredients. This is good. Toby Fox, write that down. Write that down, Toby. They're just like all different ways of mixing soft drinks with like coffee together. And occasionally there's some like a ground up apple pie fritter as like a garnish. With a tomato slice on the... This is stupid. There's actually an episode of How to Drink where Greg attempts to recreate the taste of a McDonald's cheeseburger using only cocktail ingredients. Like, it was fascinating. It was like a stress test of his palate matching abilities. Honestly, quite impressive. I mean, I couldn't taste it afterward to see if he got it right, but he said it was pretty right. He was like caramelizing onions to put into the drink and adding like pickle juice and shit, and like what kind of scotch would most taste like the char on the burger patty. Nuts. You? Yes, yeah. I think the verdict was very much like, I'm impressed that I made this, but I never want to drink this again. He didn't actually want the cranberry juice he ordered, but also didn't want to wait at the entrance lobby looking out through the window the whole time in anticipation. He'd rather look like he was brooding than having been stood up. Thus he secluded himself at the bar and whittled away a good 15 minutes, sitting and staring at his glass. Real talk, chat. If you show up first to a restaurant, and you're like the only one there, is there any way to not make that awkward? I always feel so fucking awkward when that happens. Like, you're just sitting there and waiting, and it's like, yeah, I'll drink an iced tea, I guess. Like, it just kind of sucks. I'm sure like James Bond has to sit there and like sip a martini and like cool, like he's supposed to be there. But when I do it, it's just fucking awkward. Go to the bathroom and hide. Gotta thug it out, yeah. Loudly yell the name of the person you're waiting for, yeah. Awesome visual, actually. Pizza pants! Pizza pants! Just call out like a dog barking for their owner. Yeah. A pizza-flavored soda would be a Bloody Mary with no alcohol? A little bit. There's no garlic. I mean, definitely a Bloody Mary is as close as you're going to get with a standard cocktail, though, yeah. Or you're going to have their name on a sign like a valet at an airport. That's a good idea. That's a good idea. Thus he secluded himself at the bar and whittled away a good 15 minutes, sitting and staring at his glass. Though the place wasn't exactly busy during lunch hours, so he didn't feel too guilty about taking up space. Sitting at the bar is even kind of more awkward almost, because like you're making eye contact with like the bartender the whole time, if they're not busy. I know this is just me being weird. It's like the thing. If you go to a restaurant alone, you can sit at the bar and you can drink, but it's like it's kind of spooky. This may not be normal people things to express. Just play Clash Royale. Azrael debated whether he should take out his cell phone and call. While Pete seemed enthusiastic over the phone when they made the arrangements, that impulsive fellow might have forgotten, or even worse, flaked out entirely. Though Azrael had to give the guy some grace, this place wasn't exactly easy to get to from rural hometown. Pete might have occasionally caught some traffic on the trip here. Or no, he might have caught some traffic on the trip here, or he could be out trying to find a place to park. But there was also a part of Azrael that doubted the guy cared too much. Even though he and Pete had been friends for years, Azrael was the one who always pushed him into their interactions. He invited Pete over to play games. He offered to tutor the guy after school. He hung around after Pete's shift was over in order to walk him home. I feel like we could build at least a spectrum, potentially a 2-axis diagram, plotting the Azrael and Pizza Pants dynamic on these fics. Like, at least a spectrum of, like, Azrael instigator to Pizza Pants instigator, because that varies wildly. This one is, like, Azrael instigator leaning. The previous one was Pizza Pants instigator, but also, like, a fourth dimension of vampire. That they can't really plot that so easily. There's probably a second dimension in there somewhere, but I can't think of one right now. Pete never rejected his advances, but he never chased after Azrael either. Something about the way the guy stared at him almost made Azrael feel like Pete resented him, like they were merely friends out of convenience. Okay, this is a bit, let that sink in. This is a bit familiar. Especially because we're in Azrael's headspace now. And he's crazy with the self-doubt. Azrael feared that once things became too inconvenient, such as this very instance, that the guy wouldn't even bother to put in the effort. And that fear is probably what kept him from concentrating on the guy for so long. No, it kept him concentrating on that guy for so long. However, one day he had gotten a wild hair. That's a phrase I'm not familiar with. I think I get the vibe. He'd gotten a wild hair and decided to log into his old friend book account and check out how everyone in hometown was doing. Pete hadn't updated his profile in nearly 2 years, but his profile boldly displayed his cell phone number to the public. And since Azrael no longer had his contact info, he took advantage of his funny friend's naivete. At that moment, his phone pinged a text.
Hey, you didn't bail on me, did you?
Azrael smiled down at his phone and quickly jotted down his reply. At the bar waiting. Okay, suddenly a call. Azrael was confused but picked up the phone anyway. Hello? The other end hung up on him. Was there some sort of trouble? Azrael glanced back to see if he could perhaps catch a glimpse of the fellow outside, but he was met with a smiling face.
Azzy, it's really you.
Azrael stood and greeted him with a hearty handshake.
Pete, it's been a while, hasn't it?
Azrael couldn't help but look Pete up and down. Definitely a departure from his youth. This guy had gone from adorable little kit to awkward teenager, and now a scruffy and rugged adult. Ooh. The embarrassing. His looks evolved with age, just like a capsule critter's in final form. Interesting. That's a fascinating way to describe aging, is like you're like a Pokemon evolved. Damn, did Pikachu evolve into Raichu while I was looking? It's like some weird twink death euphemism. That's crazy, Azrael. Good on you for that.
Have you been, buddy?
Doing well, can't complain. And how about you?
Not a single thing's changed. Work sucks, money's tight, life's a bitch. What are you gonna do?
Same old Pete, didn't he try for it? Didn't for a second try to put up a farce for plate company. Azrael really missed the guy. I must admit, work's been pretty rough on me too lately. Just got off an opening shift, actually.
Oh, look at you, Mr. Dreamer. All grown up, going to college and working on the weekends. I see your busy schedule never did let up, huh?
Wait, his glum adulthood is being in college? Oh no, Azrael, that's not what he meant. Azrael awkwardly laughed. He still wasn't comfortable lying to this guy's face. Come, you must be exhausted from the drive over. Let's get a table and order something, shall we? My treat. Pete just waved at him.
Nah, man. Sitting at the bar's good enough. You know me, I like to keep things casual.
Azrael watched as he jumped up into the chair and promptly ordered an alcoholic beverage. He sat back down in his own rigid chair, still warm from his heat, and tried to get comfortable, following Pete's lead and putting in his order at the bar. Bar.jpg.
And that's when his apron burst into flames. I couldn't help but laugh at the stupid idiot. Served him right. You play with fire, you're gonna get burned.
Azrael giggled and took another fresh-baked roll out of the basket, diligently slicing it in half with his knife and smearing the tiniest amount of butter inside. It's the kind of bar that gives you fresh bread? That's awesome. I've never been to a bar that gives you a bread basket. Someone invite me to a bar that has a bread basket, please. That would be awesome. It's a diner, but a diner with a bar. So it's basically a bar. I've always noticed that, like, it's one of those, like, uniquely sad things that you notice in, like, the kind of daily white noise of, like, suburban living is, like, if you've ever been to a family restaurant, like a super generic family-oriented, I'm thinking of, like, a White Spot, but that's a local chain. And you look at the bar they always have a bar, but no one uses it. No one sits at the bar, or no one goes to that restaurant to drink at a bar. You go there because you have 4 kids and you're coming back from soccer practice. So, like, they have it. It just sits there forever. It's like kind of like you end up staring at it and feeling melancholy just because of its existence. It's rough. This is QC's? I'm not keeping up with the lore. It's a good place to sit if you're alone and it's packed? I guess so. I've just never seen anyone use it. We do not have Texas Roadhouse here, as far as I know. Also, no Outback Steakhouse. I can't list every fucking restaurant I don't have here. That's not going to work, but... We don't have Texas in Canada. Very true. I mean, there's a fucking restaurant called Montana's, though. We don't have Montana in Canada either, but we have Montana's restaurant, so fuck me, I guess. This is supposed to be a cheesecake factory. I think we have a cheesecake factory, but I've never been to one. Or no, we don't actually. No, I'm thinking of something else. I don't think there is one in the city. It's always the weirdest restaurant to me. I heard like, oh, we want to go to the Cheesecake Factory. This never actually happened, but whenever it's brought up, I'm like, what do you mean the Cheesecake Factory? What the fuck do you mean a Cheesecake Factory? You want to go for lunch at a Cheesecake Factory? Why is it called that? Literally, why is it called that? Cheesecake? Yeah, but why is it called the Cheesecake Factory? That would be like going to the Burger Factory. I mean, there's literally a place in town, this is the one I got it mixed up with, called the Old Spaghetti Factory. Same principle. Why am I going to a restaurant where you're claiming the food is made in a factory? That's disgusting. I'm picturing the synthetic patty from SpongeBob. Like a fucking mold gets stamped out with the spaghetti inside it. It's like an incomprehensible aesthetic, because old implies it's like an old-fashioned, antique, country, Tuscan villa, spaghetti, mamma mia. Then it's a factory, so it's like the Tuscan countryside with like a fucking coal power plant built in it. The Industrial Revolution has come to the Tuscan countryside and is mass-producing your spaghetti. It's just a foul aesthetic. What about Olive Garden? I think those exist, but I've just never gone to them outside of like, out of desperation on a road trip circumstance. Olive Garden is good. It is not good. It gives you like too much of something you don't want to eat. That's its specialty. We're going to give you something that's not very good, but too much of it to finish. Thanks. It has breadsticks. All I know about is breadsticks. I can make better Italian food my fucking self, exactly. Every time I eat sausage penne on stream. That's superior to Olive Garden. Okay. Endless soup? Dude, I don't need the soup to be endless. I'm happy with a finite quantity of soup, because I don't want to eat endless amounts of soup. I'd be like, okay, it is time to eat something besides soup. I gotta read the fucking dialogue. Azriel giggled and took another fresh-baked roll off the basket, smearing the tiniest amount of butter inside. Watching your weight, are you? He especially loved the courtesy bread basket from this place, which hosts a variety of types to sample. His favorite was pumpernickel, while his friends seemed to favor the honey oat. Even their taste seems to complement one another. Okay, really reading into that bread basket phrenology there as he... Shit. Gonna get into palm reading next? It sounds like not a lot has changed. Pete downed the rest of his drink and ordered another, just like just like the bread, he was going through it fast. This guy must have been starving. Pants knows what's up. He's showing up. He's on his like third cocktail and he's pounding back the bread. The bread and booze grind. He's heard Azrael was paying and has just been ordering like old fashions repeatedly. Just straight spirits. It hasn't. It's hard to describe. Things sure aren't the same without you there, Azzy. You made a whole lot. You made that shithole tolerable. A waitress came by and dropped off Azrael's side salad, partially obscuring his view of Pete. How big is the fucking salad? He subconsciously moved to the side, itching to get a good look at his friend's face. Gigantic salad, just casually implying a salad the size of like a 3-foot tall salad. Hang on, I gotta do another Joel bit. Oh, come on, there's gotta be a good picture of this somewhere on the internet. These images suck. It's not what I'm looking for. The Joel bit's gonna continue. Okay, I was trying to find an image of a salamagundi, which is like an old, like, you know, Shakespearean era dish, which is like a super tall pile of salad. But all I'm getting for results are like these modern deconstructed versions that are like a couple bamboo shoots standing up on a plate. It's bullshit. I want my tall tower salad. Whatever, the bit is cancelled. Mike, tear down the set, tear down my kids, tear down my comically tall salamagundi.
This bit has bitten the dust.
Yep. A waitress came by and dropped off Azrael's salad. He subconsciously moved to the side, itching for a good look at his friend's face. But I'm glad, I'm glad you got to go off and chase your dream. You know, I was actually thinking about. Oh my god. Just then, Pete practically leapt out of his seat, causing the bar stool he'd been sitting on to fly back and fall to the floor, which also accompanied the distinct sound of glass shattering. At first, Azrael had no clue what was going on, thinking Pete was having some kind of outburst and dropped his drink. However, as Pete scrambled for the cocktail napkin and furiously wiped away his drenched clothes, it dawned on him that the waitress had just spilled the soup on Pete's lap. No! But you wish you didn't order the endless soup now, eh? You ever had infinite soup spilled in your lap? An infinite quantity of soup that doubles in size every day in your lap? That's gonna burn you and turn you into a black hole instantly. You're wrecked. You're not coming back from that. This is your first and last AZZYPANTS date. The Sisyphus soup. Yeah, Sisyphus had to roll the soup up the fucking hill in a fishbowl. This is the soup that sloshes around inside of a neutron star and generates gravitational disturbances. That's not real, actually. They don't do that. However, as Pete scrambled for the cocktail napkin and furiously wiped at his clothes, oh yeah, the soup spilled in his lap. I've never been burned by soup. I think when I was quite young, I had a hot chocolate spilled on me at a cafeteria, and that mildly burned me, but I barely remember it. There were no lasting consequences. This was Pete, after all. How could he forget about the pants curse? How unfortunate. What irked Azrael the most about the situation was how the waitress just stood there dumbly without an apology or even a hint of concern on her face, as if it wasn't her problem. You really know how to pick the venue, Azzy. God. He worked in a restaurant. Some of his favorite co-workers were servers there. Some of my favorite children are humans. He would chew them out something fierce if they spilled hot soup on a customer and didn't so much as offer to bring them napkins, much less try to mitigate the damage. And in this day and age, a mistake like that was liable for a lawsuit. However, Pete's own reaction was muted, as it could be for such a loud guy. He didn't yell or curse, and aside from the noise that the chair falling and the bowl crashing to the ground had caused, there hadn't been anything noteworthy to call attention to himself. He just stoically takes the pain, because that's been his whole life until now. Oh, is it Caddy? That would be funny. What do you mean, boomer-ass Azzy? If you spilled scalding soup on someone, fucking apologize. I don't want to hear your service industry bullshit. That's true in cases that aren't this. I work as a food service person, so I have the right to spill boiling water on you. Fuck off. You're actually going to get sued for that. Caddy would be licking the soup from the pants. That's true. Perhaps it was on purpose. Maybe Pete didn't want to cause a scene. Either way, the most important thing right now is to ensure that Pete was all right. Either way, the most important thing right now is to ensure that Pete was all... Oh, I read that. Demand the waitress brings you some towels. Help Pete to the bathroom. We know what we gotta do, chat. Let's get you over to the bathroom and wash that off. Before Pete could even react, Azrael already had an arm over his shoulder and is walking him to the back of the restaurant as if the guy had broken his leg instead. Even after having scrubbed his tan-colored pants in the men's washroom with soap and hot water, the stubborn red stain still refused to lessen one bit. You got tomato soup? Damn, dude. With some, like, tropical resort music here for our bathroom scene. Yeah, nice. When I was in Italy, I had this, like, bright red wild boar stew at a restaurant there. It was quite nice, but I was wearing this nice pale gray shirt. Like one of my nicer button-downs, and it was remarkable. I don't think I could recreate this if I tried. A piece of the meat fell off of my fork as I was bringing it to my mouth and acquired like so much rotational velocity that it spiraled down as it fell and like sprayed an arc of the sauce directly onto my shirt. And I basically had to walk around for the rest of the day in like fucking Florence with like this giant red stain on my shirt. The thing though, the remarkable thing, it actually came off in the wash. It didn't stain at all, so props for that. I guess it was just tomato. Maybe tomato doesn't stain. It was Steel Ball Run to put the spin on the Boar Cube. Boar Cube. I didn't even mean to. Boar Cube. Jesus Christ. Sorry. Okay, we got 5 shekels from Yahig. No, 6 shekels. 6 shekels, in fact, from Yahig. Thank you for that. Here's your scheduled reminder that AZZYPANTS ODP. Indeed. True indeed. Pete just sighed and said, "That's what I get for not wearing the red ones today." Oh, sorry. "That's what I get for not wearing the red ones today." Before putting the soggy pants back on. He has red pants so that people can't tell when he bleeds. That's important. Apparently, this kind of thing still happened to him quite often. He said that he'd even spilled coffee on his lap during the drive over. The ones he had on were his backup pair, meaning the coffee pants were still in the car. Just thinking about it gave Azrael a headache. It was true, from what he remembered from childhood, that the guy had quite a few incidents concerning his bottoms, either falling down, getting caught in something, or becoming filthy, or becoming ripped. He struggles with his bottoms, eh? Okay. Yeah, it only took a few minutes, and Pete came walking back into the restaurant in darker slacks that did fit him quite nicely. However, now that Azrael knew the coffee stains were there, he was able to spot it, changing it to his fucking coffee pants. Looking sharp. And caffeinated. Pete humorously did a runway pose before he sat back down.
Let's just hope the entree finds its way to the bar instead of my lap. This is why we should have sat at the table. And that's why we would have, and we wouldn't have to sit so crunched together. Pete chuckled. Why, you don't like knocking knees with me? Azrael blushed. He could swear that was a euphemism, but there was no way Pete meant it that way. Knocking knees. Oh yeah, okay, I think I get it. It's not that. I just want to be able to, I want you to be able to spread your legs. Spread out your legs. You know, get comfortable. Nice. Bro's making it worse. Azrael practically shrunk in on himself in embarrassment. No, he was the one mindlessly spouting euphemisms. Smooth as fuck. Pete's leg made a playful push against his own. What you so nervous for, Azzy? Relax. We can take it nice and slow. Azrael politely laughed, not quite knowing if Pete was making fun of him or genuinely trying to comfort him, or some secret third thing. The bartender came back and passed them their plates along with a new bowl of soup for Pete. Azrael was internally relieved. After the blunder he made earlier, he wasn't sure what to talk about. Having the excuse of eating worked wonders. I was waiting for that second bowl of soup just to fall in his pants again. Wasn't there a SpongeBob episode like that? There was. It was like Squidward and SpongeBob kept spilling the same fucking bowl of soup on him over and over again. Yeah, my mind just downloaded the SpongeBob gag, never mind. Of course, it didn't quite work the same way for Pete, who didn't much care for proper manners to get in the way of his chatter. Azrael's worried about what to talk about when he's got his, like, I do the talking friend, not boyfriend here. I'm really glad you asked me to come out instead of you dropping in for a visit. While I'm in the area, I was hoping that you wouldn't mind showing me around the campus. Azrael's fork froze on his plate. Oh, Pete, I don't actually live on the campus. Besides, I don't have my ID on me. There's no way I'd be able to get through the door. Did he not bring his wallet? Is he lying? He's lying. He's lying out his ass. He's not going to college. Why would there be a singular door that locked them out of the whole university? Azrael had no clue. He was talking out of his ass, hoping that Pete wouldn't pressure him too hard. Yeah, there we go. Don't worry about it, Azzy. I got my acceptance letter in the glove box. The sound effect good. Azrael nearly did a spit take, just barely bringing the glass up to his lips before processing Pete's words and slamming it back down. I'm sure if we just show that to whoever and explain, we can get in just fine. Azrael's eyes grew wide in disbelief. You got accepted into Juilliard. That's a good face. That's a really good face. He looks like when you stabbed Toriel in the genocide route. She makes that face.
Gordon made a face as though I had pierced his internal organs.
Oh, that was a rough Akazet voice. Holy shit. That was the face Gordon made.
At my most vulnerable moment.
Yeah, what is it? Juilliard? Is that like an art school or something? I know the name, but I don't really know what it's like. It came across way more incredulous than he meant. He really kept putting his foot in his mouth today.
Man, is it really that hard to believe? Yeah, my grades in school sucked, so what? You know how those artsy-fartsy colleges are, they don't care about that. I got potential in other ways. I'm a natural-born star, baby. And it doesn't hurt that I got a few connections here and there. Took a few years, but I finally made it.
Azrael's expression grew stiff. This definitely had to be a prank.
Congratulations, Pete. I'm so happy for you. I'm so happy for you. Congratulations, I'm so happy for you.
Pete let out a bashful chuckle and dunked his sandwich in his soup before taking a victorious chomp. Oh, he's doing the grilled cheese and tomato soup. That is pretty good. That's a classic.
I told you I could do it, Azzy, and I didn't let you down. Now I'm on my way to living the dream. We get back to school together, just like old times. We get to go back to school together.
Okay, Azriel, you look so normal right now. Why do you sound so much like me, fun friend? I don't know.
Except this time we're in different years with different courses. Don't worry, I won't be up your butt all the time or anything. In fact, if you were lying about going to school completely, you could probably duck me for a whole semester and I'd never even know. You could just keep making excuses and stringing me along comically. Unless you want me to, of course. I'd be up your butt, that is. Ha.
He really said that.
I'm just saying, if I decide to pursue it, I'll be within arm's reach when you need me. Or within butt's reach, like I said. You'll be the first invite if I get cast in a school role on stage. And likewise, I'll go cheer you on whenever you do track or whatever. You still do track? I think you said you got a sports scholarship or something, didn't you?
Time stood completely still for Azriel. He wasn't able to speak. Pete seemed to be genuine and very enthusiastic about his prospects at Dilliard. Meanwhile, Azriel applied many times and had gotten nothing but rejection after rejection despite his test scores, community service record, and impeccable GPA. The only reason he alluded that he was going to Dilliard in the first place, was so he could screen out folks like his mother who would want to visit him on weekends. That university was well known for being super elitist, which allowed Azriel some leniency to fake all the stringent rules and strict visitation policies he wanted. I thought you said money was tight. What are you going to do?
Well, you see, that's the issue, isn't it? I've been saving up for a couple of years, but that ain't a drop in the bucket for the outrageous cost of admission. I managed to snag one measly scholarship, but it ain't nearly enough to cover all my classes.
Azriel nearly had a heart attack on the spot. Not only did Pete get into one of the most prestigious universities in the country, he also managed to earn a scholarship.
I don't mind moving over here and working my way through the college, but I have to find a pretty, I'd have to find a pretty expensive place to live first. Inexpensive. I can't read. I was kind of thinking you could show me what the dorms are like, see if it was worth living on site. But you said you don't live on campus either, huh? I don't blame you, that shit's expensive.
Azriel had two choices.
You got two options, buddy. Choose wisely.
He could either come clean, let Pete know that his dream of them being able to go to university together was already unattainable on account of Azriel's own failure to get in, or he could keep the dream alive, ride down to Dilliard with Pete and have a fun day exploring the campus, but in the process adding more fuel to his liar fire. No, the liar fire is getting higher. Desire. Yeah, I'm gonna keep fueling it, obviously. Make it worse is the unofficial motto of the stream. Make him worse, make it worse. Akazet root, sure. It wasn't an easy decision, since both would surely lead to the same disappointment. No, go to Dilliard and bullshit for the next 2 hours. It'll be awesome. I love the fucking generic crossroad. Azriel was riddled with anxiety the whole trip over, frantically searching up a map of Dilliard's campus and studying the finer details as if he was preparing for a final exam. This is just steamed clams. He looked over the rules about visitation. Apparently, they were just as guarded as he thought they were. Visitors were supposed to be scheduled in advance with an admission officer, and the page clearly stated that all buildings were closed to the public. Of course, since the place did have a visitor center, surely prospective students and their parents must make the trip here and schedule tours in person. You've been awfully quiet. You texting someone, buddy? Arranging for me to meet with some of your friends? Your cool, art friends who have connections in the art world? And they'll get me jobs and shit? Azriel nervously laughed and made a show of putting his phone away. Your cool art friends you go to hang out with in the Swiss Alps and do opium and give each other hand jobs all night? Those guys? It's nothing like that. Just wondering where we should go first. You don't gotta worry about that. I came prepared. I definitely done my research. Something about the way Pete said that made Azrael feel as if the guy knew more than he was letting on, as if he already knew Azrael's secret and was just testing him. Azrael sank into a seat and stared at the window. Yo! I love the fucking the kit badge. Damn, Juilliard looks a lot like Hometown. This is amazing. The music too. Juilliard type music. Getting entry into an elite university wasn't nearly as complicated as Azrael assumed it to be. Pants drove him around to the stadium and parked his car in the parking lot. What does this remind? Sorry, I just got like a... I know this hardly ever happens. A random thing beamed into my mind, but I can't remember. It was some video... Oh, I know what it was. It was a Noah Caldwell Gervais road trip video where he was doing one of his cross USA road trips and he vlogged the experience. But one of the places he stopped, he like literally infiltrated a university, maybe MIT. Like he wanted to get footage of the inside, but it was locked, and so he loitered around until he saw someone go in. And then like waved like he was supposed to be there and he'd forgotten his key card and they just let him in, and then he just kind of wandered around and looked like he was supposed to be there while filming everything, and then he escaped it after a while. That's awesome. It's okay. If Noah can do it, you can too, Azrael. Getting entry into an elite university wasn't nearly as complicated as Azrael assumed, etc. When they got out, people their age were running around every which way, laughing, shouting, horsing around. It didn't feel like going back. It really did feel like going back to school. Pence really had done his research, as he was able to navigate the place with some level of competency. Yeah, you can just kind of walk into places. Especially like a McDonald's or something. I swear, like, I had my McDonald's uniform for ages after quitting. I could have just put that on and walked back into any McDonald's in the city. Just walk behind the counter and start pouring myself an ice cream. It would take a while for anyone to notice, I think. That's a whole genre of YouTube? Yeah, that probably is. Strange. That's probably like illegal to do. I'm not sure why you'd film it, like breaking into a fast food place, but yeah. They passed through a number of big buildings, one of which was identified to be the Science Hall and the other for visual arts. The art building was at least distinguished with an array of colorful and bizarre statues decorating the front. Pete, being his usual self, goofed around, copying the poses and making snarky commentary. The whole time, though, Azrael was on the lookout for anyone who would notice they didn't belong, and would tell them to stop disturbing the peace. That's never gonna happen. Supposedly, Pants's goal was to visit the library, the theater department, and the student union. While the map did accurately pinpoint the general directions in which the library and student union were, there was no clear indicator of where the theater was, which made Azrael sweat a little. After wandering around a little more, they came to the library. However, there was security standing outside the building checking identification. He highly doubted Pete's letter of acceptance would grant them access. Before he could worry about it too deeply, something else caught Pete's attention. Hey, look over there. That guy, the lizard guy. He used to work in the library back when we were going to school. What's his face? Lizard guy. Azrael's eyes grew wide in recognition. It most definitely was a hometown resident. They were older than both Pete and himself, though, so Azrael didn't know much about them before they moved. Still, he didn't want to get into a conversation with them. If they began talking, the topic of Azrael's major would come up. And while Azrael didn't mind lying by omission, he hated outright trying to make things up. He was bound to be immediately caught. The stakes rise. Of course. Is it green alphies? That would be the best possible outcome. Fucking green Alfies.
Let's go over and say hi. It isn't often to meet someone from hometown out in the wider world.
Peter, what are you talking about? You must be mistaken.
I'm telling you, it's that the guy from the library. Hey, hey you, lizard dude.
Azrael grabbed Pete's arm and tugged him away.
Shush, stop that. You're calling attention to yourself. What, are you guys friends or something? You embarrassed to be seen with me?
No, it's nothing like that. I just think you should leave them alone. Here's what you do, Azzy. You say, no, that's Jonald. He's not the same guy. It would be really awkward if you confused him with the other guy, and it would be kind of racist too. He'd think you were racist if you thought he was the other guy, and he'd be like, "Oh shit, thanks, Azzy, you saved me there."
Azzy, can you be real with me? You've been acting funny ever since we set foot on the campus. I get it. You made something of yourself out here and got an image to maintain. I don't want your new friends to see me hanging out with you.
The incredible double racism gambit. You have to roll the fucking high stakes dice if you're gonna be playing the steamed hams bullshit game. Pete, I'm telling you, that's not it at all.
You just don't want me to be here, isn't that right? You don't want your past from hometown to follow you, and I remind you everything you're trying to forget. Yada yada from the first route.
Pete snorted.
Why'd you agree to come with me then? You could have just said you didn't want to go.
Azrael was getting flustered. He couldn't keep this up for much longer. He raked his claws through his fringe nervously. I'm not embarrassed to be seen with you, all right? You're an amazing person, Pete. You never let anything get you down. You speak your mind. And when you put your mind to something, you make it happen, like getting into Juilliard. Azrael looked down at his feet, not daring to meet Pete's gaze. If anything, you should be embarrassed to be seen with me. The truth is, I'm a complete failure. I never got accepted into Juilliard. It was just an excuse to leave hometown.
Oh yeah? Then what have you been doing here for the last 3 years, huh? Twiddling your thumbs?
Azrael clenched his fists. As he thought, Pete was angry. He had every right to be. Pretty much. I went through training and got a job to support myself. I didn't want to go home at any cost. I couldn't face anyone, let them know how much of a failure I am. Everyone believed in me. Everyone thought I was going to grow up to be some legendary figure that goes down in history, but instead I'm no better than anyone else. I should have been killed by a pitchfork and died in a garden. That would have helped. How could I stand to disappoint them, to disappoint you? That's why I decided to come here with you, so that even for a little while I could maintain that stainless image of myself in your head. But that's not who I am, Pete. I'm selfish and moody and messy. I have the grades, but I don't have any talent. I have no goals, no ambitions. I'm running on fumes, and I'm so tired of trying my damnedest just to chase an idea I can never live up to.
Damn, dude. That's rough, buddy.
How the hell do you lie to your parents about getting into university? Don't have to pay the deposit. This is... I'm happy to overlook this for this scenario. Less so for, Jaru theory crafting. He paid it himself? Yeah. Sure. He's on a No, you have to actually get into college to be on a Mayborovsky arc. Azrael didn't even get that far. He never actually went to college. It is if your parents are the ones paying? Fucking Toriel. You think that Toriel is not paying Azrael's college admission? You think for 1 second that the Dreamer family isn't gonna at least pay his part of his tuition? I made a few 10,000 on NFTs, Mom. It's fine. Okay, dear. That seems legit, dear. Toriel paying that on the teacher's salary, but she's got like Asgore alimony payments, and they've been saving up for years. They have a comfortable middle class existence, and they have a college fund for their firstborn. It always happens. Chris is fucked. Chris is like There's no money left, but Azrael, yeah. Yeah, Rudy's gonna pay it. Azrael had to fess up to Rudy because Rudy said that he was gonna put Asgard's kids through college. So Rudy's the only one who knows, and he's fucking dying now. Awesome. Pete grabbed onto his wrist. Azrael instinctively looked up. Wait, you being serious? Azrael laughed derisively. Sorry to burst your bubble. I'm not the town golden boy or an esteemed Dulliard University student. I'm nobody of importance. This is who I always was. You're important to me, Azzy. You're my best friend. Or at least, I still think of you as my friend. You know, I tried writing you a couple letters, sent them here. Figured that you didn't get them or that you were avoiding me, like how you'd cut off communication with the whole town. Rudy wasting his wife's money to put the Dreamers through a good life like he's Speedwagon. Is that what fucking Speedwagon does? From JoJo, I assume. Wasn't Speedwagon in JoJo like he was a fucking sidekick for part 1? Then he got like $1 billion off screen as like an oil baron, and then he just came back and he was just a rich guy in the future. What a fucking character. God bless Speedwagon. He got rich during the time skip. Well, yeah, I don't know how it's his wife's money in that case. Did he ever get married? I don't think he did. He was just an old... It just Smash got to him being like a 90-year-old billionaire. Rudy kinda hot. Thank you for your opinion, chat. That's what's important here. He died a bachelor. He was the JoJo sugar daddy. Probably, holy shit. Elaborating. He's hot because of his vibe and how much he cares for his children. Okay. True. You're like a dad kind of man. You're like a Mr. Dad guy. I don't know why we're... What this is now. The Speedwagon and Rudy eligibility consortium here. With the fucking, like, rock music playing. I said to myself that I should just let you be. If you wanted to contact me, then you'd reach out. And one day you did. It had been so long, I wasn't sure if it was even you. I almost thought I was being pranked. I don't care if you're going to school or if you're pushing papers in a cubicle. I'm just happy to know you're still alive and well, taking good care of yourself. You seem to be doing alright at least, not asking to be this huge part of your life again. I know you need your space, but shit man, I still think about you. After a couple of years of radio silence, I even got to worrying. Tears welled up in Azrael's eyes. This is like such a relatively grounded route after the fucking vampire drama. Insane contrast. I'm sorry, Pete. I've thought about you too, almost every day. Especially with all the stories you used to tell me, trying to prepare me for the outside world. For some reason I had it in my head that you wouldn't care. That as soon as I left hometown, you'd move on with your life. And I mean, look at you now. You've gotten into Dulliard, the university of your dreams. I couldn't be any prouder of you. Azzy, I only wanted to go to Dulliard because that's where you were going. Well, that's awkward. Junga, junga, shkunga, junga. This music is fucking rad. Azrael was taken aback. That can't be right. I distinctly remember you telling me that Dulliard had the greatest theatre program in the country. One of their assignments for school was to research a college and write a paper on it. Parents had chosen Dulliard University, which was why it caught Azrael's attention. The whole stream has been a derailment. It's very true. Why else do I do these fucking fanfic streams? You said it was your dream, didn't you? I can do community theater anyway. I just, kinda only had one best friend. My dream is to come here with you. Well, shit. You better transfer. They're gonna fucking bleed your wallet dry for no reason. If you wanted to go to community college, get out fucking now, Pizza Pants. Azriel's face heated up. Pete had gone through all that effort of getting accepted into an elite college just to maintain their friendship. There's no way that could be right. Azriel sheepishly smiled. Well, we're here together now, aren't we? Pete returned the smile and grabbed onto Azriel's wrist. You know, I think you're right. What are we waiting for? Before he knew it, Azriel was being dragged along into that guy's schemes. Wait a second, where are we going? Place. This is what happens in High School Musical 3? They go to college in High School Musical? Not College Musical? What the fuck is this place? Wild classroom. Higher school musical. Post-secondary musical. Can Azriel just come to the school but audit every class and just like awkwardly like hold hands with Pizza Pants in the front row of all of his lectures and make out a little bit? That could be good. Emotional support twink. Sure. Whatever gets it past campus security. Pants casually strode into the theater department like he had every right to be there with no pushback whatsoever. Azriel sheepishly following close behind. He peeked into the classroom as he was wandering by until he spotted what he was looking for. An unused room with a stage. What strikes your fancy, milady? I can do comedy, romance, drama, just about any genre you can come up with. What about Yaoi? Is he gonna do just a monologue? Just a one-man start reciting slam poetry here? That's kind of okay. That's bold. Highest school musical for grad school. My internship at CERN. Highest school. Wuxia genre, let's go. Crouching Azriel, hidden pant. Azriel was stumped, unable to think of anything on the spot. Of course, there was one option that mildly piqued his interest. Romance would be nice, he said gaily. He was half expecting Pete to bring him up on stage, but instead he gestured for Azriel to sit. You stay the fuck down there, lover boy. I'm gonna do it myself. A bit disappointed, he did as he was told and just watched as Pete did strange facial stretches and funny-sounding vocal warm-ups. You need to do facial stretches for the romance? Okay. My words cannot help but hesitate as they grope around in darkness for the warm summer light of your ever-radiant presence. I now know it. My Cupid is a known marksman, for he is to aim pointed words to find his recipient readily. Alas, but not I, with my quivering hands, not brave enough nor steady to find mine own quiver. Pants knelt down, clutching his chest and looking up to the rafters. Was he seriously getting into character? On stage, he had a charisma that Azriel could never hope to achieve. Phenomenal voice. You like the somber and soulful Pizza Pants. Is it possible to read like a Shakespearean love poem, like a sonnet, in a way that actually comes off as romantic? I'm not sure it's ever happened. I know it's like a trope, but it's always used as a subversion of like, bro thinks he's being romantic and he's just saying words. Is it possible? If anyone's ever heard someone read a love poem that actually sounded like damn. I'm curious. Unfortunately, Pete peddled such lies on stage. If he were to use his skills on the everyday folk of hometown, there was no doubt he would be a lot more popular than he was. Of course, Pants wasn't the type to live a lie, and Azrael commended him for that choice. Yet, O mercy of the angel, yours fall to me swiftly like dewdrops, tracing the frame of a fragrant rose on a misty morning, drunken like a shower in the desert. Oh, how I welcome them, how I long for them, how I cherish every fleeting vapor. If I was ever eloquent enough to speak through the exquisite drunkenness your piercing eyes cast me under, it would send my words up flying to your sweetest embrace, those comforting open arms that I have often only dared to dream of. Sadly, it is not to be. Should I endeavor to do so in my shaky state, my faltering voice would render my disgraceful words into a boulder that would fall down and crush me to death. I'm not sure Shakespeare wrote that last part, but I feel it. I feel that one. Pete was looking right at him while saying these words. Azrael's face flushed, and he couldn't help but squirm in his seat. Oh, it's working on him, dude. It's working. He's melting under the heat lamp. It almost felt like a confession of love. Well, that was to be expected. He asked for romance, and the guy delivered. Fucking theater kids. My fearful heart hides behind the phrases unripe for the harvest to pluck, and the present to you. No. I need another take on that one. My fearful heart hides behind phrases unripe for the harvest to pluck and present to you. So I shall allow them to grow through the veil of night until their floral fragrance waft through the moonlit air, and deeming they are worthy. Is he freestyling this? Crazy if so. And scene. The way Pete had gone from a grave, trembling voice to his regular gruff tone, you could really tell in an instant, made Azrael laugh. That guy really was talented at this kind of thing. He stood up and clapped while Pants beamed on stage and performed a dramatic curtsy. Great job, Pete. You really nailed it. I could have memorized half those lines. Pete hopped down from the stage and met him halfway. The trick about it is, you don't gotta remember a thing if it's all improv. He freestyled it, bro. Fucking insane. He really is cracked. If he can just on demand jump up on stage and freestyle like some Shakespearean bullshit to like roundabout confess his feelings. Damn, that's Yaoi as fuck. A little bit gay of him. He did get accepted into Doliard. I guess that's why. All he did was he linked them his like SoundCloud where he just freestyle raps. But for like an hour straight. It's like a stream VOD where he's just freestyling. That's his talent. His anime protagonist talent. You don't gotta remember a thing if it's all improv. I made it all up on the spot. You impressed? Azrael blinked. He definitely thought Pete was going on one of his Shakespeare monologues again. What, I don't even know what that fucking word was. Yes, actually, making that kind of poetry out of thin air is quite a feat. That kind of thing just comes naturally when you're falling in love, my friend. Azrael's smile immediately melted off his face. Without any restraint to hold him back, he just had to ask. Who? REO Speedwagon. Speedwagon bursts through the wall like the Kool-Aid Man. He joins hands with Pizza Pants and they walk out of the door. He lifts a trailing middle finger to Azrael. Who? Pete's smile froze awkwardly on his face. What do you mean who? That is a good awkward smile. Even Gakvu feels awkward. I feel kind of awkward right now, to be honest. One who you've fallen in love with. Who do you say these kinds of words to? He asked, but didn't want to know. He was on pins and needles. I said him to you, didn't I? This one is played so fucking straight compared to the other routes, I can't believe it. And by, you know what I mean by straight, but... Even Speedwagon feels awkward. Pat stared at Azrael, and Azrael stared back. It was like a Wild West showdown, and whoever withdrew first would be the one shot down. Azzy, don't take this the wrong way, but you're a really nice guy. So nice that you give off the wrong signals. And back in the day, I might have had a bit of a crush on you. Azrael's arm fell to his side. Pete, I also might have had a crush on you. The word might was pulling some heavy baggage through both of their minds. They don't want to admit it. The live Gakbu reaction is really important here. I'm your requisite on-screen lesbian rep. Don't worry about it. She's probably lesbian. I don't know. It's not clear. After what felt like forever, Pete was the one to first break the silence. Thanks for letting me do my thing on stage and cheering me on. I can now add performed a monologue on a Dilliard stage to my resume. What about you? What activity were you interested in? You're just gonna move on? Okay. I guess ever since I was little, I wanted to be a chef. Oh, green soul. Okay, it bleeds in a little bit. And the purple soul, he had glasses. A little bit bleeds in. Pete scratched his head. The live Gakbu reaction. These bitches are so gay. Pete scratched his head. That's a tough bit of a... What? That's a tough bit of a tough one. I've never heard that phrase. They don't have cooking classes here, and I don't think we'd be able to use the dorm's kitchen. So, what about we go visit the cafeteria instead? I'll applaud you as you cut into some fruit or something. Oh, that was a typo. I thought it was a phrase. I could picture that being a phrase, like, between a rock and a hard place, that's a tough bit of a tough one. It's the cream of the cream, you know? The tough part of the tough thing. You could have... We just had Shakespeare on screen, okay? That was his whole deal. You just say things and people think that you meant it. And then it's a real thing you can say. Azrael chuckled and smiled at him. Or you could take me back to my apartment and I could show you every trick I've picked up for the last couple of years. Okay, well when you say it like that, Pete's eyes grew comically large and a faint pinkish aura shrouded his face. Azrael's grin grew wider. Crazy food service tech. You don't even want to know what we get up to back in the McDonald's walk-in freezer. Gotta stay warm somehow. His high school crush seemed to fancy him back. Having enough of Dilliard, they walked back to Pete's car. On the way there, that sneaky guy plucked a small flower from a nearby bush and offered it to Azrael. Receiving such an overt romantic gesture from Pete had Azrael's heart skyrocketing over the moon. It was as if he was living a dream. He kept the blossom safely tucked into his shirt pocket. As soon as he got home, he would put all of his care and attention into properly trimming and propagating this little bud into a thriving houseplant, one that would symbolize his and Pete's love for one another. I think that's one for your dad, Azzy. Give your dad a call.
You want me to help you grow a flower that symbolizes you and your boyfriend's love for each other eternally, yes?
I think that would be a good father-son bonding activity, okay? That would fix the relationship. The whole car ride home was filled with sharing memories, confessions, and laughter. Azrael spilled all of his secrets, including his blooming crush on Pete that stemmed from their times in high school. Pete had a similar story to share, thinking back upon all the times he thought he was reading into the flirty things Azrael did, and chastising himself for taking it the wrong way, chalking it up to Azzy as being that attractive. Never trust attractive people. Azrael talked about his days going through culinary school and how much he thought about Pete working at Icy's, describing in detail all the ins and outs of food service, about the long days and horrible customers and dangerous work. Because of that, Azrael felt a lot more prepared for his training. He had the confidence to make it whenever he to make it whenever he thought of Pete in Hometown going through the same things as him. Azrael male wife route? They are all the male wife route. Yes. It made him feel that they still had this point of connection, even though they were so far apart. I'm dancing to this track. You can't see it, I'm head bobbing. Pete likewise thought about Azrael every day, wondering what he was doing and how college was treating him. He worked hard to save up money to join Azrael as soon as he could. When they got back to Azrael's apartment, he proudly gave Pete a tour of the place. The guy's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets when he discovered Azrael's old video game collection and eagerly switched his attention to playing games. Wow. Cunningham when? Maybe not right now. Pizza Pants does not wear the pants in this relationship. However, when Azrael snuck off into the kitchen in order to prepare dinner with whatever ingredients he had on hand, Pete paused the game and followed him in. You can keep playing a game. I've got this. I'm a chef after all. Pete gave him a huge grin. I already told you. I wanted to cheer you on and support your passions too. So pick your poison. I can hoot and holler, or I can do a mean drum roll, or I can quietly sit and golf clap whenever you complete a task. Or, you know, I can actually assist you, if there's anything I can do. A small smile tugged at Azrael's face, giving his mood away. If you're going to cheerlead, I want to see you shake that moneymaker, Pete. What the fuck? Okay. Sure. Let's go with the shake that ass. Too bad I didn't have any pom-poms. Yeah, damn, yeah. Wait a second. Pete ran back to the game console and cranked up the volume, blasting the chipper chiptune music on screen. Chip & Co.'s logging company chipper chiptune chip music. Then he quickly ran and slid back into the kitchen while performing a goofy-looking jig. Azrael couldn't help but burst into laughter. Make that cheese jiggle, pizza boy. If Pete was determined to dance on his behalf, he'd have to return the favor in kind and show his enthusiasm. And he could not wait to cheer him on all night long. All night long. All night long. We got a thing. That's the plant. That's the symbolic house plant. Nice. Best end achieved. Wait, is it worse if you actually fess up initially? Is dragging him to Juilliard and doing the steamed hams routine how you get the good ending? That's hilarious. Always make it worse. Always keep gambling. Always keep lying. How many bottles of fucking Faygo does he have over here, by the way? He's got a whole fucking bouquet. Oh shit! I could have been idling on this screen. Look at them go, they're dancing to like Legally Distinct Nyan Cat. Why does the melody sound like every Vocaloid song? Just all of them, no one in particular. Toho Nyankia, yeah, that's a good way to put it. It has the pentatonic scale, so you know it's Japanese, like Toby Fox said. I'm vibing to this thoroughly. So that means I didn't get the best ending for the vampires. Huh. Alright. What will you offer? One left. Oh wait, we're making offerings. Hang on a sec. We had fur, cloth, screen, Are we assembling like a satanic ritual? Why not? Why wouldn't that be what we're doing? We're making like the offerings from Little Goody Two Shoes. We're making the hair cake, we're making the blood wine. What's this one gonna be? The vessel, dude. Gakvu is still here, intrepidly facing the void. We're gonna summon the ultimate AZZYPANTS. Sunshine. Okay, that kind of casts some doubt on that. You can't really offer sunshine. We had leaves, too. Maybe Azrael just unrolls one of his doobies, and the leaves, that's the offering. Cracks open a bud. Offer Gakvu. Offer me, do it. I dare you. Offer me now. Maybe the end of the ritual is the sun being devoured by Fenrir. That could happen. Asgore's room? Alright. Let's analyze the setting here. We have like a wretched combined dining futon bedroom and a kitchen. We have... They're eating apples and cake and coffee. I don't know what the fuck these vibes are already. Okay, great. And the color of that sheet, too. They have a teapot, though. That's kind of nice. Maybe it's not that bad. Maybe they just like eating apples. Honestly, it's just the apples that make it weird. Otherwise, it's pretty normal. Oh fuck, I just remembered that Pidge is colorblind. Maybe I should stop critiquing the color palette choices. That's not really a fair thing to critique. Toto did a lot of color correction, I see. As the pale sunlight gently inched over to his weary eyelids, still heavy with slumber, Azrael's consciousness began its daily routine of chastising him about all the responsibilities he was shirking by staying here in bed. That was me this morning. This is my morning today. Just one of those fucking... I'm trapped in the grip of the bed. After a brief mental browbeating upon remembering that it was a certain day of the week, he hastily sat up and rubbed the sleep out of his eyes. He kicked off the ragged blanket that was getting so riddled with holes that it practically became useless. However, it was a gift from his mother, and the sentiment alone was enough to keep him warm. Did he morph into Asgore? I think he did. He just became Asgore. I don't know how. Maybe he simultaneously got, like, kicked out of the house for, I don't know, like a DUI, and then Asgore also dies off screen, like in the Courier fic, and then he has to move into Asgore's place because that's his only inherited property. But you wouldn't inherit a rental property, would you? That doesn't even work. Maybe Asgore paid off his rental and bought the house and then died off screen immediately. Let's go with that. What do you mean the is Asgore is Ralsei theory? That's not a theory. Asgore is Ralsei? You can't say this is a nightmare version of that, as if that's a thing. Am I supposed to have heard of Asgore is Ralsei theory? That's the most fucked up shit I've ever heard. Twink revival. You'd need 2 Phoenix Downs to revive that twink. Asgore can manipulate his age in the Dark World? Why? What the fuck? Okay, that's... I feel like that's much more interesting than whatever the fuck, whatever nightmare version we could be dealing with here is. Wink zombie. Sure. Let's not unpack that ever. Let's just leave that in the box forever. And such warmth must have shone brightly, for it attracted more moths to it than a dancing flame. There was nothing they could really do about the bugs, even if they wanted to, considering how delicate the merchandise was. Supposing, of course, that Azrael would turn a blind eye to the glaring red can of X-Pest under the sink that Asgore tried and failed to hide under a dusty handkerchief. Every creature was filled with life, and every life had purpose. Were they Buddhists? While they might be a nuisance to him now, doubtless he and his father were a nuisance in kind. It was best to live together peacefully, from one kind of pest to another. This is like the Asgore route. He's actually living with his dad. Bizarre. Sleeping on the floor is simply to let Azrael be right down at their level. No. Sleeping on the floor simply lent to Azrael being right down at their level. With his and his father's resources combined, they still hadn't made it big enough to splurge on a fancy plush-top mattress with a complete bed frame and sturdy box springs. But if Azrael had taken the initiative to voluntarily bunk here, he knew that his father would insist that he slept on the good bed and pretend to trade places, only to sneak outside and sleep in the bed of that rusty old truck instead. I'm so fascinated by the circumstance here. Assuming that kept that man indoors was a good thing, or anything that kept that man indoors was a good thing. Azrael shook his head in defeat, just thinking about the headache waiting for him today, and raced downstairs. A porch somewhere. South Virginia. Is there a South Virginia? There's a West Virginia. Is there an East Virginia? What are the Virginias? Tell me. I don't know. It's just West Virginia and Virginia? That's fucking stupid. It's not even East Virginia. It's just Virginia and West version. There is no right side of Virginia. There's North Dakota and South Dakota, right? It's not just Dakota. What the fuck is wrong with Virginia? West Virginia has fuck all in it? No, it has this porch. This porch is in West Virginia, I can tell. It's because West Virginia split off from Virginia during the Civil War because they wanted to be a free state, and ironically now they're a red state. But, like, that happened to Korea, right? And you have North Korea and South Korea. Everyone just calls them North and South, like sane people. But when Virginia does it, Virginia doesn't become an East Virginia. It just stays as Virginia, and it generates a new West version. That's fascinating. Good morning, Dad. Azrael greeted upon seeing that tall, sturdy back as he stepped through.
Howdy, Azrael. How did you sleep last night?
Okay, I didn't expect I had to do the Asgore's voice here.
Howdy, Azrael. How did you sleep last night?
Yeah, it's as good as we're gonna get. Asgore put his trusty watering can away as he spoke. For some reason, he didn't like doing two tasks at once. When he spoke to Azrael, he gave his full undivided attention, and likewise, when he was tending to his flowers, he often treated them as if they were his own children. Sorry. Luckily, Azrael still got priority. Fine. Like I said, I have no problems with the air mattress now that it's been patched. Is that a chartreuse? I don't think that's chartreuse. That's more of a mustard yellow. Don't get me started on a chartreuse. Don't get me started. Have I gotten started? Okay, so chartreuse is named after a type of liqueur that's produced in the mountains of France by an order of monks who apparently received the recipe from like a 16th century holy vision that a guy got and wrote down this long recipe for how to put a bunch of fucking herbs into alcohol and make a very unique liqueur that had like elixir of life properties. It doesn't actually, but I thought it did. And it's this green liquid. It's used in several classic cocktails. Apparently it's good in hot chocolate, but it's also super rare nowadays because I think around the same time as COVID started, the monks, they started limiting the output because they wanted to spend more time like doing monk shit, like praying and not making alcohol. And at the same time, COVID started a cocktail resurgence. And so the demand for chartreuse skyrocketed worldwide, and so now it's extremely hard to find and expensive. And also why I haven't acquired a bottle of it yet, because it was like $50 for a fucking Mickey. And I'm not paying those prices unless I make fucking Toby Fox money for my game dev career, okay? Also, it was my favorite color when I was a young child. I specifically like looked up the color chartreuse in some godforsaken like children's book, and I glommed onto it. And it was my favorite color. And now it all comes back. Also, chartreuse is like a green that isn't the color chartreuse. That doesn't really make any sense. Don't worry about it. Will they disappear like a hermit if I make Toby Fox money? I don't think I can answer that question.
I do not mind trading places. My horns will not get in the way.
It was usually alright. The pillar did a good job protecting that cheap tarp-like plastic from Azrael's admittedly already dull horns. Whenever he decided to sleep on his back instead of his side. Though the main issue was his involuntary movements in his sleep, most likely from nightmares. He'd unconsciously jerk his head back, and his horn would catch, completely pop... I got hiccups. Completely popping and deflating the thing within minutes. His father grew up in a rather privileged family, one that put a lot of pride into keeping up appearances. Insane, hearing the dreamers, like, the generation before Asgore and Toriel mentioned is, like, surreal. No one brings that up. No one ever touches that. For no particular reason, they just don't. Thus, when Asgore was a young teen, his parents provided him with all the correct supplies and corrective braces to ensure that his horns grew high and proud atop his head. Crazy lore, I love it. Asgore still sometimes polished and sharpened his horns in order to maintain their condition, but was otherwise no longer concerned with beauty standards. Gotta put little corks on the top. Yeah, tennis balls. A teen Azrael had other things to occupy his time and let his horns grow in naturally. As long as they weren't completely crooked, it didn't much matter to him. Although it caused him some grief these days, now that he was an adult, and if he could do things over, he'd opt for making them grow outwardly, just for convenience sake, maybe for aesthetics too. As they were, his horns would catch on walls or on the branches of trees. Leaning back came with its own set of dangers, and he always had to be careful of those around him when bending down and standing back up. Are they backward pointing now? I'm trying to picture it. They're probably kind of backward. Azrael knew the dangers of sharp implements a little too intimately. What does that mean? Is it about being a gardener or not? It's no problem, really. I tend to get overheated whenever I sleep on the futon. Seeing the arrangement on display, Azrael frowned. Perhaps they should make a few more considering what was today. Or what today was. By the way, Dad, happy Mother's Day. I know it's a little weird to say out loud, but you've always been like a maternal figure in my life, and I'm grateful for everything you've done for me. It's good. That's so fucking weird, but it's kind of sweet, actually. I've always thought of you as more of a mom. Close enough.
Azrael, don't just stand there. Give me a hug. Azrael, don't just stand there. Give me a hug.
That's as low as it's gonna go. That's as low as it can get. Asgore's eyes wandered up in sentimentality. No, they watered. And in the next second, Azrael was scooped up into a great big bear hug. He couldn't help but chuckle. There weren't many people who were able to lift him so easily. Bro's the first being to be both a MILF and a DILF. Praise Asgore, praise be. Glory to our king in Asylum. I also left a slice of cake for you in the fridge. And with that, his father bounded up the stairs, gleefully in order to partake in the true breakfast of champions. It was a bit sad that they were still living in the state where food was considered a present. However, there wasn't much that Azrael could do, given that the place they were currently living in didn't have a kitchen. They had a refrigerator and a microwave. That was good enough for day-to-day, but it wasn't quite the same. It limited what recipes they could make substantially. While Azrael was well aware he could buy ingredients and borrow someone's oven, it wasn't something he felt very comfortable doing often. Thus, he saved doing so for special occasions. Of course, that usually meant the surprise would be ruined. Asgore noticed that he had brought a cake home late yesterday and spent the evening staring at it over tea. Oh, sharing it over tea? Would have been funny if they just had to look at it until it was ready to be officially unveiled. He's starving to death and just has to, like, wait for the cake. Still, leftover cake was just as delicious, and his father wasn't one to look a gift horse in the mouth. While that man was out of the room, Azrael quickly busied himself arranging another display in the vase. If they could just sell enough today and during graduation next week, they'd be sitting pretty for the summer. Oh. The after-church crowd came and went. As it neared noon, traffic into the store began to lessen considerably. Am I dyslexic? No. Reading, if you've tried reading on a stream for like a few hours straight, as quickly as you possibly can, it's not really easy on the brain. The after-church crowd came and went. As it neared noon, traffic into the store began to lessen considerably. Azrael wearily eyed the arrangements they had left and cursed inwardly. Who would have guessed what the public preferred to buy who would have guessed that the public preferred to buy the less impressive paper-wrapped bouquets for their mothers? Did everyone in hometown already own vases? I don't know. He had clearly overestimated the number they'd pull for today, and so he was keeping his expectations low. He knew there were only so many families in hometown, and not everyone celebrated with flowers, but he'd expected a third of them would pop in and check out things. No, a third of them would pop in and at least check things out. Asgore noticed his son slouching on the counter, head in hand, calculating their finances. She offered a sheepish smile. Damn, Azrael just replaced Toriel. This is how Toriel's written in traditional, like, Deltarune fanfic, by which you mean, like, fucking Courier New, probably. Now Azrael is just doing this instead. That's wild, actually. He offered a sheepish smile.
Cheer up. I'm sure we'll have more customers after lunch.
At that very moment, the door chimed. Thank God it was Flowers Georg, signifying that indeed they did have another customer after all.
As the angel wills.
He gloated. Azrael quickly dusted off his apron and stood up straight. Welcome.
Oh, it's you. Howdy.
How do you do too, Pops? Azzy?
Calls Asgore Daddy? Okay.
I was making the rounds and thought I'd swing by to pick up a couple things.
He's gonna buy a flower bouquet for Azrael, because he's always thought of Azrael as a maternal figure. That shameless guy wriggled his eyebrows and pulled out a crisp, clean $5 bill, dramatically showing it off before sliding it onto the counter.
Your finest bouquet, my good sir.
He smiled wildly at Azrael, as if up to no good. Azrael just rolled his eye. Does he have one eye? Or is that a typo? I don't know. He could only have one eye. It mentioned he had familiarity with sharp implements. Bro, did he lose an eye? He lost an eye. Okay, thank God. It's not the Instars in Time croissant conspiracy again. I actually called it. I was so fucking convinced that Sifrin lost that eye from a croissant. I was sure of it. piles of Azrael's eye's dust. Oh yeah, he's winking. I thought he was just winking on all of his sprites. Our finest bouquet is about 4 times that much. Are you still interested? Pants began to sweat. You're a $5 bouquet, my good sir. Azrael chuckled. You know, if you're on a budget, you'd save more money buying flowers individually. What kind are you interested in? He's getting the tutorial. This may be a more effective strat than comparing hand sizes. Pay attention, lesbians who work in flower shops. Give the flower tutorial. His friend's face completely faltered. I don't know, just some pretty looking flowers, man. Doesn't really matter what kind. Also, I think I just reminded myself I need to make Akazit a bit bigger for this one. We're in the flower shop AU after all. Give me the best bang for my buck. It was probably a present for his mother. It made sense why he'd wanted the bouquet. Alright, the best bang you can buy for a $5 coming right up. It's gonna be nothing but fucking buttercups. Pence's brow flew up at this declaration. Oh, I get it, I missed that one. And so did the eavesdropping Asgore. Azrael almost stumbled. Overreached with that one a bit. His dad raised an eyebrow at that one, okay. You doing okay, chat? You doing alright? Huge mommy Akazit? Woo? Okay. Sure. That. I'll make her a bit bigger just for you. Flowers. He reiterated clumsily. For the ladies. Pants chimed in, trying to sound as smooth as possible. Azrael went straight to picking out the admittedly lower quality yet still aesthetically pleasing looking flowers, including some short-stemmed roses and a few wildflowers to fill out the bouquet nicely. Even if it was going to be placed straight on the grave, every mother deserved a nice present on Mother's Day. A frown tugged at the corner of his mouth. He made sure to cover it up with a smile before turning back around to deliver the flowers. I used a variety of what we had on hand, including some buttercups. He did it. He went for it. Don't eat it. Tell him not to eat it, Azrael. Tell him not to eat it. Is it to your liking? You're really talented at this. It looks amazing. I want to eat it. It looks so appetizing I'm going to taste it. Is it okay if I taste it, Azzy? Azrael carefully handed the bouquet over. We really appreciate your business. Thanks for coming by. And let Auntie know that Azrael's thinking of her. Interesting routine. Azrael calls Burger Pants' mom Auntie. Burger Pants calls Azrael's dad Pops. Okay, that's fine. Pants tipped his head and walked right out the door without another word. It's like apparently everyone used to call, what's his name? Ernest Hemingway. Papa. That was his nickname. Everyone just called him Papa. Sure, man. What the hell? Sure. Azrael let out the breath he didn't know he was holding in.
He is a nice young man.
He's rough around the edges, but he's a kind person once you get to know him. A good friend. And the next moment, the door chimed again. Another customer already? Azrael straightened out his back once more. Well, I forgot to drop this off earlier. Hans walked up to Asgore and handed him a large pizza. Yo, his father's eyes were practically bulging out in excitement. You could have traded that. You could have bartered with that fucking pizza. That's a $20 pizza, probably. One of your uncles is called Papa Brian by my half-brother because he married his grandma. I mean, I think Papa is like a name for your grandpa is a common thing. It's like a southern thing even. I have a grandparent called Papa. More so commenting on the fact that this being used by presumably everyone in Florida or whatever. I think he lived in Florida. Wait, to you he's uncle, but your siblings call him Papa. Okay. I don't want to get into the minutia here. Pants walked up to Asgore and handed him a large pizza. His father's eyes were practically bulging out in excitement. Happy Parents' Day, Pops! That frown once again disappeared on Asriel's face. Pants, if I would have known you'd pull something like this, I wouldn't have charged you for the bouquet. We could have done a trade. I know, that's why I made sure to buy the flowers first. Pants flashed him a brilliant smile, then Azriel stood there awkwardly, gawking until he noticed and looked away. Damn, you got all the charming pizza pantses in the back half. Backloaded with, like, the suave pizza pantses. Pants' trick.
How about we close shop for lunch?
Oh yeah, Pops, I wanted to ask you something. You think you could let Azzy go with me for a couple hours? Oh, you bribed the father with the pizza so you can go off and gallivant. That's how he's figured out the meta. He knows what oil to grease Asgore's massive, rough, furry, dirty palms with. And it's pizza grease. I got a big delivery down at the church this afternoon, and I could really use his help. That is, if he isn't too busy around here. And if he's not a vampire this time. I'm not fucking with that again. Asriel furrowed his brow. The next mass wasn't until the evening. There was no doubt about it. This cheeky guy just wanted to go cruising around town again. They're ordering pizza at church? I guess that's the implication? Unless he works at the church. Which wouldn't have been all too unpleasant, but today was Mother's Day, one of their busiest days of the year. It didn't feel right to just abandon his father and let him do all the work while he ran around town goofing off.
What do you wish to do, my son?
Asriel looked back and forth between the two. Asgore was already busy going to town on that pizza, evident by the red sauce dripping down his stringy beard. And Pants was standing there with an arrogant smile, as if he'd already gotten his way. Asriel was half tempted to stay just to spite him. But he also knew Asgore would try to coax him into divvying the pizza evenly. As it was, Asriel was long over whatever charms Icy's cardboard pizza had for him as a kid. Besides, his dad deserved to enjoy something for himself once instead of worrying about him all the time. Angel knows one large pizza wasn't much food for a monster his size. Yeah, what the fuck does Asgore eat? Bro probably has like 10,000 calories per day metabolism. He weighs 600 pounds. What the fuck is he living on? Pickles don't even have calories. That's the cruelest irony of Asgore living on pickles. They're cucumbers with salt water. They don't contain nutrients. You will starve to death eating pickles. Egg. You've never had pizza that tasted like cardboard? I feel like I've had some frozen kinds that basically taste like cardboard. Oh, he grazes. He goes to the woods and grazes on ivy. That makes sense. Asriel nervously pulled his apron to one side as he made his decision. Oh, I thought it was railroading me. I didn't think I get to choose. I kind of want to stay with Asgore just because it's novel. But Asriel made a pretty good argument not to. Like, you're gonna have to share the pizza, and it's gross. I'm just curious about, like, I want more Asgore interactions. That's interesting. Grazing has gotten harder since Toriel filed the restraining order to keep him off of her lawn. Okay, weird anecdote, but I've been struggling to find mint recently. Like, both the grocery stores nearby just fucking don't have it for some reason. And I want to have like a plant, like an herb that I can grow and farm mint forever. So I went on a walk yesterday, and whenever there was nobody around, I was like straight up like peering at the side of the road and into people's like garden beds that were bordering the sidewalk to try to find some like wild mint growing there. I couldn't find any though. It's literally a weed. I've spent part of shifts before pulling mint out of gardens, but when I'm looking for it, can't find it fucking anywhere. It's ridiculous. I was like walking around a golf course looking in the bushes for mint. It's very Asgore coded. I found some blackberries. I ate wild blackberries, but no mint. It was all fucking Himalayan blackberry, stinging nettle. Blackberry, stinging nettle. That's all you get. Occasionally a snowberry, then more fucking stinging nettle. Dandelion, stinging nettle, blackberry, blackberry. You only need to memorize like 4 plants to know all of the native weeds here. So much goddamn blackberry. I've had to pull out blackberry for probably dozens of hours in my life so far. Yeah, the Himalayan blackberries are invasive. Those are the ones that actually give you blackberries. There's native blackberries, but those are tiny and they grow along the ground only. The thing with mint is that the only way to identify it that I know of is like, I don't really know it super well by sight, but the stems are square, so I kept having to bend down and like touch the plants to see if they had square stems. Also by smell, you can touch the leaves and see if they smell minty, but it was an unsuccessful quest. Let's stay at the fucking shop. I think I ought to stay here and continue manning the shop. It's the busiest day of the year, after all. Pants just nodded as if he was expecting this answer. All right, man. I'll catch you later, then. He waved and turned around, heading back out the door. Best of luck! Once again, Azrael felt like he could breathe freely again.
I saved you a couple of slices.
Asgore offered. He'd apparently realized he'd been starving. They'd have to start incorporating more starches and grains into their diet, as opposed to... What are they eating if not carbohydrates? Just flours? Raw meat from the genetically modified organism? They just grow it? I guess so. I don't know how much produce you could grow in a shop that size, though. No thanks, Dad. It was a gift meant for you. Besides, I'm not that hungry. Azrael should still have an apple upstairs, and if not, he could easily get something else for later. For now, he had to focus on the task at hand. They're eating the desk. He'd thought about it quite a lot, wondering what he could do to drum up more sales. A thought had crossed his mind to set up a stall outside for convenience sake, but he also didn't want to guilt passerbys into buying anything. It would be kind of weird to have like an indoor shop and then just build a second counter outside the shop. I guess if it was in the town square or something, that would make sense. If he could just get a permit from the church, he could sell flowers there on Sundays for families who wish to visit their fallen ancestors. This Sunday would have been the ideal one, but all negotiations had to go through the mayor first. And no matter how decent it seemed, Uncle Rudy and Asgore's relationship was on the surface, he still hadn't been able to convince them on the matter. Is this an AU where Rudy's the mayor, or is it just implicit that Asgore would go through Rudy to change Carol's mind? Who knows? To Azrael, it was obvious that the holidays still held a grudge, but if you went by his father's attitude, you'd think everything was right as rain. It was less like he couldn't read the room and more like he was stubbornly clinging to the notion that they would soon see the error of their ways. Immediate flashbacks to that last courier effect. Well, it was not like Asgore had any reason to feel guilty about what happened. Azrael was an eyewitness to that.
Nice day today, huh? It would be a shame for a young man like yourself to waste it staying inside.
Dad, if I let you run the shop, you just give the merchandise away again. We need to make sure we have enough to cover rent and utilities. Everything else can be put off until later, including socialization.
I wonder, if you were to go off with that fellow just now, would you be able to convince him to bring us another pizza for dinner?
Azrael groaned and shook his head. He's my best friend. I'm not going to use him for a cold, stale pizza. Asgore took the broom and began sweeping up the pile of dirt that it was spilled on the floor. Go get more pizza, son.
Using him? No, I detest trickery. It's more about building community. Friends and neighbors help one another out. I give flowers and gardening advice to show my appreciation. For your friend happens to work at the Icy's Pizza. He gives what he has in abundance.
Azrael snorted. Asgore Loki reinventing, like, some form of anarcho-communism, probably. I highly doubt pizza is the extent of that guy's love language. He's done a lot for us, you know. Pluton came from him. He told me that it was old, that he didn't really need it anymore, but I could tell he was lying. It was brand new. He bought it for us and didn't want to make us feel bad for taking it. Whatever he has to offer, I didn't want to take it from him. He's not in much better situation than us, Dad, and he does this on his own.
No one is alone as long as they have good friends by their side.
Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
All the more reason to relax and enjoy the time with the people you cherish while you still have them, Azrael. You have no duty to stay here. And I know a lot about not having people I cherish anymore.
Azrael faintly smiled. I never once thought of it as my duty. I chose this life for myself, and I'm happy to be here with you. The door chimed once more as Azrael straightened out his posture. His back really was killing him. He patted his apron and put on his best customer service smile that he could muster. Welcome. Cut to cafe. Somewhere. Central Paris. Oh, that was the shop. The afternoon was moving quickly. Thankfully, they'd gotten a handful more customers, and Azrael finally felt that it was safe to let his father run the shop for a little while, as he took care of the usual duties. So Asgore can do it, he'll just not make any fucking money because he gives it away for free. God damn it. Asgore needs to go and live in one of those, like, Portland, Oregon polycule communes. He really would thrive there. Or like one of those, like the cult from Midsommar. He would be good there too. Any kind of commune where he can sit and just like have bare feet and have like a dress like a hippie and grow flowers and people give him food for that. He needs to do that. That's where he would excel. You need water, your head spinning? Have you been getting hammered during the stream? Or you just have like an unrelated headache? It's a funny visual, you just like watching gay fan fiction live streams and getting smashed. You're getting hammered. Awesome. Did I mention that I made a Mai Tai yesterday? I did a whole... I mentioned doing the syrup quest to make the Mai Tai, but I actually made the Mai Tai. That's why I was looking for mint. I was going to pick up fucking mint off the ground and stick it in my Mai Tai. After washing it, of course. I didn't find any, though. It was still good. You heard about the Orgeat pronunciation conundrum? Apparently it's just Orgeat. It's French. It's a really hideous word. I've heard Orgeot. It's not Orgiat. It's not that. Damn, is it French? You know what's fucked up too is that Orge, O-R-J, no, O-R-G-E, I think? It looks like ogre. That's a French word for barley. And I think a really old version of orgeat used to be made from barley, but these days it's been almonds for hundreds of years. And so like it's a French almond syrup named after barley. Orge. Scary word. Orge. Oh, it sounds like the pufferfish. The pufferfish was trying to say barley in French, dude. It was just begging for barley. It needed barley. Orge. 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 You can hear it, right? That's right. I'm an orge. Take out your torches and pitchforks. You know? I need barley slime. Drinking fentanyl-laced orgeat. And they gave him carrots instead. Yeah, it's tragic. Yeah, to do French, just channel the pufferfish. It's easy. Smooth sailing, next trip to Quebec. Gonna show up to Montreal and get lynched for just walking into a cafe and going, oh. Bonjour, monsieur. Oh, 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 oh. Be awesome. You woke up to my iconic pufferfish bit. Now that's different. That's French barley now. It's not the pufferfish. It's saying barley in French. Anyway, the Mai Tai was pretty good. I don't know why it came out so pale. I've seen pictures of Mai Tais that are kind of like an orange color, but mine was straight up beige. And I don't really know why. I may have had a weird, not the rum wasn't dark enough or something maybe, or I thought I used the regular ratios. Or maybe my orgeat was just a very creamy brew. I think it was a normal color orgeat though. It's like it looks kind of brown in pictures I've seen of it. That was your tie, not my tie. Okay. The afternoon is moving along. Right, Asriel has left. Cynthia was so busy getting things ready for today. More chores had been neglected than usual. There was no way he could get it all done himself, but at least he wanted to complete half so that Asgore had less to worry about tomorrow. Orgeoisie, the barley elite, the barluminati, the orgeoisie. I love that. Sorry, both the plants out back and the ones on the patio needed to be pruned and watered before it started to get dark. The plants outside would take considerably more time and require more physical labor, but it wouldn't be the most. But it would be the most productive for the shop. The ones on the patio were less important, admittedly, but Asriel had a better eye for picking out ingredients and drawing the best tea leaves. It would be the most immediately rewarding. A choice is coming. There was only a few hours of daylight left. What the fuck difference is this gonna make? If I'm on the patio, I can get sniped by burger pants. If I'm out back, no one's finding me but the forest goblins. Please be the fun one? What's the fun one? Tell me what the fun one is if there's a fun one. I'd guess the ones out front seem to be the more fertile option. Patio, okay, as I thought. You won't see me on the patio, but you will.
Objective, take clear of the patio plants.
It would be nice to start some more tea. Fertile Crescent option. We starting agriculture with this one. We founding the great city of Ur with this one. We building the ziggurats to heaven with this one. The best one is leaving? Oh, you should have fucking told me. Now I'm stuck on the inferior route. Asriel walked up to the second floor patio and greeted the plants as he saw them. It was a silly habit he picked up from his father, one that stemmed from an old human wives' tale that supposed that if one talks to their plant, it helps them grow. Of course, humans were very skeptical creatures, believing themselves to be the apex predators, and anything that threatened the contrary should be conquered. Oh? Oh? Oh, okay. They were brought up to believe that every other creature below them in intellect and certainty and every other creature was below them in intellect, and certainly that magic didn't exist. But despite this, somehow the supernatural did. Does magic exist? Do only humans not know that? Okay. Back in the olden times, monsters loved to play tricks on humans for this reasons. We're integrating it. The Fae, the brownies, the sprites, the nefarious elves, the I don't know, Grundle Snatcher goblins of southern Tennessee, whatever the fuck they are. The Mowissi, I'm trying to remember the 46 types of Wisconsin gnome subspecies. I don't remember any of them. The Das Blaumen. That guy sucked though. That was a stupid one. There was all of like the native ones. And various types of super archery gnomes that could like blow up trees with arrows and shit. The Duende is Latin American. That's not in part of Wisconsin. I know my gnome lore, okay? Why Wisconsin got so many gnomes? I don't know. It just does. Probably all the immigrant cultures just brought their own gnomes to the party. Like the native tribes already had their own like giant roster of gnomes, and then like the Germans brought their gnomes, the Dutch brought their gnomes, the other people, the Irish, they got their leprechauns in there. Leprechauns are gnomes, I think. They're similar. $5 from Terroid11, thank you. Shoutouts to that one that's just some French jerk painted blue who kidnaps women. I think that was the Blauman. I think that might have been the Blauman. It wasn't even a gnome. It was just some guy. Fake gnome. And there was like a sausage factory that claims that their sausages got made by gnomes in Wisconsin. It's a thing. Yeah, the sausage factory. You know, the sausage factory. Better than a cheesecake factory. Where did I learn about this? Like a 2-hour-long video about a guy talking about Wisconsin gnomes. I should fucking post that in chat. That's like a gem. That is an ultra rare, like high tier YouTube pull if you get like the Wisconsin gnome lore video. Let me try to look it up. His voice isn't AI, by the way. He just talks like that. You can go to an older video on his channel and he has the same like voice but a different mic quality. Check this shit out. This is the Wisconsin gnome video. The whole video.
Around 2022, I started doing a deep dive into Wisconsin folklore. Specifically, I was looking to piece together a list of every single legendary creature in Wisconsin folklore, with the name and description of each type of legendary creature.
It's glorious. It's the same background music. It loops for an hour and 40 minutes. 200 subs. But it's legit. This guy just knows more than anyone in the world about gnomes in Wisconsin, and he will read it to you deadpan, straight-faced for an hour and 40 minutes in a voice that sounds like the TikTok TTS. It's fucking legendary, and he draws them all as like fucking MS Paint Wojaks or something. Look at this shit. Look at those guys. Each gnome has its own illustration. The Memegwesi, I remember that one. I don't remember the Mizawabikum. Bagwajijinini. I don't remember some of these names. This is the gnome part of the video. There was one that was like a Moesi what something. That's a spider gnome. The gnome turns into a spider. Underground gnomes. They make stones underground. This one rides on a raft and I think throws rocks. The Harokas. Oh, these are the ones that can shoot bows so good they can like cut trees down with their crazy fucking bows. And they're allowed to do incest. Okay, that's part of the lore. You'll never want for knowledge on Wisconsin gnomes if you watch this video. I link it to you with great responsibility and gravitas. Oops, that's not the right one. There we go. You just got gnomed.
I'm not like an elf. I'm not like an goblin. I'm a gnome.
Anyway, back in the olden times, monsters loves to play trick on human. I'm now like reading a RTVS script apparently. Monsters loves to play trick on human for this reason. Not a typo to be clear, I just misread it. Plant Memeticus. No, Plant Memeticus. What? What is a Plant Memeticus? Monster would grab their legs to trip them. Mammal Memeticus would pretend to be harmless animals and whisper to spook them. Shapeshifters would attempt to join their ranks and run amok. The gnomes. It's all the gnomes. The plant gnomes, the beast gnomes, the gnome gnomes. There wasn't much entertainment in the days before TV, internet, and video games, so it was easy to see why it was so prevalent. However, all it did was cause humans to fear monster kind as a whole. I mean this in the best way possible. This is some fucking Tales Gets Trolled lore right now. This is the kind of shit that would get dropped like 2 text boxes in Tales Gets Trolled and never mentioned again. And it was just some like, insane lore drop about the structure of this world that otherwise was not considered. It's perfect. Like the Troll King's backstory and how Pac-Man quested for the Dragon Balls in the medieval times, and then it's just not relevant. Which is what led to the start of great many wars. Tensions kept rising, even after bloodshed, and it took so much death and destruction for the two factions to finally see eye to eye. Thankfully, all of that happened well before Azrael's time. He lived in an era of peace brought about by discrimination and... Wait, did I read that right? He lived in an era of peace brought about by discrimination and ignorance. Oh, most monsters were unaware of the exact details of why their war was ended and why it was kept that way for a reason. I didn't know this was the fucking deep lore route. I didn't know this was the insane lore route. Is this Kissy Cutie? Huh. If they didn't know a curse had been placed on their kind to maintain order, they surely wouldn't know how to break it, and the ones that could would easily be detained by their noble guardian, such as his family. His family? What? Are the Dreamer family secret Gestapo? The curse. This is so kissy cutie. This is kissy cutie as fuck right now. Incredibly kissy cutie. We're tipping the scales. Traitors of their own kind in order to protect them from the alternative. Azrael greeted his favorite ginger plant in a soft voice. I mean, his favorite ginger plant. I read that in a way that implied the plant was a redhead. He'd rescued the shriveled up little bulb from the trash only a couple months ago, and it grew to be nearly half of his height. Each of its plentiful shoots vibrant, with green leaves fanned out in a proud display of prosperity. As he disinfected his shears, he inspected it for any curled up leaves and any browning ends. Very few places were even yellowed. It was spring, after all. There wasn't much of an excuse to prune. However, the thought of ginger tea with breakfast sounded too tempting to pass up. Humming, he trimmed some of the older, larger leaves and made sure to fertilize it well to apologize for the stress. Thank you for the bountiful harvest. He's very conscientious. Can he make tea with ginger leaves? I just knew about the root. You can, huh? I've never seen a ginger plant. I've only ever seen roots. It's almost a shame. Like, ginger roots are so comically cheap that there's never a reason to try cultivating them that I've found. Like basil and mint and stuff, it's just efficient, but with like ginger, it's like 20 cents for a root. He didn't have quite enough trimmings to dry, as dried leaves were a lot more potent and flavorful, but this would do well for the kettle. He turned his attention to the singular chamomile plant and their possession, which had conveniently refused to grow past its green stage for almost a year. It should have blossomed into a bush by now. It was nurtured with all the right conditions, but it was incredibly shy, somehow still hanging on but refusing to grow up and greet the world. Kind of like himself. God damn, he went on this whole poetic monologue about a plant just to diss himself. Hang in there, little one. As Azriel sighed and scattered some fertilizer, not every child could grow to their full potential. Not every child could live up to their parents' expectations. The ginger is Chris and chamomile is Azzy. Dude, the language of flowers. Media illiterate streamer. The floral metaphors. This room doesn't look like it has windows. I mean, true. We're supposed to be on the patio, though. You gotta use your imagination. This is a patio. And while it would be nice to have some evening chamomile tea, it would not come from this little one, which is perfectly fine. It didn't deserve any less love. Don't say that aloud around the plant, though, Azzy. It's gonna feel weird. After tending to the plants one by one, Azriel took note that there wasn't much to contribute to the compost other than a few dead leaves and a couple apple cores. It would probably be best to stop by the lake and pick up some low-hanging fallen leaves so the poor worms didn't end up starving. See, I never did any of the part of gardening that was actually growing plants or caring about whether they survived. I was just destroying. I was just the annihilator, come to raise ground for other plants to be put into. Never had to worry about compost. I guess occasionally I watered stuff and I put fertilizer on rhododendrons, but 80% of it was just weeding. I didn't even have to sanitize my fucking shears, as was mentioned. You don't bother making your blade sanitary when you're just trying to kill shit. I guess a little bit when I was pruning apple trees. I think I did sanitize it a couple times, but... You don't want to pass fungus back and forth between your trees. While looking around for the handrake, Azriel spotted an artifact which nearly aged him on the spot. A couple of his old toy Nerf guns. Back in the day, he used to run around the neighborhood with Chris, simulating an all-out war. They were both very skilled foam bullet sharpshooters and gave each other a fair challenge. However, reminiscing about it now only made him feel as if it wasn't simply a game, but rather a measurement of his capabilities. How he could hold up in a real fight. Is this some crazy, like, dystopia AU? It's gonna be like the Divergent. Azriel's gonna turn 18 and it's gonna be realized that he's like, okay, it's time for your induction into the fucking war. We've raised you to be a soldier of the plant kingdom. It's gonna go crazy. Azriel never should have taken his sibling lightly. Humans really were quite powerful when they felt threatened. It was kind of fitting that, it was the kind of thing that fueled nightmares. Did Chris shoot out Azriel's eye? With, like, the Undertale lore emotional power bullets. Like the fucking, that was in the Courier new, day-to-day fic, where I think he implied that Undyne lost her eye when the yellow-souled human didn't even shoot her, but just held up an empty gun, and the intent of it, the visual and the ritual of raising the gun and pulling the trigger was enough to shoot Undyne's eye out because humans were that powerful. You're right, it's the yellow root. Let's find out. Humans really were quite powerful when they felt threatened. It was the kind of thing that fueled nightmares. It's kind of raw? I know it's raw. The whole fic is raw. Especially the yellow one. The yellow soul. Grimacing, he picked them up. The days of cops and robbers were long over for him, but he knew there were still some children around town who would appreciate this kind of thing. No, it didn't. The gun had no bullets. It couldn't shoot, but just like it was the emotional intent that the kill had all of the actual power. Which is, it's kind of true in Undertale anyway, that's what's implied, but emotional damage, that's exactly it. So the human used magic? I don't know. I'm not going to litigate it. I'm not proposing this to the Council of Wizards in the Orthanc. Human souls can already do vaguely magic shit anyway. It doesn't have to be like magic. Could it work for long-range kissing? You're going to have to ask Courier. I don't know. He walked back downstairs and was surprised to hear a familiar voice chatting away. He quickly darted over to the counter to put the toys down and join them. Pants, what on earth are you doing here? Didn't you have an important delivery at the church? Pants, having been noticed, waved and smiled at him. After hearing what he said, though, the guy just stared blankly. Azzy, it's after 6 o'clock. My shift's already over. Surprised, Azrael looked at the clock. The hour at hand was still pointing at 2. The batteries must have run out. Time must have slipped away from me. Whoa, is that a Nerf gun? Before Azrael could react, a naughty paw reached over and swiped one of the toys. Pants twirled the gun in his hand and tipped his hat dramatically before aiming it his way. Alright, Flower Boy, stick him up or else this Daisy here gets it. Azrael quickly armed himself with the other pistol, and the foam bullet bounced off Pants' forehead before the guy could even blink. For the fucking straight through the temple, right between the eyes. Instant lethality. It's a buttercup, actually, not a daisy. Hey, you actually shot me. Pants pulled the trigger to get one back at him, but Azrael easily dodged behind the counter. You had it coming. You threatened the merchandise. It's a serious offense. He laughed, placing the gun back down on the counter, holding out a hand for Pants to give him the other. I found them collecting dust upstairs. I was thinking some of the neighborhood kids would. And while Azrael was in the middle of speaking, a stray bullet hit him on the shoulder. Pants let out a confident little snicker. Now it's fair. Pants, you don't want to start a nerf war with me. It's a losing battle. I've been to the fucking trenches, Burger Pants. I'm going to take you to Vietnam. Welcome to the rice fields, motherfucker. What made you think you already got this in the bag? I totally could... Azrael giggled as he quickly fired one again and hit Pants square in the forehead. It seemed as though he still had it after all this time. That was dirty, Azrael. Pants shook his head as if he was deeply disappointed in his actions, but that telltale smirk was still clearly itching to be unleashed. But not as dirty as this! Pants lunged over at the counter, trying to grab onto Azrael's arms and take the shot. However, Azrael had been predicting something like this and grabbed his wrist, twisting the gun out of range and pulling him in closer. You'll have to try much harder than that to pull one over on me. Pants took advantage of their posture and leaned in close, whispering in his ear.
What's the matter, Azzy? I thought you liked it when I played dirty.
Get a room, you two, for fuck's sake. He stood stock still. The warm breath tickled his ear, and Azrael's face grew flush. Asgore was still in the room, most likely watching their antics. He is somewhere on screen, okay. Was he able to overhear what Pants said? Kathunk. And right before he could come to his senses, a bright orange foam bullet bounced off him. Pants laughed and scrambled out of Azrael's grasp, ducking behind the counter, ducking behind the other side of the counter. Asgore is just watching from the fucking the rocking chair, cuck chair in the corner, nodding supportively as whatever the fuck this is transpires. And Asgore was there.
I am here too.
Said Asgore. He's still eating the pizza. That actually fits perfectly. That's just Asgore sitting on the couch as like the whole holiday family drama plays out. He's just eating a snack tray and looking over awkwardly. That's what he's doing right now. He's wearing a shirt that says, "I love my gay son," exactly. With an arrow pointing to the left. Or the right, whatever way. I love my gay son and his boyfriend who calls me Papa. That's right, they had limited ammo since those darn bullets were very easy to lose, especially outside. Noticing what happened, Pants broke out into a shit-eating grin and once again took aim, forcing Azrael to retreat. But just because he was out of ammo didn't mean he lost the war. He took out the Bowie knife he had sheathed on his hip at all times, and no, he crawled from behind the counter to the other side in order to sneak up on Pants and steal his gun. However, as he was reaching out, Pants noticed him and attempted to hop over the counter to escape. That's when Azrael instinctively reached out and caught onto his leg, causing Pants to splat against the counter. But in the process, Pants' arm had knocked over the vase, causing it to spill all over him and send said vase rolling down onto the floor. Ugh. This is like narrating a fight scene.
Azrael, what the fuck are you doing?
It hit the ground with a heavy thunk, the thick rim chipping away and flying across the room. At long last, Asgore stepped in to put an end to the nonsense.
Boys, that is enough roughhousing. Go play outside.
Asgore didn't raise his voice, but his command practically echoed off the walls. Now Azrael really did feel like a kid again. Even Pants sheepishly smiled as if he'd gotten caught by the teacher. Both stood up obediently and placed their pistols on the counter. Asgore was sitting there and wondering if winning a Nerf war with Toriel would convince her to take him back. He's got to consider everything at least once.
Can you lock the fuck in?
I'm gonna make Akazet small again. What the fuck? There we go. I was gonna forget. They should be big forever. Yeah, Asgore is homophilic because they give him pizza. Sure thing, Pops. Sorry about this, Dad. I'll clean it up. Azrael retrieved the vase. I don't even know what my pronunciation of this word is. It's randomized. And the broken lip, intending to put the flour back in. However, all the flour food solution had spilled everywhere, and the cleaning rags were upstairs.
No, it's all right. You two go have fun.
Azrael looked over to his companion, who was indeed soaked in the liquid. It had mostly gotten on Pants' shirt, but the top half of his pants had gotten it as well. They should have seen this coming. What's he going to be called now? Water pants? Dirt pants? Flower pants? Just another day getting soaked at Azrael. Do you think this will bleach this? It'll bleach his clothes. At this, all three stared down at the soaked bright red pants. It was an expenditure that none of them could afford. Let's get you out of this quickly and rinse them off. All right. I'm sure to have a change of clothes for you. You could borrow. Azriel hunched over the sink, furiously scrubbing at the fabric and dousing it in peroxide. Meanwhile, Pat sat on the floor in a pair of Azriel's pajamas, watching him go to town trying to clean his trousers. Can you clean bleach with peroxide? Does peroxide not also bleach clothes? I don't really know. I don't know how it works. You can. It stops the reaction. Huh. Don't worry too hard about it, Azzy. I'm sure it'll be fine. I got 3 more just like it in my closet. It's not fine. If this doesn't get out, I'll reimburse you. Listen, this kind of shit happens to me all the time. I'm used to it by now. I just can't get over the fact that you use bleach on flowers. It seems like the kind of thing that would make him wilt. Azriel took great care wringing out the shirt before smoothing it down and placing it on a wire hanger to be hung up on the lattice. It's to help preserve cut flowers. It's not like we water our plants with the stuff. Besides, plant food contains more than just bleach. It usually is diluted with water, sugar, citric acid. Gotta make her big again. Though it was a lot easier for us to just use lemon lime soda. Damn. Is this a certified Pidge gardening tip? Just douse plants in Sprite and it'll work? It's like a life hack. Clean your toilet with Coca-Cola. Does it work? I don't fucking know. It works. Pour Sprite onto plant. Okay, everyone do that. Azriel did a double take at those flashy red polyester pants. He couldn't tell if it was his paranoia that was making him see slightly lighter colors in some areas. He frowned. Still, I can't guarantee it won't stain. Don't stare too hard at the white stains on bro's pants, okay? He looked back at pants to see the guy with a huge grin on his face. What is it? Nothing. I just think this is nice. My little wife in an apron, hand washing my clothes for me. Are they a thing already? I can never fucking tell. Azriel wrinkled his snout and turned his attention back to the sink. There's very little difference in these between, like, they literally have been married for 10 years and they've both had a crush on each other since high school but haven't admitted it. Like, it's the same dynamic. You can't tell the difference. I thought you were the one who didn't like to put labels on things. Well, you don't really want that kind of life, do you? Constantly cleaning up after my messes. Azriel's hand stopped and he looked down at those bright red pants again. I would never call you a male wife, or a twink bottom, or a twink bottom male wife. I'd never do that, Azzy. I don't believe in labels. I don't know. I'd rather think of it as a symbiotic relationship. You help me stay out of trouble, and I help you out of yours. I'll never forget that night at prom. Backstory, here we go. It was senior year at high school. Azriel had somehow managed to coast by in spite of the fact that he kept edging closer and closer to dropping out, and settling for earning a GED instead. The only reason why he hadn't was because there was no 4G back then, and Asgore didn't have Wi-Fi at the shop. Homeschool wasn't an option, and studying meant he would have to take a trip to the library anyway. How long ago did Azriel move out? Is Toriel fucking... does she exist? What happened? What's Toriel doing these days? He always excelled in academics and got along with his classmates. However, his mother still taught at his... Oh, okay, well there we go. His mother still taught at his school, and she was more than just a teacher. In her tenured position, her mere suggestions quickly became school policy. Such was the case for the prom fiasco. One of their classmates had gone behind everyone's back and convinced Toriel that choosing one's own prom date was exclusionary and they should adopt a buddy system so no one was left out. Great. Which meant that prom basically became mandatory, as refusing to go with your assigned partner meant the other one couldn't attend prom. It was a nightmare scenario. Let's take a problem and fix it by making it worse. We love that. We love that as the school system or something. They were split up by gender and alphabetical order. In this town? In this fucking town, we're gonna split by gender? I guess to pair all the same ones together at this rate. Holy shit. You're trying out like Comphead in a Toby Fox universe. Like bro, just don't even try. How many of them have genders? This is fascinating, Laura. They were split by gender and alphabetical order, and going down the lines, he happened to be paired up with Caddy. My god, they're actually straight. He'd known the girl since they were children, and perhaps that wasn't, that's the reason why he was so apprehensive about the whole ordeal. She wasn't exactly the shy, docile type. What's worse was that Caddy used the fact that they had been paired up to gloat in front of the other girls, bragging about how she would have the best corsage of the bunch. A corsage. That is a new term to me, but it sounds like the kind of thing that would mean that. She made such a scene about it that it was harder and harder for Azrael to try to back out. He never wanted to go to prom, but he was forced to attend. Even feigning ill didn't deter her one bit. Just gotta dose up on the laxatives. Or she'd drag you to prom shitting yourself at that rate. Time to pull the World War II classic and like stick your foot under a passing car. That's your excuse. Just dive into traffic. Wait, corsage is flowers? I thought it was just like a word for your date. Okay, that's not what I expected. The little flower bracelets the guys give the girls. That's a thing? Guys give girls flower bracelets? I didn't know that. I wish someone had told me that. I could have learned how to make flower bracelets. It's the flower festival from Stardew. Ah, it's a prom thing. Proms are fucking weird. You can tell me that a traditional prom thing is to like sacrifice a pig and hang it over the stage. That's Carrie actually, but you could tell me they had a traditional pig sacrifice in a prom and I'd be like, yeah, I guess it's America. Maybe. Like the headmaster, the principal of the school goes out back with like a fucking Chris dagger. Wait till I get to the Sadie Hawkins dances. People have told me about that. I still don't really get it. Yeah, Chris dagger. The sacrificial ones made of the Shai Hulud teeth. The prom pig fighting rings. Yeah, they got those. Just the classic prom tradition where everyone gets tied up in like potato sacks and has to crawl around on the ground like worms and scream. It's just a thing. It's a thing you do. I don't know why that came to mind. So the night went on, one travesty after another. She invited him to her house for dinner, for the dinner from hell, in which he'd managed to somehow insult both her parents and get hexed by her younger sibling. She got drunk off her ass on some stowaway bottle she kept tucked who knows where, and that revealing dress. It's a revealing dress, but the bottles are still hidden. It's a mystery. Stumbling around as they walked towards school. She even tried to convince him to snort catnip with her, although he doubted it would really have an effect on either of them. That's good. What the fuck is homecoming? Is that a separate thing than prom? What the fuck is that? Where are you coming home from? Where do you leave so that you can come home? I know, it's in the boobs. Yeah, she had it in her boobs. That's when the home comes? It's a football thing. But what is the home? The football team comes home? It's a football game. Don't tell me about homegoing. Is there a homestucking? Homecoming is prom, but your dress is short. But it's a football game. Is it a football game or is it a prom? That's what Homestuck was based on. Both. It is a football prom. Is it like 17776? Is it like that? You dance after the game. Do you go to a place and dance, or do you just fucking have a shindig on the field? Do you just go nuts? Do the football players change out of their football gear into like suits, or do they just wing it? You go to the gym. I just want to know if the football players are still like sweaty and covered in grass stains and disgusting. You thought Homecoming was fictional. It sounds fictional. It sounds like the end of a fantasy novel. The Homecoming, like warriors would return from conquest, and they'd have a feast. Spider-Man was named that. Yeah, the Spider-Man Homecoming. Like, what the fuck? What did that have to do with football? Okay, whatever. Who cares? Snorting catnip in the bathroom. Meow. By the time they'd gotten to the dance proper, she'd lost all sense of coordination and made quite a scene with her efforts at dancing. Meanwhile, Azrael just stared longingly over in Pants' direction, where the guy was having a great time. He'd never been so jealous in his life. Wait, who is Pants with? To make matters even worse, Katie started grinding all over him, and once the chaperones noticed her inappropriate behavior, the two got into a huge knockdown drag-out. Azrael just stood awkwardly to the side while they were screaming, unsure what to do. The hiccup. It's a homecoming because the field at the team school is their home field. They plan it all the time, though. Like, where did they come home from? It's like if you had a school dance called, like, the gym entering. You enter the gym to have the dance, bro. Sick. The school going. It's for the alumni. You invite the alumni? So is it a reunion? You go into a vortex on the field like in Minutemen. You used to bring the alumni. Oh, so it's like how orgeat used to be made of barley. That makes sense in that case. I get it now. Yeah, I get it. I just want to know who Pants is dancing with. After things calmed down, Azrael tried to console Caddy by handing her a glass of punch. And that's when the red liquid had splashed all down the front of his light tan suit. Why is bro wearing a tan suit? Maybe it looks more flattering if you have white fur. I think if I wore a light tan suit, it would just look like I'm naked. The only decent clothes he had. The only ones he could afford. It was completely ruined in the blink of an eye. Oh, is the thing that Susie wore in Chapter 4? Dude, you might be right. That could be it. That could be it. Yo, meet me at the orge dance. They call it the orgy. The school orgy. There's no sex, though. It's okay. It's just lots of barley. Stephen King reference? I don't even want to know. Don't elaborate on that. Don't tell me. I don't want to know. Whether it was accidental or if Keddy did so on purpose, Azrael would never truly know. He always secretly suspected the latter, but always gave her the benefit of the doubt. That's when Pants came to his rescue. They'd been casual friends for about as long as he'd known the guy, a taboo crush for about a year and a half, but for some reason, Azrael saw him in a completely different light that night. While Pants was helping him clean himself off in the bathroom, he offered to trade clothes so Azrael didn't have to be humiliated for the rest of the dance. This was one of the other AZZYPANTS fics. This fucking same thing happened, didn't it? A very similar string of events. Azrael hadn't been in his right mind, frustrated from the culmination of the evening's events. He started bawling as he tried to scrub the red hue staining his fur. He couldn't stand the thought of going back out there and facing that girl again. More than anything, he just wanted to go home. Lots of cleaning and lots of bathrooms. It's true, it's a theme. A motif, even. An idée fixe. Pants consoled him, talked him out of the funk, and even walked him home. Enjoying their conversation, Azrael successfully convinced him to stay and hang out at the lake. They even took a late-night swim together. Ooh. That sounds cold. Though it wasn't the greatest idea in the world, Azrael was used to this lifestyle living in the shop with his dad. Oh, they didn't have a shower. They had a sink, a bucket, and a hose. Sometimes in the summer, Azrael would opt into taking a dip in the lake to stay clean. They're living crazy out here. What are the French words you speak? Awesome chat message out of context. There's several. The extended AZZYPANTS multiverse. That is what the whole game is. However, the weather had gotten quite chilly outside and the two of them were drenched, and that's when Pants invited him to stay over. The two slowly shuffled over to the apartment, sopping wet, dripping and laughing the whole way there. Pants is always getting soaking wet when he meets Azrael, damn. The first thing he did when they got inside was take a long, steaming hot shower while Pants washed their clothes and cleaned up the puddles that trailed behind them all the way across the floor. Kinda low-key smooth as fuck for this, eh? Swoop in at the prom, bring bro to the lake, go swimming. Like, hey, come back to my place. Let's have a post-midnight lake swimming sleepover where we take our wet clothes off and maybe huddle for warmth. Alright, interesting playbook here. On prom night, no less. The whole time, his friend had pampered him and catered to his every whim. It felt like his secret feelings were being reciprocated. It felt like they had a bright future ahead of them. It felt like heaven. Spend 3 seconds failing to recall Heaven in the Dashboard Light by Meatloaf. I forget how that goes. That night, the two ate junk food, played games, and watched movies well into the morning hours. While Pants had always been a forbidden object of desire before, is there a little bit of, like, I feel like there's even between the universes, there's different levels of, like, heteronormativity. That's a variable quantity within the multiverse here. I think this is like a weird compet universe. The others weren't like this. While Pants had always been a forbidden object of desire before, deeper feelings started stirring in Azrael's heart after getting to bond with him. He wanted Pants for his own, and no longer wanted to wait. Oh. We're now in, like, flashback present tense. Neither can I. The whole front of your tight, pristine little suit stained in red as if you'd come home from an all-out war. That teary-eyed look on your face as if you're about to cry. Or no, is this just we now back to future? I'd been in those shoes time and time again. Pants incident after pants incident, humiliated in front of my peers by no fault of my own, and ridiculed endlessly for it. I knew I couldn't allow that to happen to you. I wanted to protect you at all costs. From my pants. The curse of the pants. Dude, he's like, he has pants trauma. My pants are dirty so his can stay clean. Says police guy from Batman The Dark Knight Rises, sobbing. Why, my pants... No, that was his pants stay dirty so that ours can look clean. And then Robin or whatever goes, your pants look plenty dirty to me, Chief. And then he walks out. Yeah, just like that. And it's stupid to admit, but that's how I know you were the one. Azrael absentmindedly dropped the object in his hand and looked slack-jawed back at his partner. You've been into me this whole time? So they weren't the couple. See, you can't fucking tell. You can't fucking tell. Alright. You've been into me this whole time. Well, yeah, dude, I thought it was kind of obvious. Not now. I mean, since high school. I had a crush on you in high school, like, as did half our classmates. But I started getting serious about you after that night. Azrael searched his mind for any clues to help support this. He had always been very forward about his interest in Pants, but that strange fellow always stared back at him intensely and played us off as if he hadn't heard a thing. Fucking weird vibe, okay. Sure, you do you, Pants, whatever works. Just make eye contact and pretend that you didn't hear him? So what? What is that? They'd only started making real progress well after graduation, and even then Pants told him point blank that he wanted to keep the fact that they were dating a secret. Sometimes it felt like they were playing around, as if Pants wasn't taking his feelings to heart and was just going along with it to appease him. The guy never once laid a paw on him, always waiting for Azrael to make the first move. You've never even tried to kiss me. Azzy, what are you talking about? You've long since passed first base. No, I mean, you've never initiated a kiss, not once, not ever. Pants snorted, stood up and walked over to him, pulling him into an embrace. That's because you're so frickin' tall. Azrael's height also varies wildly. The variety pack of dynamics here. This is, I understand the flex of this game now. It's like how many, the sheer volume of tropes and cliches and dynamics that Pidge has at their beck and call. It's like owning a candy store. You have every type of different colored candy in a jar behind you on like a wall. You just rattle these fuckers off. The variety flex. This too is the appeal of Haley Labs. I'm not gonna start talking about Haley Labs. That's cause you're so freaking tall. What am I supposed to do, huh? Jump on my tippy toes? Pants kissed Pants kissed along the nape of Azrael's neck for show, and Azrael giggled at the ticklish sensation. You could start carrying a step stool, or maybe wear platform shoes. I think you should put him on a leash so you could bring him down to your level. No, sorry, I didn't mean to voice that out loud. Pants playfully yanked at his collar, signaling him to bend down. Well, I mean, he kind of did it anyway. Yeah, all things to do later, but for now. Pants nibbled at his lips, hands hooking around Azrael's back. Azrael changed the angle of their kiss, allowing his partner's tongue to meet with his. Okay, finally we get the fucking sloppy makeout described in detail. Finally. I've gotten in tune with the Yaoi. That's just observing how people fucking interact on Discord. And then... crash. There were a couple loud thunks before the sound of glass shattering clued Azrael into what had happened. His dad. No, Asgore. He'd forgotten all about Asgore. They had absolutely no privacy here, unlike at Pants' place. Pants seemed to get the hint too, immediately jumping back to avoid being caught. Maybe we should put a rain check on that. I suppose I wouldn't want to make things any more awkward. But I think he already knows about us. Well, earlier he was talking as if he was going to hog-tie me and deliver me to you himself, if that meant you'd bring him another pizza. Pants let out a hearty laugh. Ha! Ha 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 ha! Mighty fine plan. I wouldn't turn him down. But you know, you don't gotta go that far. All you gotta do is let me know and I'll take care of you. Pizza daddy. You've heard of a sugar daddy? This is a garlic daddy. I know, Pants, you're always looking out for us. He averted his gaze as if suddenly thinking about it, tugged on the collar of his pajamas he'd been wearing. So, I guess I'll just buy all these for the night, wash them and give them back tomorrow. Papa John? I'm gonna meet with old Papa John, if you know what I mean. Shit. Yikes. Okay. Azrael smiled at him, reaching over and pulling him closer in order to give him a quick goodnight peck on the lips. Asgore was still watching. Oh, I guess you'll just have to owe me tomorrow then. The pajamas, and hopefully that kiss as well. He's now become Pajama Pants. I can hardly wait. The soiled pants. Yo. I've done all the routes. I win. That wasn't the best route, though. Because Asgore cock-blocked them, I guess. Wow. Is it a celery? Yeah, what is that? The fuck is that? A leek? Shaquille O'Neal is on the board of directors for Papa John's? What do you mean that's so funny? Why? That's true? That's a thing. Why is Shaq doing that? Good for him, I guess. Oh, it's a Nerf dart. I get it. Chris's lost hand. I guess the eye lore was brought up in another route, probably. Classic. What will you offer? I got nothing to offer, mysterious voice beyond the pale. Within the bathypelagic Yaoi abyss. The red one. Here it is. Okay. This is going to be a fairly long stream at this rate, but let's go. Now we may begin. Wait, we don't know who this is. Let's just do what would fit here? Gaster? Sure, it'd be funny if it was Gaster. It's not Bitmore.
First, let us examine what you have brought to the table.
Oh, I forgot about this thing.
You dealt with even the worst of situations in good humor. You accepted whatever life threw at you with mature mindset, while not sacrificing your fun-loving nature. You let your true charms shine through naturally, without trying too hard. You stuck to your values and forgave past misgivings, while earning forgiveness in kind. You made sure your partner was comfortable at all costs, and did not give up hope even when faced with a challenge. This will do quite nicely.
The Astro voice is shit right now. And I'm out of tea. It should be Gakbu talking.
It was me all along. I was the mysterious voice. It's my groundsman core communicating with you.
Alright, let's do it.
Yeah, this'll do nicely. Thank you for putting in the effort. These items, your precious sacrifices, will now be processed.
I'm ruining this. Okay, Gakfu, you need to go back. What is this? Is this like an algo generated, like an AI generates the final route based on your choices or something? Welcome to the visual novel? What do you mean the visual novel? Azrael popped out of bed, eyes wide and bushy-tailed, which is saying something since he didn't naturally possess a tail. He doesn't have a tail? Nevertheless, he was excited for the new day. I guess that's not clear whether they have tails. Today was his date with Bo. Azrael flushed. Well, it wasn't exactly a date per se. He arranged his busy schedule and cleared out some time to do a victory lap around town one last time before preparing to go off to college. He had to make the most of today, make some good memories. And if the situation provided itself, maybe even confess his feelings? Oh, it's the trope route. It's the Hikameki Memorial High School, whatever that game is. It's that. It's the dating sim. If it didn't work out, he would just be out of. He would be out of here by next week anyway. And if it did work out, Who is he kidding anyway? Azrael laughed off those silly thoughts and looked through his closet. You should wear a purple Deltarune hoodie. Yes, dude. Wear your like fucking religious hoodie for your date. Let's go. I mean, I don't know. That art that Jules made with the hoodie Azrael is pretty fucking good. The Holy Hoodlums. From his youth group. A classic staple of small-town religion. That's not why he wore it, though. Bo loved to see him in the color purple. He said it was the most seductive color. Is this the red soul, or is this the fucking purple soul root? I don't know. Wait, was that a spot on the mirror? No, his clothes actually had a stain all over them. Not only these, but the rest of the clothes that had been hanging up. All of them. They all have a stain. One stain. Chris must have used the closet for experiment storage again. Azrael sighed. Looks like he had to dress in something from his drawer instead. You couldn't go wrong with the classic green tee and dark slacks. He checked the mirror once more. A little wrinkled, but it'll do. That's when Azrael noticed his hair. It must have gotten like this from all the dressing and undressing he did earlier. It didn't look half bad, but it wouldn't hurt to... One option, swoop the fringe.
Swoop it.
They're much better. Chris is fucking alive for once, yeah. Deciding that he'd checked himself out in the mirror for long enough, he wanted to get the show on the road so we could start checking out a certain someone else instead. He playfully jumped down the steps, giving his morning greetings, and walked out the door. This is like the American Dad intro. Bo was early, right outside in the driveway, waiting for Azrael. Azrael's heart skipped a beat. Maybe Bo was just as eager for their date as he was. Not a date. It wasn't a date. He was just casually hanging out. It was an outing. What the fuck? They got... Okay. Good morning, Bo. Nice weather today, isn't it? Jacob Geller. Games that save the best for last, part 2. Grand finale. Merci beaucoup. He's got his fucking grippers out, too. Hell yeah. You know I'm vibing to this music. Boga Pants. He's Bogo Pants. Squid Game, Huggy Wuggy, Opelabod, Six, Bambolina, Zumbo Sauce, Bogo Pant, you know? Never do that again, I'm sorry. I was literally watching Scorpy play Garten of Banban this week. That's how fucking... I don't know, I get into weird moods and I'm trying to get work done, which is always. I'd never even looked at Garten of Banban. I was determined to know nothing about it, not acknowledge it, pretend it didn't exist, and I succeeded fantastically. But last week I was like, yeah, fine, what was it? And I watched Scorpy stream it. And I was like, yeah, that's why I didn't watch it again. Yep. Vinny was playing Banban? What the fuck? Why is Vinny playing Banban? What the hell's happening? The one good part of Banban, the one part that I was glad that I knew after watching it, was the fucking voice cast. You would not guess, looking at Garten of Banban's marketing, that the guy who voices Banban himself sounds like your fucking Czech uncle. He's like generically European non-voice actor just mumbling emotionlessly. It's fucking awesome. The contrast between picturing what the human would look like and the fucking Banban. That part's good. Yeah, he fucking talks a lot. It's like a dialogue-based, story-driven, cinematic fucking horror game after the first one. He's Quebecois? Maybe that's it. Shows what I know about the Quebecois accent. It's awesome. Yeah, it's all just like amateur voice actors. I think they got a YouTuber to voice one of the characters, but fucking Banban just being like some, I guess, Quebecois guy talking in a monotone. Nothing can prepare you for that. He's like, hello, I will help you. I am in the security room, and I can open the door for you to let you through. That's not the accent, but like, basically that's the accent. He talks like that. 8-Bit Ryan is in the cast? I don't know who that is. Very cool. They get YouTubers who make fun of the game to voice act in the game. What the fuck? That's such a twisted model. Like, what? It's like misery tourism, but for game dev. Andrew Cunningham for Ban 16? They haven't even made it to fucking 8 yet, dude. Stinger Flynn. I think Stinger Flynn is literally just the same guy as Ban but pitched down. It's dire. Their voice casting situation was dire. It's the same guy. I can make it in for 9? Alright. I hope I get to do like a long monologue about like the inherent cruelty of life or something. And have it then just like cut to doing another push the button puzzle. Do the Burger Pants voice. The Ban doesn't deserve the Burger Pants voice. Ban's getting like the Yeek voice at best. Monologue about Urge. I will do a fake French accent to hideously offend the developers who are Quebecois. Borat impression. It wouldn't be worse than whatever the fuck is already in the game. It's pretty rough. Anyway, Bo looked him up and down, letting off a sharp whistle. That's a hell of a burger pant. Looking sharp, my man. Azrael tried to hide his flattered smile. I'm dressed the same as always. It's not that. There's something different about you today. You trying out a new deodorant? God, that fucking the teeth, the high definition teeth. Burger Pants' vacant fluoride stare. Look at him go. That's awesome. Does anyone know where the fluoride stare memes comes from? I encountered that only recently. It's awesome though. I'm telling you, man, you're practically glowing. You don't look half bad yourself, Bo. What do you say we stop by QC's for donuts? My treat. A handsome, dependable man. Very generous one, too. As you're making it hard for me to let you go. Just fuck already. Post-ironic reference to fluoridated water. Oh, is that like a health scare? Did people not want fluoride in their water? That sounds like a thing that would happen. I think the water where I live has less fluoride than with like in Toronto. I think the Toronto water tastes more like fluoride. I just love the fluoride stare. It just sounds funny. It's a good term. Azrael giggled. He desperately wanted Pants to hold him and never let him go. In a platonic way. They shouldn't stand around wasting too much time. Walk. We should pace ourselves, by which I mean pace over there. Really take in the sights. The pair slowly made their way down the driveway to those familiar empty streets. A street. Yo, my favorite one. They're fucking big. Azrael was overwhelmed thinking about everything he wanted to do today. It was his last chance at spending quality time with Bo. Tomorrow he'll have to start picking up to move out, get everything completely finished the next day. The day after that, his parents had decided to throw him a little going-away party, which Azrael wasn't too thrilled about, but hopefully Bo could show up for a little while after work. Yeah, take boyfriend to get lost in the Lost Woods together, become Kokiri, become Stalfos together, romantically. Because the morning after, he would have to make the long trek out to the city. College wasn't exactly something he was thrilled about doing, but his mother had drilled it into him about going ever since he was little. They're gonna reenact the one Courier new fic? Yeah, take too many wrong turns in the Lost Woods, you end up with a fucking gastro bunker. You end up in the Black Garden, dude. Never go to the Black Garden. Lead paint is sweet and tasty to eat? I'll take note of that. I want to get my vacant lead paint stare. Not having any idea how to build a future for himself, he acquiesced to going. Bo was even more excited about going to college than Azrael. That guy had a passion and the drive, but he didn't have the grades or the finances. And unfortunately, no college in the area had offered him scholarships. Bo didn't let that get him down. No stag gonna get me down. I'm not that buck no more. So when you come back looking, I'll be on the dance floor. I had to, sorry. He said he was going to take a gap year off and enroll next year, though it seemed more like a delusion to soothe his bruised ego rather than a reality. Amara knew what the bit was, that's enough. Azrael wanted to immediately back out of going when he got the bad news, but there was no good excuse he could come up with. Azrael, what the fuck? That's a Azrael Ronio. The sale is almost over. Yeah. Azrael Ronio. It would seem rather petty if he wanted to stay here just because his best friend couldn't go with him. He nervously looked over at Bo, who met him with a smile. Hope you're in a good mood for donut holes, because today I'm finally going to order the 32-pack. Oh yeah, they call Timbits donut holes in America. That's funny. They don't have Tim Hortons, so they can't have Timbits. It's a generic thing instead. Sounds great. I'm sure I could eat at least 20 by myself. Bro, you call it Timbits? Yeah. It's like a Kleenex. It's like the brand has become just the word for it. It's a Timbit. You don't want Tim's bits? It's okay. The real Tim died in a car accident way back when. No, I know that Timbits is a stupid name, but it's literally so ingrained. I've never once thought of them as anything other than Timbits. I'm not even going to try to alter that perception. They're just Timbits. That's what the word is. It's the kind of word that's like not even, you don't even think about how it's spelled. It's just like Timbit, like one word. There's no person named Tim. It's not a bit of anything in particular. It's just proper noun, Timbit. Was Gakmu overlapping the fucking porches before? Oops. They vastly underestimated just how much food 32 donut holes added up to be. Each one of them only ate about 10 before they started getting full. Oh, you could do more than 10. I want 40. I'd eat 32 Timbits right now. I'd do it. I'm hungry as fuck. Azrael happily sipped on his milk, satisfied by the quality of their meal. He really was going to miss this quaint little diner and their fresh donuts. Azrael gestured at their platter, still full of pastries. Take a break to eat? I feel like the stream is going to end soon anyway, so I'm just going to push through. I don't have anything really convenient to eat besides if I heated up a bunch of mapo tofu, and that would be a whole production, so... Oh, the Gakbu is back? I see now. Gak is back. The very next day, the Gak is back. They said she was a goner, but the Gak is back. Can I... That's pretty much perfect, actually. Gakriel. That's a vibe. Put the hands on the sprite, yo. Now we're cooking with kindness, if you know what I mean. Who the fuck is that? Okay, I'm gonna stop disfiguring him now. Move over here, Gakfu. become small.
I'm just here for fun. I just like hanging out.
Thank you, Gakfu. Pizza Pants owes him a receptor curl. He does. He has, what is it? Kiv receptors. Oh my god, the Koru brain rot is setting in now. We have a Kiv and a Jut. A beautiful little couple. He became Togor? He's a little bit Togor. What do you say we get these to go? Just put them in your pockets. You didn't tune into the Koru streams. What are these new slurs? You have to watch the Koru streams to find out. It's basically the new gender. We're replacing gender with a new thing with there's 4 of them, and it's not Homestuck. It's not like Homestuck. It's different. But it's still like essentialist and problematic and part of their own society struggles. Yeah, it's great. Oh, we're back to the weird sandpaper carpet. Love that. Bo unlocked the door to his apartment with the key he always left under the mat. How foolish. Didn't he know that that was the first place anyone would check for a spare key? He might as well not lock his apartment. Put Gakfu on the Pizza Pants portrait? It's the same character. Gakfu was already just Pizza Pants coded. It's the same guy. Azrael felt a twinge of guilt having to leave him here. The man would criticize in a heartbeat, but he was struggling. No, but he was strangely unsuspecting. The man would criticize everyone in a heartbeat, but was strangely unsuspecting, a little too trusting. Pizza Pants and Gakfu are not similar at all. Okay, but pretend they are. They have the same vibe. If you look at their face, they give off the same vibe. Of like, I'm too baked to talk right now. Okay, maybe that's not what Pizza Pants' face looks like either. He has one face that looks like that. He has at least a few faces that look like Gakfu. The two got lost in conversation about the upcoming anime convention in a couple months. Azrael tried to convince Bo to go, but he said he wasn't sure if he would have to work that day. Azrael hadn't checked his calendar either, but he would gladly skip class if it meant he got to hang out and do cool stuff with Bo in the city. Before long, Azrael noticed that Bo still had his Super Nintendo hooked up to the television and asked if he felt like playing for a couple rounds. Let's try this one. Oh, that's a good one. This is fun. Jesus Christ, Gakfu's seen better days. Gakfu's blasted on the Zoust. This is the post-Claps arc trauma Gakfu. This is what she lives with every day now. Who's doing rare pairs? What the fuck? Togor, Friend, Jockington, Doomed, Yaoi. No, stop that. I don't... Okay, no, you can keep doing it, but like... Never mind. Sure thing, bud. As long as they don't mind losing. We'll just have to see about that. I'm pretty skilled, you know. Okay, your choice. Whatever you feel like playing. How about...
Cribby.
We could play some Cribby if you like. Wait, Azzy, you play Cribby? Well, of course. He's in Super Smashing Fighters, after all. Yeah, I know that, but have you ever actually played a game in the Cribby franchise? A couple times. I like sucking up all the enemies and spitting them back out. Kind of reminded me of Yosha. Bo's eyes sparkled. Buddy, where have you been my whole life? Okay, forget versus mode. We're doing co-op. They sat there for a good 3 hours playing games. Yeah, we unlocked the Kribby lore. This is all our choices coming back. The 7 Chaos Emeralds. All of our friends giving us power to revive Pikachu. They exchanged stories about high school mishaps while Bo cooked them some lunch. Well, while eating, Azrael couldn't help but notice that Bo's leg was almost touching his. He slouched in his seat, meeting his crush halfway. He could feel Bo's knee pressing against his due to their knocking knees. Extremely lewd. Feeling Bo's warmth radiating out toward him, it was almost like holding hands, but done in secret and with his knees. World's first kneecap fetishist, Azrael Dreamer. He's breaking new ground. Azrael preoccupied himself with playing with the food on his plate. There was no way he would dare look Bo in the eyes while making knee contact. Premarital knee knockage. Alright, buddy, it's starting to get late. I know you don't want to hang out around the shabby old apartment all day long, so what's next on the agenda? This was so hype blind. It is pretty hype. I wish I was a bit less tired to react to it, but it is quite hype. Your choices coming back, dude. Azrael twiddled his thumbs. He really didn't mind spending all this time privately in a room together with Bo, come to think of it, but some fresh air couldn't hurt. Let's, for example, walk to get takeout and talk about the fucking life and death of the cosmos and the elder gods and the fucking cult and how Chris is Baphomet for a while. Let's do that. Then let's come back and make out. But some fresh air wouldn't hurt. We should swing by the library for old time's sake. I thought you was still slinking around trying to avoid that place because of the, you know... Azrael blinked innocently. Despite the rumors, he had nothing to be ashamed of. If Miss Boom has a problem, she can either speak to me or my mother about it. Okay. Sure. Bo just laughed. You've got guts, young Mr. Dreamer. I like the cut of your jib. I hope my jib's not all you have your eyes on. Azrael teased. Yeah? Is this how pirates did it back in the day? Is this pirate flirting? No reaction. The guy didn't look embarrassed in the least. Oh well. This is they all have this insane dynamic where they're like so obviously fucking coming at each other, but neither of them will admit it. It's almost like adversarial. All of the roots have had some shade of this, or at least most of them. They're almost trying to one-up each other and how overt they can be without cracking. Fascinating. Can you tell the writers were ace? No. What part of that is supposed to be the telltale sign? I know that you're the writers. I know that. I mean, I knew that, but like not diegetically. Oh well, he wasn't betting on Bo being too interested in him anyhow. What Azrael didn't know, however, was that Bo had been too preoccupied trying to figure out what the heck a jib was to notice that Azzy was flirting. Perfect. Diegetically asexual. Do you know what I mean, okay? I was trying to convey meaning with that. I only knew his meta-knowledge, that yes. At least, well, I didn't know that both writers were. I knew that one writer was asexual. But it was implied that something in the game should indicate that. And I was like, I don't know. I don't know what that is. That's what I meant. Take him out on a sailboat for a week, eating hardtack and getting scurvy. That's romance. What do you mean I'm tired? Should I spoil it? Is this a twist? Is this an incoming twist? What the fuck is happening? What Azrael didn't know, however, was that Bo had been the jib. Cut his jib. Time's wasting. Let's go already. We'll do things as it comes naturally. What is a jib anyway? Nice. Wait, Madeline is Celeste? Those are different. Link, that's Link and Zelda. Celeste is the mountain. Celeste is the mountain. After spending a good chunk of their day together, night was growing ever nearer. The pair decided to cap off their evening relaxing by the lake. The two sat at the water's edge, letting their thoughts drift out with the ripples on the surface. I never see a fix set at the lake. Bring in like onion san just appears. That never happens. We need more onion san rep. The two sat at the water's edge, letting their thoughts drift out with the ripples on the surface. Bo, do you think going to college is a mistake? What's the alternative? Staying here and work for a living? Helping your dad out at the flower shop like in the last route? Writing software and becoming the next tech billionaire? Running away to form a band? Chasing your dream of becoming the top chef? Getting some rundown piece of shit apartment here? My choices, my choices. This music is kind of nice. What is this? Reminds me vaguely of some of these old like Japanese ambient albums that I found, which are just like this over piss noises, like trickling water noises, and it goes on for 2 hours. I'm not sure. In my mind, the detriments seem to outweigh the benefits. The saddest Azrael. Sorry, I have to keep fiddling with it. God, the fucking... Look, Gakfu has eyebrows. That's a really good Gakfu, holy shit. Streamer found a new stem, yeah. The Gak reel. Oh my god, that's a flowy expression, you're kinda right. I can see it. Yeah, the nostrils really make it. I'm not sure. In my mind, the detriments seem to outweigh the benefits. I feel like the only reason I'm going to college is because I don't know what I want for my future. Bo flicked some pebbles at his feet into the water. I get the sentiment, but I got the opposite problem. I know what I want to do in life, and it sure ain't this. But I don't got the same opportunities as you. Maybe it's best to use them while you got it. Dude, switch lives. Do the thing from that one movie with like the investment banker and like maybe Eddie Murphy was there. Azrael searched off in the distance, the unease slowly overtaking his heart. Trading Places. Wait a minute, wasn't Trading Places also like a fucking like a TLC reality show where people would switch homes while they renovated them or some bullshit? That's ancient. Maybe Trading Spaces. No, they didn't swap wives in that one. This was like a home renovation thing. $2 from Mr. Brick & Co. Oh, hi, Mr. Brick & Co. Mr. Brick mostly, I assume. The Co is not present at all times, but Pizza Pant. I agree, thank you. Oh, I love Pizza Pant. Trading Spaces was on Discovery? Really? Damn, I just assumed it was like a TLC or whatever that channel was. It's much more in line with all the home improvement bullshit. Discovery Channel used to be good. It used to have like How It's Made and Mythbusters and shit. And that Deadliest Catch show that I'd always skip watching because it sucked, but they made a video game out of it for some reason that Scorpy played and it was amazing to see it come back. Mostly How It's Made and Mythbusters were the highlights. They had the fucking Daily Planet with Jay Ingram. That was kind of boring, I thought, but it was, you know, it's alright. I may have hallucinated this. I swear that Jay Ingram once came to give like a speech at my school. Like in the gym, he came and like did a panel or something. There's like, I'm 50-50 that I hallucinated that though. That'd be weird. Okay, this doesn't matter. Yeah. There was still a moment of silence, or a still moment of silence, then Bo spoke up once more. And if I'm being real here, this place sure as heck won't be the same without you. Asriel sighed. Yep, and I won't be the same without it. Nothing to hold me back, no reputation to ruin, no obligations to maintain, no family ties, no sharing a tiny bedroom. I get the freedom to finally go out and explore, make mistakes, and fly high in the sky without looking back. It almost seems like a dream come true until I realize that you won't be there to share it with me. Sorry, Az, I wish I could, but things just didn't work out in time. I'm really gonna miss you, you know? Damn. I thought this would be like the fucking shitpost route, but it's actually like this, the sad route. The serious sad route. Oh, it's late now. How about the time you poured a whole bottle of water in her puss? She didn't even know what hit her. No, it was an accident. I had an open bottle of water on my desk, then accidentally knocked it over. Though it was a beautiful slam dunk. It was hard to keep from laughing and giving myself away. Oh yeah, no sharing a tiny bedroom at college? Right, who's gonna tell him? Didn't even notice that. This is the shit post, but it was like sad for a second. Serves her right. You know, she had the nerve to blame me for that shirt? For that shit? She blamed me for that shit. That girl's always had it out for me. Good face. Blaming me for things I didn't do, nosing in my business, stealing your first kiss. Oh, that's bratty. Asriel immediately looked at Bo, searching for any signs of jealousy on his expression. What does that have to do with anything? Sorry, one more. I wonder if I can, There we go. I'm so easily entertained. I like that one. This is the Koru content that I'm missing. Koru Works won't release a new ad, so I'm doing this shit. I'm playing with my dolls. What does that have to do with anything? Bo looked away. Nothing, I'm just listing off a bunch of things she did. You can relate, right? She probably pestered you as much as she outright bullied me. Asriel followed Bo's lead and stared at the trees in the distance. It wasn't my first kiss, you know. Bo immediately whipped his head Asriel's way. What the fuck? What? You got even more action before that? Asriel sheepishly smiled. No, I mean, I turned away before she made contact with my lips. It's only straight at the lips touch. I've never really been a fan of close physical contact. With an exception of maybe you, of course. He's trying to think of a way to make that come off as anything but gay. Bo was silent for a long while, making Asriel sweat in the hole he dug himself into. At graduation, Asriel shrunk in on himself. You'd hoped that Bo hadn't remembered or wrote it off as some kind of familial gesture. What did you do? Right after we'd gotten our diplomas, you hugged me and gave me a big fat smooch on the lips. A familiar, okay, a familial gesture. European! That's subtle. Like on stage, as he was walking back with his diploma, you just grabbed him and kissed him. Okay, that's subtle. No one knows Asriel. No one knows. Okay. You're being so subtle right now, Akazet. No one will suspect a thing. Really? Asriel was sweating. I was so excited, I guess I couldn't contain myself. I wasn't exactly sure if you meant anything by it or not. But I'm gonna be honest with you, Azzy. Sometimes I swear I'm picking up some strong signals from you. Asriel sighed and looked away. There was no other time than now. The day was almost over, and the opportunity did in fact present itself. He said it like he didn't remember doing it. He blocked it out. He repressed it. The black light bulb hangs over him. This was his only chance to confess. You're not reading into it. I might have had a bit of a crush on you in high school. Past tense, Azzy. Past tense. As if you're not still in high school. You had a crush in high school, but you're not in anymore. In the past, before. He qualified it as much as he could to soften the blow, but Bo wasn't so stupid that he would fail to recognize that high school was only a few months ago. No fucking way, Azzy, you... Before Azriel knew what was happening, Bo snatched his hands. Tell me you ain't faking me right now. Azriel gave him a playful smile. Sorry if it grossed you out, Bo. I couldn't help myself. But if it makes you feel any better... Azzy, I had a crush on you too. Yo, dude, who could have predicted it? The twist, dude, the twist ending. It's so funny, this has happened like 4 times in a row now. It's like, the cycle's repeating, the fucking first flame, it flares and dies and flares and dies again. The killing of the first flame becomes choked with ash of champions. The world itself becomes sick and begins crumbling in on itself. It's a bit like that. The cycle. I've picked an interesting path. It was the Undertale soul route. You should have foreseen this. Dementia Yaoi. Exactly. It's just like that. This was an Adam Sandler movie? I don't want to know. Azriel blinked in astonishment. What? Are you sure? Sorry. It's mandatory. I see new expression, we gotta gack it. Yeah. I think it's mostly the, Nah, this isn't gonna work. Nah, this sucks. That one sucks. Are you sure? Oh, do it as a mustache? Okay. Oh yeah, there you go.
Pictures of Spider-Man! Pictures of Spider-Man! Pictures of Spider-Man!
Because it turned into a mustache. I think I had too much Zoast. Does that help?
That's fucked up. What? Are you sure? It took me a while to realize it, but that kiss sure cleared up a lot of doubts. Mine makes sense. It's only natural I'd like you. You're the stud of the town, the cock of the walk, emphasis on the cock. But what in the hell are you crushing on me for, huh? I ain't got anything you're looking for. Azriel hesitated, subconsciously staring into that man's eyes in search of its intentions. I just like your big weird teeth. Bo almost seemed offended, but then professed his own admiration in the same breath. It was hard to process. I don't know. You're a nice guy. Hardworking. You know how to make me laugh. Say it's a je ne sais quoi. He'll like that, Azzy. He'll be into that French shit. Azriel looked down. He couldn't bear to maintain eye contact with him. What is it? What's the fucking operant fetish, Azriel? Just out with it. It's gonna be some weird shit. I feel like you don't let others dictate what you say and you speak your mind freely. You don't try to contain yourself in a little box. You just fit in whatever you're comfortable. Fit in, and you're comfortable being yourself. I wish I could be like that. This is diegetic stammering, of course. And even when you hate someone, you might laugh and be about petty misfortunes, but when push comes to shove, you take care of those around you regardless of how you feel about them. You've got a strong sense of integrity. You're brave and patient and persistent, not so much perseverant. I don't think I passed that route so well. I hear the way others talk about you, and I think it's a shame they never got to know you on a meaningful level. But to tell the truth, I'm almost glad because that means that I could spend more time with you. He's really fucking gushing, holy shit. Might want to rein it in a little bit, dude. Oh my god. Ah, fuck, Assy. Why do you have to wait until you're leaving hometown to tell me this shit? Bo stood up, putting Azriel on edge. Did he upset the guy? Sorry, Bo. Part of me didn't want you to know.
I'm very sensitive to being rejected.
Has it happened before? The guy snorted, but held out his hands, intent to help Azrael up.
Who could possibly reject you, huh? You're freaking perfect in every possible imaginable way. It's like irritating. Listen, I know you have this big tradition with your family to not miss dinner, but can you make an exception for tonight? If it's the last day you're free to hang out, then I want to get one last date in before you go away and break my heart.
The drama. The pathos. Azrael's stomach was in knots. He wasn't expecting this to be in this scenario. Dude, skip dinner. Immediately. You'll never see these people again for like 4 years after today. Just whatever. He wasn't expecting for Bo to return his feelings with open arms. He wasn't thinking that he'd also be breaking Bo's heart by moving away. If only I'd considered this, he cries to heaven. Even more than before, he couldn't come up with one good reason to go to college. His mind kept circling back to the options that Bo had sarcastically laid out to him earlier. In all honesty, some of them didn't seem half bad. He'd been Bo's friend for a long time. They got along well. Their compatible living habits most definitely factored into Azrael's comfort level with him. That kind of compatibility was hard to come across. Most people had to search their whole lives without ever finding it. It would be a sin just to leave Bo behind like that. But what could he do? Would his parents even allow him to stay here after having promised he was going to get a higher education? He could get a job in hometown, but he wasn't sure to be able to make it on his own. Though Bo did have the apartment to himself. If the guy felt the same way about him, didn't mind shacking up together, they could become roommates.
They were roommates.
But Bo was pretty sore about not being able to go to college himself, and it might be bitter that Azrael had the opportunity and threw it all away.
Neighborodsky.
Perhaps. Maybe he and Bo could live together in the city. They could rent a little apartment near the campus. Azrael could support them with the scholarship money and maybe work at the library on the weekends. I don't think you get the money until you go to the university, Azrael. Is that how it works? I don't think that's how it works. I think that's more of like a gift card. I don't know. But that would require a lot of commitment on Bo's part. And as far as Azrael knew, his friend's feelings for him might not run that deep. Maybe that was a discussion they needed to have. It's lesbians in a U-Haul. Immediately propose living together. Do long distance? I mean, I know people who make long distance work. A meaningful decision. It's obviously funnier if they just like immediately say, hey, move in with me, let's elope to the Bahamas. Is this an unlockable choice? Which one did I unlock though? Which one's unlockable? The live together one seems more exciting. Do you think this relationship would work long distance? There was a other fucking route where he dated him as like a phone ghost for months. He was a RuneScape AI that he dated for months and he never even regretted it. There's a secret ending? What, there's scholarships that just give you money and you can just go spend it on drugs and hookers? That's awesome. Why would they do that? That's awesome. That's so funny. Like, here's $40,000. Spend it all responsibly. And you're like, yes, I will. And then you elope to the Bahamas. Fuck it. Just do some stupid shit. It'll be funny. Bo, I really don't think I could possibly go off to college knowing that you might reciprocate my feelings. I want to take this chance, see where it leads us. I don't want to regret leaving you. But I already told my parents that I was going to college. They're going to be so disappointed in me. I'm not sure they'd even agree to take me in anymore. If that's the case, I was wondering, if I stay in hometown, would you let me be your roommate? Of course, I would contribute to the bills, and I would cook and clean. I would be a little kawaii male wife. I even know from sleeping over that we get along quite well, and if you find me to be a nuisance... Azzy, hold up. You're talking a mile a minute.
Bo rubbed his temple. So what you're saying is you want to be my live-in boyfriend and pay rent and do chores? Buddy, how did they ever get to be so lucky? Of course I'd say yes. I'd say yes regardless, but like I can't just let you have no place to stay. But even if I'm cool with it, you're gonna have to break the news to your parents. Your mom will probably want to kill me. We've got a lot of sitting down and talking to do when I bring you up back home. We can even figure all this shit out later.
Sure, just go for it. Swing for the fences, my beautiful diamonds. Nothing will go wrong. Just fuck it. Whatever this is. Bo grabbed hold of Azriel's hand firmly and crushed it with his thumb.
I'm gonna do things properly, in the right order. Like we break into the church first and get married, and then I take you out to eat, have a good time, even play footsies under the table. Okay.
That's what Azriel keeps the dogs out for. Would the order be skewed if I were to ask for a kiss? Azriel's face heated up something fierce, but at least it wasn't the only one who looked bashful. The look on Bo's face was completely adorable. It made Azriel want to kiss him all the more.
Usually I'd say you gotta have dinner first before you get the dessert. But since we'd already smooched before, I don't see why not.
Oh my god, they're gonna kiss. Azriel's heart almost bounded out of his chest as Bo leaned forward. He moved down to meet him halfway, and when their lips touched, it was like a jolt of electricity, a sweet and warm embrace filled with all the context of their true feelings. This is what happens with all first kisses. Don't let anyone delude you. If that doesn't happen, you've done it wrong, and it doesn't count. Ohm's Law. Yeah, they both just have a shit ton of static cling, and they're both covered in fur. Azriel's heart longed for Bo, just as Bo's did for him. One simple, fragile connection through their lips, but it meant that it went the world to them both. And Azriel, at long last, had an overwhelming sense of hope for the future. With hope frost on my heart, I'll drop out of college and become a plumber. Actually, if you can land being a plumber, that's not a failure. That's I'll work at McDonald's, I mean. Wherever his life would take him, through tragedy and prosperity, through all of life's highs and lows, Azriel knew that as long as Bo was with him, everything would be all right. Said Basil O'Mori. Even the worst of times would still be an adventure worth having. The world was wide and had many strange and wonderful possibilities, and with Bo by his side, Azriel was more than eager to find out what adventures awaited him next. Merci beaucoup. And like the scary red text. Okay, so I'm assuming I don't learn anything about like the crazy meta story about like the Gaster and his like weird archway of neon lights. Without the true ending? Do I want to? Not right now. The stream is over. I'm very tired. I'm somewhat curious. Wait, it's in the cyan route? All of it? Didn't I get the best ending in the cyan route? The cyan route is all of the meta stuff. Huh. Okay. Oh. Well, we're not doing that now. I'm tired as fuck. This was the latest stream ever, and it went fairly long regardless. Let's see if we got any art. Let's see. What an amazing fucking... an amazing thing that was. Remarkable. It says a lot that I'm not even feeling the right level of surprise that exists. I'm like desensitized to people just doing insane shit for AZZYPANTS. And by people I mean Pidge, of course. Wait. There's more dialogue? Oh, shit. I was premature. Okay. Hang on. Oh, the ED has to play. Stands for the ending D-boy, of course. Oh my god. Why is this crazy? This looks insane. This is like a James Bond intro. Hallucinogenic. Where did you get all these fucking weirdo, like, trip visualizers, Pidge? Where did these come from? I want to steal them for my videos. 25 bucks from Pidge! I can't believe you pay me to do this shit. You make the game then pay me to play it. It's so fucked up of you, Pidge, but thank you so much. Merci beaucoup. Oh my god, look at them go.
Sacrifice save data to start fresh.
No, I kind of don't want to do that. This is the real end, right? The title, it's Bo's Coup? Oh my god. Fucking hell, dude. Fuck it. Bo, of course. Of course. I knew it would be something like that. I knew the title would be on some four-dimensional shit, but like, I wouldn't have even noticed. Thank you, Bo's Coup. Yeah, insane. Insane. Yes, sacrifice? Okay. I did it. Pidge told me to do it, so yeah, I did it. Alright. Let's see if we can find any AZZYPANTS in the server. Whoa, that's not AZZYPANTS. It's a crazy, scary looking human Spamton. I gotta show the crazy, spooky, weird Spamton. He's scary. Look at that. I mean, you can't see it yet. You can't see it yet. This one. Look how gross he is! He's so scary looking. That one's by Lennis the Menace. I had to show that. Okay. Looking for AZZYPANTS now. It's a really good Spamton. It's perfect. It looks like a TF2 character. Wait, Delta Trek portraits? What the fuck? This is by Ototo Amaze, one of the developers. Did I say who made... Lennis the Menace made the Spamton. Toto Amaze has done... Delta Trek. Delta Trek was the streetlights behind the trees fic, right? Was there an axolotl in that? I don't remember. Was there an axolotl? Someone remind me what the fuck Delta Trek was. Here's Solanum for some reason, famous Undertale character. Hera. I don't know what's up with Sans. He's got like the visor on or something. Okay, this is an old callback to the AZZYPANTS Star Trek fic. The axolotl person had 5 lines of dialogue. Wonderful. Not this guy. Oh, is this the one who was like dead on the planet? Just like random dead person? Yeah. Slaw. Is that for the stream? I don't think it's for the stream. No, it's a Battle for Dream Island thing. Okay, god, that's the furthest possible thing from my sphere of knowledge. Oh, and then Streetlights posted the fic for context afterward. That's fun. Oh my god. Okay, Feather Spiral has drawn true and real Twilight. Twilight if it was good. That's a fucking awesome Asriel design, by the way. Like, actually awesome designs for this, like, shitpost draw over of Twilight. No, that's not Twilight. They're gay. I forgot that Twilight wasn't gay. No, this is Edward and Jacob. Okay, whatever. I'm trying to get my bearings here. There's several layers. I actually love those designs for Azrael and Pizza Pants, though. He looks like a real goat. And, okay, Jabba made this. Oh, that's beautiful. The romance tree. Reminiscent of, Scatterplot. Falling asleep under the tree together in the Gaster Forest. Romantic. It looks, hand-painted. Quite nice. Scatterplot did indeed go very hard. We got all the different... the dancing gifts. These are all the gifts that we missed that Pidge made for the game. Look at them go. This could be a phone background. Just make your phone like this turned 90 degrees, looping forever. Oh, what the fuck? Okay, bad username has drawn something crazy. What is this shit? It's the vampire wedding. I wonder how Azrael broke off a horn in the vampire AU. Vampire fights? This art style reminds me a lot of Outsins. The way you draw Pizza Pants especially. Like, that's an Outsin-ass looking Pizza Pants. Terrifying Azrael. But, you know, in like a sexy vampire way, he pulls it off. That's explained in a different route. Oh, of course, of course, of course. He probably fell down the stairs. He's not even wearing pants. Yeah, he's wearing fucking pizza dress over here. Single combat with Alucard in the Dark World. Is it Alucard from Castlevania or Alucard from Hellsing? That's a distinction. Or, you know, from Dracula. What the fuck is that? I don't think that's stream art, but like, what the fuck? What is that? Banger AU, my man. Thank you, Charlotte, for this. Whatever the fuck that is. Okay, Barracuda. This is the, I'm assuming in reference to the book or not to book. Yes, it is in fact. Help him find the book, streamer. You know you want to help him find the Yaoi tome. Remember, you have to go play it yourself if you want to know what's in the Yaoi tome. That's pretty nice pixel art. The pointed tail? Oh my god, the fucking pointed tail. And the Lilac has drawn the most kawaii. Oh, that Gakfu is weird. That Gakfu is scary, and it's scarier because she could probably canonically make her face do that if she wanted. Gakfu is like, holy shit, boys can kiss? Telescopic Gakvise. Is Gakfu still here? Oh, there she is. Let's restore Gakfu. We put Gak in your Gak.
Yo, that Zeus wasn't Shidak, is it? And what?
Ultimate Gak form. I feel bad if anyone doesn't know who Gakfu is, but you have to watch the Koru streams, or better yet, fucking play Koru Observer. You'll find out who Gakfu is. This is just a screenshot from a... I never even noticed that expression, that's awesome. Okay, bad usernames continue to draw Azrael. This design is sick too. I like it when Azrael looks kind of like a weird goat. Just a little bit like a weird goat. That's such a good design. It looks like he stuffed his head into a helmet and it molded to the shape. He's like perfectly smooth on top. Feed him a carrot. He looks like a rabbit, that's why. He looks like a weird, like realistic rabbit. Everyone knows my affinity for rabbits. That's what's getting to me. Is a big, stupid, doofy looking eyes pointing opposite directions rabbit. And Feather Spiral has drawn yet more. We have Yellow Root Azrael. I love my maternal father. I love my gay son. This is the liberal family unit or whatever. Male mom, gay son. That's it. What the fuck is this? Oh, this I've seen this meme before, I think. That Bucket has posted this. A classic. I'm curious what the original of this fucking thumbnail is. Who spent 100 hours inside the pyramids and how did that go for them? Why were they allowed in there? Cool. Is it a Mr. Beast video? He wasn't, but then how did he spend 100 hours inside them? Oh, I guess it's 1 million views in 4 hours. That's Mr. Beast, yeah. He rented out the pyramids. He had to pay a steep sum of money to the Egyptian god Horus to let him enter the sacred space without getting his ass cursed, but he did. Oh, real? He actually rented out the pyramids? Huh. Cool. He's got to return his tablet. There's a lot of art. Holy shit. Fire Dolphin has 2 pieces for us. We have the pants incident. Azrael's like, what the fuck did you just do to my fucking boyfriend? I mean, platonic not boyfriend.
I can't believe you did that.
Medjed is the best Egyptian god? I forget that one. I read the Rick Riordan like Egyptian gods series for a while, but I forget most of it. All I remember in Egyptian mythology was like I think Greek mythology has it too. It's like someone's dick gets cut off and it turns into the world. It always happens. I always find a way to put in like the dick lore. Oh no, I'm thinking the Egyptian one was like another god poisons a god with his semen or something, just blows a load in his face and kills him instantly. Like, ancient mythology was fucking wild, dude. Getting up to all sorts of shit. And I've heard that Hindu mythology is even wilder, and I don't know anything about Hindu mythology. Uranus got his dick cut. Cut off Uranus's dick. You can't make this shit up. Yeah, Aphrodite came from the severed genitals. Happens. Osiris got his dick cut off. I mean, yeah, at least one person's got to have their dick cut off in like an ancient mythology frat party. It was his balls? Why not both? Who was the god who killed the other god with his sperm? That was a real thing. I'm sure that happened. Does anyone know? Okay, never mind. I'm gonna cut my losses here. Oh, this is from a route I didn't play? We got the true fans here. This is if I choose to go on a ride around town, I guess. On the Azrael route. Or the Asgore route. He has crazy blonde eyebrows. That's wacky. Sorry, I dissociated. Yeah, that's fine. He got spurned with a cabbage? Was there a cabbage involved? What the fuck was the cabbage for? This sounds like Discworld lore. This is Pizza Pants harassing women. Sounds awesome. What the fuck? This is a let that sink in head Sonic meme? Azzy the Hedgehog is haunted by memories of a past life, could rewind time at will, watched his loved ones die, cursed by the angel, has visions of people who will soon die, from another timeline, replace this timeline's Azzy, gay and into... I get the let that sink in, but I don't get what original meme this is referencing. That's the problem. I'm picking up one level of this, but not the other. This is all canon, yes, this is not a joke. The story will not tell you this mostly, but it is canon. Or at least it will obliquely tell it to you if you're paying attention. That's a crazy palette swap too. Pink and green shadow. And Toto Amaze also has a voxel sculpture of a pidge. Fuck yeah. Sick. Love that. I think that's the last piece of art. Oh my gosh. That's Pidge. Alright, well, that was quite a bang to end on. Holy shit. What a couple streams those were. So next week, as you all know, depending on... It's either going to be Silk Song or it's going to be Koru. It's Koru if Koru comes out, and it's Silk Song otherwise, unless they delay Silk Song again, in which case I'll do something else. How about this? If Silk Song gets delayed next week, and there's no new Koru, I will play Yeek 1.5 for one stream. There we go, that's our plan. Oh, September 4th, 2026. Oops, I misread the date, damn. I'm gonna jinx it? Dude, Silk Song being delayed would be so funny, it'd be worth it. It's the funniest thing in the universe to like, put off Silk Song even further to me, I don't know why, but... Just the fact that it all turned out to be such a huge anticlimax, like everyone is so frothing up about it for years, and then it's just like, yeah, we were kind of just tuned out, having a good time developing the game. We just didn't pay that much attention, you know? We were just kind of doing our thing. It's like, it's nothing to work with. Negative drama levels, so incredibly funny. They're gonna delay it to the 15th of September? Okay, now you're talking crazy, now you're gonna jinx it. If they delay Silk Song to the September 15th, we're just gonna put it out on the 4th. RAM is going out immediately, in whatever state it's in. RAM is coming out. They didn't want to ruin the fun by releasing it? That's cute. They're cute. It's hard to believe the silly game of ours was enjoyed by so many people. That's what all the indie devs say. You'll get fucking used to it. Thanks for playing and inspiring us to make it in the first place. I'm astonished at the extent of your commitment. I'm still astonished. It's wonderful. Dun, dun, da, 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 dun. This music's pretty good. I can't believe it's $20 too, so I'm just talking about Silk Song now. I haven't officially gave my commentary, my pundit opinion on the state of the Silk Song release, so I might as well do it now. $20 is hilarious. Like, Hollow Knight was already like one of the most infamously underpriced games ever. It was like $15 for 100 fucking hours of gameplay. And now Silk Song is coming out and it's like $5 more. It's so funny. That game's going to be like 200 hours long. You just know it's going to be like, that's not even like me getting up on the hype train. I wasn't on the hype train. I'm legitimately not even that hyped for Silk Song. I'm playing it because I need something to stream. And I'd probably try it anyway. But yeah, $20 is like they're shit posting. Like, they don't even need money. They're like, whatever. I almost want to blame them for it. It's like, damn, you want to set some decent precedent for like indie game pricing. You have the most popular independent game in the world, and you're saying like, yes, you should spend 7 years on a game and it should cost $20, and the Steam user should complain if it's any more than that. It's almost like, guys, help. Like, set a precedent that we can fucking work with here, but no, they're not going to do that. Whatever. Okay, sure. As with most things, complaining to Team Cherry has no effect. It's not relevant. Team Cherry never have to and never will do any single thing they do not want to do ever again. And that's it. I think everyone should accept that. Deltarune is 25? Yes, I think so. It is cool. It's cool that they don't need to wring all the money they can out of it. I'm just saying, like, it's indie games have a problem with, like, people want the games to be unreasonably cheap for what they are and not adjust for inflation even, and it's kind of like a race to the bottom industry scenario that you hit. Like, we had to take Ram's price down after doing a survey and stuff, but, you know. Yeah, $30 at fucking least. At least charge what Hades charged, man. Like, Hades was $30. Fucking Hades was $30. That game has like 500,000 word script. It's the most beautiful art ever. Beautiful soundtrack, full voice acting, glossy production, $30. What the fuck? And then like the fucking DreamWorks shitpost kart racer that Scorpy was playing the other day was like $40. Not the other day, I watched a VOD, but $40 on Steam. Like, they should. I would have loved to live in the alternate universe, I'm just saying, where they launched Silk Song for $60, like full fucking price, and just said deal with it. Because again, Team Cherry can do whatever the fuck they want forever. No amount of feedback or whining or whinging or boycotts or complaining will ever change their mind about anything, and so they could have just done that. And it would have been really, really funny. Yes, there's a DreamWorks kart racer. It's really fucking stupid. It's got like the fakest, scariest Shrek. He's like, let's get this party started. Then it sounds like me doing the impression. People being outraged about AAA games jumping to 70 and the discourse about indie games are being too cheap is whiplash. Game pricing is fucked. Okay, like, the reason why... Is it a hot take to say that I don't understand what the backlash but it was for? Like, AAA games being $70 doesn't seem... That seems like what they've already probably cost. Like, I don't know. I don't think the problem is that games are too expensive. They're too fucking cheap for what they are. It's actually insane, but I'm biased because I'm the guy who makes the games. But what do I know? $80 games were inevitable. Honestly, I think so, because like the budgets, the problem is that with AAA stuff, the budget is so high that they have to like price the game up to make their money back, and it's like, it's their problem for making the budget that high in the first place. That's the problem. It's not like the prices are high, it's that they're putting so much fucking bloated resources into these games that they have to be that expensive to make the money. But indie games obviously operate with less of a budget. But still, people expect like to pay $5 for a game and then play it for 200 hours. It's just insane, like, because there's so much precedent for that. Like, I bought Terraria for $2 and played it for 500 hours, literally. And people get enough of that, and that's just what they expect. And so you try to charge $20 for a game. It's like, that's a pretty fair price for something you're going to be playing for, like, you know, a few dozen hours at least. But like, but people get mad about it. People will get mad about like a $20 indie game on Steam if it has pixel art. It's fucked up. Yeah, well, yeah, it's admittedly too, I'm a bit divorced from the pricing discussion around like Mario Kart, because like, yeah, I don't buy full-priced games. I don't buy AAA games. I bought Elden Ring, as someone in chat said. That was probably the last one that I bought. Yeah, exactly. There's games that you'd pay $200 for, and some that you wouldn't pay even if I was being... You wouldn't play if you're being paid. That's what it comes down to. It's a subjective value, and so, like... But people try to apply objective metrics to it anyway. Like, people will see a game that they would enjoy, and they would be happy to pay, say, $30 for if they played it. But they have a metric in their head, and this, like, people don't realize this. If you're into indie games, you'll have this sort of, like, bubble worldview where you think that the world is better than it is. But it's not. There is, like, a demographic who will see games and say, like, alright, 2D graphics, that's, like, $20 max. Pixel art and 2D graphics, $10 max. Like, they have an arbitrary checklist they work down, and will just, like, actually complain about the price otherwise. It's even if it makes no sense. Which it doesn't. It doesn't make any sense, but, like, we have this shitty precedent, and it would be good to work against it, maybe, in some capacity. Team Cherry, just saying. Just saying a little bit. Although I'm happy that people can buy Silksong for as low a price as that, but, like, we all know that people are just gonna pirate it if it's expensive anyway. That's the thing. Like, if the game is too expensive, the backup option's supposed to be you just fucking pirate it. Like, so it's not even about, like, I'm too broke to buy it. It's like, if you're broke, then just pirate the game. But, like, you probably will anyway. So why don't we just charge a fair price for the game and let people pirate it if they want? I don't know, man. They pay Toby the big bucks to think about the stuff, not me. Not Toby Fox, other Toby. Kids these days don't know how to pirate games because the games are too cheap. Okay, this is my insane industry take. Pirate software, take notes. This is how you do it. Games need to be more expensive to teach the children how to pirate again. That's what we need. All games need to be $200 luxury items, and everyone needs to learn to pirate them. Like, all children. That's how we win, okay? Pull up MS Paint? Is that a pirate software meme? I have no fucking idea what pirate software does. I just know that he's controversial for having bad opinions. We're going to bring back computer viruses from the grave, but then we'll teach the children to not get computer viruses because they'll have to learn how to pirate. It's like we need to go back to letting children, like, eat dirt and lick the floor so they have higher immune systems. It's like if you keep the house too clean, your child's gonna get, like, you know, chicken pox immediately once they go into the wide world. You need to expose them to grime so they build the resistance. You're broke and don't know how to pirate. Well, it sounds like you have a new project. Lemon wire? I get my music on lemon wire, Snipe. What is the site people use to get music? Is it like SoulSeek or something? Like a torrent thing? I feel like someone tried to teach me about that, but I forgot. Making the next generation of elite hacksaws. Yes. My new platform. I'm going to make the most unpopular game industry, like, platform of all time. All games $200. And just completely deregulate piracy. Awesome. Utopia. Beautiful. You use YouTube Music? Oh, jeez. I've been Bandcamp maxing recently. You get onto some Bandcamp sites that are like, hey, do you feel like buying 200 albums for 70 Japanese yen? And sometimes it's like, yeah. Cool. I just bought a lot of money, or bought a lot of stuff for 70 yen. Maybe you really can own nothing and be happy. Get your music on Poob. Poob has it for you. That's not a made-up example, by the way. That site I was talking about that had the Golden Ratio album. 70 yen for their full discography. Which is 200 albums. I don't know what the fuck that pricing model is, but sure, I'll take it. All the individual albums are free. You can just download them for pay what you want, but love that shit. I got the whole Haley Labs Discog for 40 bucks, by the way. That's a crazy steal. Like, 70 yen is just comical, but like 40 bucks for a full Discog, like that's my jam. Like, I'm gonna pay 40 bucks down payment and then listen to music nonstop for the next 6 months. Beautiful. Pay what you want is the best way to sell software? I wouldn't be surprised. I literally wouldn't be surprised. Like, software is already pay what you want, as I alluded to. Like, people who don't have money tend to find ways just to pirate the game, right? It's like if you don't do regional pricing in like Argentina or Russia or something, where the conversion of the currency is going to fuck you over, they're just going to pirate it. So like, it's better to give away your game for pennies than it is to just let everyone pirate it. Stuff like that. So like, just making a donation model doesn't seem to be that bad of a fucking idea in a lot of cases. That's what Patreon is too. Like a lot of modern creator economies run on basically just reskins of a pay what you want model. Like, you can watch for free, but if you like it and want to support it and have disposable income, join the Patreon, you know? Which I love that model. I think it's great. As long as it works, it's great. Most people who can't afford a game just don't play it? Oh yeah, well, most people don't play a game for all sorts of reasons, but the thing people stress about, the thing that the piracy, the boogeymanning happens about, is the mythical demographic who really wants to play the game, but doesn't want to pay for it. And that's who's going to pirate it, but that's like, if you just accept that they're going to pirate it, then everyone else who just doesn't care that much about saving money, I guess, is going to buy it, then that's what actually pays for it. Paying $100 a month to stream Yaoi. Literally. That's what this is. I don't feel any pressure to make money from my live streams because I got Patreon revenue. That's literally how I justify it, so. The donations are nice, but. And $2 from Aria, speaking of which, thank you. Paying what I want right now. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, this turned into a weird, like, game industry rant at the end. Crazy, right? Crazy. Tell me the new pirate software. Can I replace pirate software once they, like, I don't know, someone, like, throws them into a volcano or whatever's gonna culminate after the, you know, whatever the fuck's going on with pirate software right now. Maybe the new one. My policies will be just and kind. Gotta work at Blizzard for 7 years first? Nah, never mind. That's too much work. Did he used to work at Blizzard? I know nothing about pirate software. Like, literally nothing. I've only heard of him because of Heartbound, and he's a fucking, like, controversial maniac now. Quite sad, actually. 7 years at Xylem? What is all this lore is coming up? He uses a deep voice filter? What? I need to use a deep voice filter? Can I apply one right now? Does it let me do that? You don't believe the deep... So that's some bullshit. People just say bullshit. Like, okay, I'm not gonna believe anything people say about this guy now, because, like... He's too much of a meme to, like, trust any opinion about that's not confirmed by primary sources at this point, I think. It does not look like OBS has a plugin for real-time pitch shifting. Unfortunate. What do you mean the Blizzard thing is true? Why is working for Blizzard an allegation? What is this? I'm missing context.
Bro, worked for a company, bro.
Just block out the high frequencies? That's not what a deep voice filter is. He wrote Umris. God, I never knew. Oh, he just says it constantly.
I mean, I don't know, if you've done industry work, that's worthy of some amount of respect. I've never done industry work. Okay, whatever, who cares? Oh, I don't want to talk about pirate software. I don't care about pirate software. I literally don't. I don't care. I should end the stream. But remember, all games $200, and they all get pirated all the time. That's the future. This is how we save our industry. Peace and love, chat. I'm ending the stream now.